Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Stories 1. They say that every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a child. This statement couldn't be truer in today's case. Instead of seeing his children as tiny humans who needed his protection, Mick Philpott saw them as his personal cash cows that brought in benefits from the government. His greed blinded him from their humanity in the worst way possible. He was fame-hungry, narcissistic, and diagnosed as a psychopath who made everyone's life around him a living hell. In this video, we'll look at how Philpott and his accomplices took the lives of 6 young children and what drove them to do this heinous act. Let's get started. Mick Philpott was born in 1956 in Derby, England. He was notorious for fathering 17 children with multiple women. And if you thought he had so many children because he loves them, you would sadly be mistaken. You see, he had practically no nurturing qualities. In fact, he was an extremely violent and unpredictable man. His toxic pattern of behavior with women and children started with his first relationship. When he was 19, he charmed a 15-year-old named Kim Hill, and they began dating shortly after. In the beginning, Kim saw Philpott as an ideal partner, but it didn't take long before he suddenly became abusive in every way you can think of. His violence was so uncontrollable that he even started beating her in public. In one incident at a pub, Philpott struck Kim across the mouth with a pool cue. Needless to say, she started bleeding severely, but no one dared to intervene or tried to help her. He would use any excuse he could find to harm her. For example, once Philpott broke her arm and fractured her kneecap with a hammer when she paid too much attention to a baby she had been minding. As a British Army member, he would baselessly accuse her of infidelity when he returned from postings and physically assault her. He also shot Kim in the groin with a crossbow one time because he felt her dress had been too short. Kim, still in school, often lied about the cause of her injuries to protect Philpott. After 2 years of abuse, in July 1978, Kim plucked up the courage to send Philpott a breakup letter. In response, Philpott went AWOL from the army and broke into Kim's home. He attacked her in bed, stabbing her 27 times with a 9-inch knife. According to Kim, he told her menacingly, "If I can't have you, no one else will." When Kim's mother intervened, Philpott stabbed her 11 times. Both Kim and her mother barely survived the attack. Despite being badly injured, her mother, who was a nurse, crawled to a phone and raised the alarm. Paramedics arrived to find Philpott on the stairs, still holding the bloody knife. He told them, "I wouldn't bother. She's a goner. I'd done a good job on her." Kim actually died twice in the ambulance and on the operating table as surgeons battled to save her life. Philpott had slit her stomach open and stabbed her on the back, arms, and legs. She suffered collapsed lungs and a punctured bladder, kidney, and liver. During the trial, he lied and implied he stabbed her in self-defense. But all the evidence showed otherwise. Philpott was found guilty of attempted murder and grievous bodily harm. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but was released after serving just 3 years and 2 months. According to records, this early release was due to his good behavior. Needless to say, he received nothing more than a slap on the wrist and had absolutely no incentive to change his twisted ways, as we'll soon see. While in prison, he sent Kim letters, expressing remorse and even proposing to marry her upon his release. This horrific attack left Kim traumatized, and she is still receiving counseling 4 decades later. Recalling her hellish life with Philpott, Kim added, "Do not say no to Mick Philpott. You don't say no to him. He doesn't understand the word." After his release from prison in 1986, Philpott married Pamela Lomax. They had 3 children together, and he continued his abusive behavior. Pamela was too afraid to report him, knowing what had happened to his previous partner, Kim. She prayed that he would move on to someone else, which is what he did. In 1993, Philpott, then 37, began a relationship with a 14-year-old girl named Heather Keogh. Pamela left him after discovering the affair. The teenage Heather ran away from her parents to be with him on her 16th birthday, and they had 2 sons. Philpott was abusive towards her, even beating her for not having a girl. He even taught his older sons to be violent against Heather. Philpott wanted Heather to produce more children, but she did not conceive again. She was often punished by being locked outside the house in the garden, and told police Philpott once held a knife to her throat when she tried to leave him. Eventually, she climbed over the fence and escaped him. Heather was forced to temporarily abandon her children before regaining custody after a long court battle. She said that Philpott was a Jekyll and Hyde character, charming when they first met, but later violent. In 2000, Philpott met 19-year-old Mairead Duffy. She was a single teenage mother who had recently left an abusive relationship. Philpott, she said, became her guardian angel. They moved in together shortly after. He took on responsibility for her son and proposed to her in hospital after the birth of their first child, Jade. The following year, he also began a relationship with Lisa Willis, a 16-year-old orphan who also happened to be a single mother. She became his mistress and moved in with him and Mairead. Perhaps because of Philpott's domineering presence, Lisa and Mairead became very close. They regularly confided in each other, and Lisa said she had treated Mairead's children as her own. There is clearly a pattern here. All three women in Philpott's life had been teenagers when they met him. They had effectively been groomed while they were vulnerable. Philpott married Mairead in May 2003 with Lisa as the bridesmaid. From that year onwards, Philpott lived with both women and had 11 children in a 3-bedroom council house. Both women worked while he remained unemployed, collecting their earnings and government benefits. Philpott actively tried to have more children to stack up his benefit payments. He requested a larger council house to accommodate his growing family, but was denied due to lack of availability. He'd married Mick in 2003. He's 7 months pregnant with Mick's child on his wedding day. Philpott publicly defended his lifestyle, expressing pride in his large family and dismissing critics. He blamed the council for not providing adequate housing and argued that as an unemployed person, he deserved more assistance from the government. Philpott tried to bring media attention to his housing situation. He appeared on The Jeremy Kyle Show in 2007, a program similar to The Jerry Springer Show. On the show, Philpott defended his lifestyle and unemployment, claiming he couldn't get a job due to media coverage and his criminal record. He became agitated when questioned about his parenting and job prospects, which led to an argument with the host, Jeremy, over his irresponsible lifestyle. On the show, insisted he had undergone a vasectomy. He defended himself in typically heated fashion, making an offensive gesture and telling the host, "Talk to that, pal, talk to that." Philpott introduced his wife, Mairead, and his second wife, Lisa Willis, on the show, openly acknowledging his unconventional living arrangement. He claimed he didn't care what the public opinion was about his lifestyle and large family. Philpott also said he was prepared to divorce his wife to marry Lisa, and then divorce her simply, so that she would not feel left out because she did not share the Philpott family name. He went on to have 2 more kids after it, and was dubbed Britain's biggest scrounger. After it was revealed, he was raking in £25,000 a year in benefits. So Philpott's plan to gain public support for a larger house was unsuccessful. Today I want to discover the man behind the headline and uncover the truth about the guy who has been branded Britain's biggest scrounger. Listen, you're going to criticize my family, pal, and my kids. I'll criticize you as much as I want. Sorry, excuse me, when did I? In 2007, Philpott appeared in an episode of a documentary series in which the then Conservative MP and Whitcomb spent a week with him and tried to persuade him to change his lifestyle. She found Philpott 3 jobs, one of which was with a barrel-making firm, but he did not turn up for work on the first day, and the job fell through. In the documentary, Philpott was shown to be living in a caravan in his garden, in which his wife and mistress would alternate in spending nights with him. The MP said that Philpott did not care about anyone, and that he used the word bitch to refer to both his wife and his mistress. She also noticed that none of his children sought affection from him, although many people could not understand why the women in his life accepted their lot or even desired it. The general opinion was that his partners got on well with one another. But behind closed doors, the tensions between the throuple had reached a boiling point. That's all I care about. Look, notes. Don't see us all then. Can I just get the distribution of children right? I've got 3 with my first marriage, 2 with another young lady, 5 with my maid, 4 with Lisa, and 1 with another young lady, and 2 on the way. So that's 15 now, and 2 on the way. Plus 1 when I was in the home services, which I've never met. He asked Mairead to divorce him 3 times so he could marry Lisa. In 2010, Philpott was given a police caution for slapping Mairead and dragging her outside by her hair. But he wasn't nice to Lisa either. Philpott hit her with a piece of wood, threw a hot cup of coffee at her, and prevented her from leaving the house or speaking with any men. In February 2012, Lisa had finally had enough of the toxic situation she was in. She decided to leave Philpott. She told Mairead she was taking her 5 children swimming, but instead moved in with her sister. This was the only way she could leave without any confrontation. 3 months after Lisa left, Philpott was still seething with anger and entangled in a rough custody battle over their 5 children. So he, along with his wife, Mairead, and a family friend named Paul Mosley, did the vilest thing you can think of. They planned to burn down their home with their own children inside and frame Lisa for it. The arson was scheduled for the day before a custody hearing between Lisa and Philpott. He wanted his children back, motivated by his greed for more benefit payments and the potential to get an even bigger council house. The plan involved Philpott and Mosley putting gasoline into the mail slot and setting fire to the house. Then Philpott would swoop in and rescue his 6 children from the fire, making himself look like a heroic father and win the custody battle. To say that this idea was misguided would be an understatement. On May 11, 2012 at 4 a.m., Philpott's plan to set fire to his house went tragically wrong. The fire spread much faster than anyone expected. It resulted in the deaths of 6 children. Jade, John, Jack, Jesse, and Jaden died at the scene, while their half-brother Dwayne died in the hospital 2 days later. All deaths were caused by excessive smoke inhalation. Fire investigators reported that temperatures in the upstairs bedrooms exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, leaving no chance of survival for anyone in those rooms. Police confirmed that the fire was deliberately started with petrol under the letterbox, classifying it as arson and officially stating that 6 children had been murdered. All of these children belonged to Mairead and Philpott except Dwayne, who was her teenage son from a previous relationship. Jade was only 10 years old. She was described as very intelligent and well regarded at school. 9-year-old John was cheerful, smiley, and polite. Jaden, a 5-year-old, loved lots of cuddles from family and friends. Shy and bashful Jack, 7, was the quietest sibling and a delight to be around. Jesse, 6 years old, was described as a loud character in the family. Dwayne, the eldest victim at just 13, was described as a charming and caring young boy who was a protector for his younger brothers and sister. Nobody in the community had the slightest clue that a father could do such a thing. Many people who knew and socialized with Philpott and his family defended his lifestyle, saying negative representations of the area, and the man did not live up to the reality. One local, Bobby Sutherland, was inspired to set up a charity to help pay for the funerals of the 6 children, whom he claimed Philpott loved desperately. Fighting back tears as he stood in the street outside the fire-ravaged family home, he said at the time, "Yeah, they can slag him off, but he loved his kid. Yeah, you make mistakes, but you don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that." This shows just how good Philpott was at manipulating the people around him and maintaining his image as a good husband and father. At first, Lisa Willis and her brother-in-law were questioned, but they were quickly cleared of any suspicion. Meanwhile, witnesses reported that Philpott behaved strangely for someone who had recently lost several of his children and appeared to like the media attention. A mortuary manager said Philpott engaged in horseplay when he went to view his children's bodies, even putting a family liaison officer in a headlock during one visit. As part of their investigation, the police organized a press conference where Philpott and Mairead spoke. During this conference, Philpott thanked various people for their support and announced their decision to donate Dwayne's organs to save the life of another child. He expressed gratitude for the community's response and requested privacy for his family, asking that all questions be directed to the police. This press conference actually increased police suspicion. Philpott's behavior was notably inappropriate, including flirting with a female police officer. She claimed that he called her gorgeous and inferred he would like her to come back to his hotel. And we can't express our gratitude to everybody that's been concerned with the case, with what's been going on. I've actually been down to our home, and what we saw, we just cannot believe it. We grew up in a community that's had a lot of problems with violence and God knows what else. And to see this community to come together like that, it's just too overwhelming. The police found forensic evidence linking the Philpotts to the crime. A discarded petrol container and glove had been found near the house. And in November, forensic investigators discovered that the clothes of the Philpotts and Mosley had petrol on them. For further information, they placed a recording device in the police vehicle and their hotel room. The recorded conversations revealed incriminating statements from Philpott, including him saying it was his fault they lost their children and family. He can be heard saying, "You definitely sticking with the story? I didn't mean to do it on my life." Plus, the recording captured Philpott watching Mairead perform a sexual act on Paul Mosley their accomplice. Philpott was heard telling his wife, "I'm proud of you because you didn't want to do it. I'm glad you came down here. You and Lisa. It's my fault that our family's gone. It's my fault we lost our children. It's my fault we lost the other 5 children. It's my fault we lost Lisa. I should have seen it all coming up. It is one of them. Fingerprint on the window. That's it. A few discrepancies, that's all it is. When we shake it back, I said, we're gonna go out for a drive at night. I can't remember saying that. Vicky said you were stoned. And I said we didn't smoke." In police interviews, Mosley said he had sex with Moraid over a snooker table hours before the fire broke out. It's believed this act was encouraged by Philpott to keep Mosley loyal to their cause. Philpott even admitted having 3 or 4 sexual encounters with his wife and co-defendant Paul Mosley not long after his children's death. These recordings, along with other evidence such as an unused ladder found at the back of the house, intended for the planned rescue, also implicated Philpott, Morade, and Paul Mosley in the arson plot. On May 28, 2012, Philpott and Morade were arrested on suspicion of murder. They were formally charged with murder 2 days later. On November 5, 2012, Paul Mosley was also arrested on suspicion of murder after forensic examination revealed petrol on his clothing. The trial heard that Mosley had been bragging to a number of people about being a suspect, including on internet dating sites. Whatever Mosley's role, it seems that Philpott was keen to keep him on side, and police believe coercion may have been involved. In December, Mosley's charge was reduced to manslaughter. The murder charges against Philpott and Morade were also eventually downgraded to manslaughter. Evidence showed that while they didn't intend to kill their children, they planned to frame Lisa for endangering the family in order to gain custody of her children. Their motivation was not solely revenge. More children meant more benefit money and potentially a larger house. On April 2, 2013, the couple, along with Paul Mosley, were found guilty of manslaughter for the deaths of the 6 children. Philpott received a life sentence with a minimum of 15 years in prison. Morade and Paul Mosley each received 17-year sentences with a minimum of 8.5 years to be served. Morade later appealed against her sentence, but judges ruled the original term reflected the immeasurable harm she had caused. The Court of Appeal judges said petrol found on her clothes showed she had participated in setting the fire, which had not been a spur-of-the-moment plan. She had also lied after her arrest, the judges said, and continued to hide the truth during her trial. In her sentencing remarks, Mrs. Justice Tholwall said it was clear the fire was Philpott's idea, but she said Moraid's children died because she put her husband first. That this sentence cannot be criticized. The judge was careful in reaching the conclusion she did. She gave very cogent and clear reasons for it. She assessed against her primary findings of fact the blameworthiness of Moraid Philpott, and arrived at a sentence that reflected that very severe degree of blameworthiness. Together with the immeasurable harm she had caused by the killing of her 6 children, a home like any other mother, she had an absolute responsibility. We have, after an examination of the circumstances and a careful consideration of the judges, come to the conclusion without any hesitation that this appeal must be dismissed. In November 2020, Morade was released after serving half her term. She was eligible to be released on license and taken by convoy to a halfway house. According to a source for The Sun, her convoy was like one given to a celebrity rather than a mom who killed her 6 children. Morade was also given a new identity for her protection. The Center for Crime Prevention described the release as appalling and called for killers to serve their full sentences for such crimes. Paul Mosley, too, was released from prison in May 2021 after serving half his sentence, but returned to prison in 2022 after breaching terms of parole. In November 2023, he was released again, the parole panel stated. The panel was satisfied that imprisonment was no longer necessary for the protection of the public. So while Morade and Mosley are free, Philpott is still in prison completing his minimum sentence of 15 years. Philpott was characterized as a monster, abusive to women, and exploitative of the welfare system, who viewed children primarily as a source of income. Psychologist Glenn Wilson described Philpott as clinically a psychopath and exhibitionist with antisocial personality disorder. What did you think of this horrific case and everyone involved? Do you think their sentences were too light? Philpott definitely got away, too lightly for his attempted murder charge in the 70s. Stories 2. In Brooklyn's technology hub, in a modern office building on J Street, James Parker holds the position of lead software developer at Tech Vision Industries. His workday begins at 8 o'clock in the morning and often extends well past midnight. Colleagues note his exceptional work ethic and determination, which have helped him achieve impressive results by the age of 27. James was born and raised in Brooklyn's Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, where his mother, Beatrice Parker, worked as a nurse at a local clinic. From an early age, he showed remarkable aptitude for mathematics and programming. By the age of 12, he was already creating simple computer games, and by 16, he had developed his first mobile application. His academic achievements were so impressive that he received a full scholarship to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Neighbors remembered James as a quiet, polite teenager who rarely participated in the typical street activities of the neighborhood. He spent most of his time at home, working on his computer or studying. He was always special, recalls Mrs. Johnson, who lived next door. While other kids played in the street, James stayed home and studied. His mother was very proud of that. After graduating from MIT with honors, James received several job offers from leading technology companies, including positions in Silicon Valley. However, he decided to return to Brooklyn, explaining this choice by his desire to be closer to his mother. This decision surprised his university friends, who knew about more lucrative offers from California. At Tech Vision Industries, James quickly established himself as a talented specialist. Over 3 years, he led several major projects and received 4 promotions. His annual income exceeded $200,000, allowing him to purchase a spacious apartment in the prestigious Dumbo neighborhood. However, contrary to his colleagues' expectations, James was able to get a job in a small apartment. He continued living in his mother's old house in Bedford-Stuyvesant, using the new apartment only as a remote work office. James's colleagues noted peculiarities in his behavior. Despite his natural charm and attractive appearance, he avoided corporate events and rarely socialized with colleagues outside of work. Every day at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, he would receive a call from his mother, after which he would immediately head home. Regardless of the importance of ongoing work, Sarah Martinez, his immediate supervisor, recalls an incident when James suddenly left an important meeting with clients after receiving a call from his mother. It was strange, she says. We were in the final stages of negotiations for a $10 million contract, but he just got up and left, saying something about family obligations. The psychological pressure from his mother manifested in small details noticed by those around him. James always wore shirts of certain styles and colors, chosen by Beatrice. His lunches invariably consisted of home-cooked meals prepared by his mother. He never participated in informal gatherings with colleagues after work, explaining that his mother was waiting for him for dinner. Despite his professional success, financial independence, and obvious achievements, James remained deeply dependent on his mother. His bank statements showed that a significant portion of his income was regularly transferred to Beatrice's account, even though she had a stable income from her work at the clinic and retirement savings. In the office, James was considered a golden boy, an example of how talent and hard work could lead to success. However, behind the facade of professional achievements was a man whose life was completely controlled by his mother. This control extended to every aspect of his existence, from choice of clothing to social circle, from daily schedule to financial decisions. Beatrice Parker was born in 1972 in Baltimore, Maryland. According to police archives, her early years were marked by constant relocations and changes of son. At the age of 16, she became involved in a human trafficking network, where she initially worked as a lure for potential victims. She collaborated with a criminal organization known as the Eastern Brotherhood. In 1993, Beatrice agreed to cooperate with federal authorities, providing key evidence against the organization's leaders. In exchange for her testimony, she received immunity from prosecution and was placed in the Witness Protection Program. Under a new identity, she moved to Brooklyn, where she began working at a local clinic as a junior nurse. In 1995, Beatrice was released from prison. She was a former nurse at the University of Michigan. James was born from a casual relationship with a clinic patient. The child's father never participated in his upbringing and, according to hospital records, died from a drug overdose a year after his son's birth. Beatrice saw James' arrival as a chance to start a new life and completely devoted herself to raising him. Records from the PS 305 elementary school psychologist show the first signs of excessive control from Beatrice. Documents note that she prohibited her son from participating in school activities, demanded detailed reports about every hour spent away from home, and regularly checked his phone and computer. Mrs. Thompson, James's middle school math teacher, recalls Beatrice would appear at school without warning, checking who her son was socializing with. Once she caused a scene because James stayed after classes to work on a project with a female classmate. When James received his scholarship to MIT, Beatrice insisted on renting an apartment in Cambridge and spending every weekend there. University security records show that she visited campus an average of 3 times a month, which was unusual even for the most devoted parents. Neighbors in Bedford-Stuyvesant note oddities in Beatrice's behavior. Mr. Rodriguez, the local store owner, recounts, if he couldn't eat with her, she would throw his portion away. She said she wouldn't allow her son to eat just anywhere. Medical records from the clinic where Beatrice worked indicate several instances of conflicts with colleagues. In 2019, she received a reprimand for using the patient database to investigate a girl James was trying to date. The clinic's head nurse, Patricia White, testifies. She ran background checks on every girl who appeared in his life. Financial documents reveal that Beatrice created a complex system of joint bank accounts with her son. She had access to all his financial transactions and demanded explanations for every major expense. In 2022, she forced James to terminate the lease on an apartment he had rented for his personal life, claiming it was a waste of money. Security camera footage from Tech Vision Industries' office recorded Beatrice's regular visits, allegedly to bring her son lunch. Security staff note that she often remained in the lobby, watching her son's office through glass partitions. In James's phone, seized after the tragedy, thousands of messages from his mother were discovered demanding immediate responses to her questions. Analysis of the correspondence shows that Beatrice sent an average of 50 to 60 messages daily, requiring constant reports from her son about his whereabouts and activities. The psychiatric evaluation conducted after the murder revealed signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder and borderline personality disorder in Beatrice. Experts note that her traumatic experience in youth likely catalyzed the development of pathological attachment to her son. In June 2023, Monica Green was conducting a presentation of new social media software at Tech Vision Industries' office. She was already a well-known influencer with an audience of 2.3 million followers on Instagram and 1.8 million on YouTube. Her channel, dedicated to technology reviews and lifestyle content, generated a stable income of around $150,000 monthly. According to security records, James and Monica's first meeting took place in the conference room on the 15th floor. Cameras captured their first conversation, which lasted 47 minutes after the official presentation ended. Colleagues noted unusual behavior from the typically reserved James. He actively participated in the discussion, and for the first time in a long while, stayed for the corporate reception. Monica's story before her social media success was filled with challenges. Born to Jamaican immigrant parents, she grew up in Queens. Social services documents show that in 2015, at the age of 19, left without family financial support, Monica began creating content for OnlyFans under the pseudonym Caribbean Underbros. This activity continued for about a year and allowed her to pay for college. In her diary, found after the tragedy, Monica wrote about her first meeting with James. He was different from typical tech guys. There was a kind of hidden sadness in his eyes that made me want to get to know him better. When he talked about his projects, his face lit up with genuine enthusiasm. Data from the ride-sharing app shows that their first informal date took place a week after meeting at a small cafe in Williamsburg. Surveillance camera records show that the meeting lasted more than 4 hours. That evening, James failed to answer 3 calls from his mother for the first time. The development of their relationship can be traced through social media activity. Monica began appearing more frequently at technology events in Brooklyn, where James worked. In her vlogs, careful hints about a new relationship appeared, though she never directly showed James on camera, respecting his desire for privacy. Electronic correspondence between Monica and her best friend Ashley Rodriguez reveals details about the relationship's development. He's so attentive and caring, but sometimes I feel like he's constantly waiting for someone's permission. Even to have dinner with me, he has to call someone. In another email, today he finally told me about his mother. I'm not sure he realizes how unhealthy their relationship is. Monica's first meeting with Beatrice took place in September 2023. Surveillance footage from the Little Italy restaurant in Brooklyn shows a tense dinner, during which Beatrice asked Monica more than 50 questions about her past, career, and future plans. The waiter who served their table later testified about obvious hostility from Beatrice. In October 2023, Monica received an anonymous email threatening to expose her OnlyFans past. IT experts later determined that the email was sent from a computer in a library near the Parkers' home. Cameras recorded Beatrice's presence in the library at the time the email was sent. Despite the pressure, James and Monica's relationship continued to develop. In December 2023, they announced their engagement to a small circle of friends. Monica began the process of removing all content related to her OnlyFans past and hired digital in her last personal blog post. Dated 1 week before the wedding, Monica wrote, "I've never felt so happy and so scared at the same time. Something tells me this is just the beginning of real problems. But I love him, and I'm ready to fight for our happiness." Phone records show that in the final weeks before the wedding, the number of calls from Beatrice to her son increased to 30 to 40 per day. James began ignoring some of them for the first time, which, according to neighbors, caused Beatrice to have hysterical outbursts. In January 2024, 3 months before the planned wedding, Beatrice Parker began a systematic investigation into Monica Green's past. Surveillance footage shows her regular visits to the Brooklyn Public Library, where she spent hours at the computer, researching social media and databases. Using her old connections in the criminal world, Beatrice hired private detective Ray Martinez, a former police officer with a questionable reputation. Bank statements show she transferred $25,000 to him for consulting services. In his report, later found in Beatrice's apartment, Martinez provided detailed information about Monica's family. The investigation revealed that Monica's father, Marcus Green, was connected to the Eastern Brotherhood criminal organization in the early 2000s, the same organization where Beatrice once worked. According to police archives, he was involved in laundering human trafficking proceeds through a network of shell companies in Jamaica. In Beatrice's personal diary, seized after the murder, the first entries about her findings appear. "This can't be a coincidence. She comes from the same filth I did. But I got out while they kept destroying lives. Now their spawn is trying to destroy my son's life." Electronic correspondence between Beatrice and Martinez reveals that the detective also discovered a connection between the company managing Monica's OnlyFans account and one of Marcus Green's shell companies. Although there was no direct evidence linking Monica to her father's criminal activities, for Beatrice this became confirmation of her worst suspicions. In February 2024, Beatrice's mental state began to deteriorate rapidly. Her clinic colleagues noted increasing instances of erratic behavior. Nurse Janet Wilson recalls, "She could sit for hours staring at one spot, mumbling something about protecting her son. Once I heard her talking on the phone. They won't stop until they take him away from me, but I won't let that happen." Surveillance camera records show that Beatrice began stalking Monica. She would appear near her home, office, and favorite cafes. In her diary, she compiled detailed schedules of her future daughter-in-law's movements, noting every meeting and phone call. In March 2024, Beatrice sent an anonymous letter to James's company management, accusing Monica of attempting to access confidential information through their relationship. An internal investigation found no evidence to support these accusations, but it created a tense atmosphere around the couple. A month before the wedding, Beatrice attempted to contact Monica's father, who was serving time in federal prison. Phone records show that she offered him a large sum of money for compromising information about his daughter. Marcus Green refused to cooperate. In her final diary entries, Beatrice becomes increasingly incoherent. "They're all in it together. It's a conspiracy. They want to take my boy, make him part of their dirty empire. History is repeating itself, but this time I know what to do." A week before the wedding, Beatrice took leave from the clinic, citing health issues. Surveillance cameras in various stores recorded her buying a long black dress and a set of kitchen knives. The receipt from Poem Essentials shows the purchase of an 8-inch ceramic knife. Analysis of her computer showed that in the final days before the wedding, she spent many hours viewing news about wedding murders and court cases involving child protection. Her search history included queries like, "How to protect son from bad woman, wedding murder acquittal. Maternal love self-defense." The last entry in her diary, made the night before the wedding, reads, "Tomorrow I will save my boy. They think they've won, but I won't let them take him into their dirty world. Better he hate me alive than mourn me dead." On April 15, 2024, James Parker and Monica Green's wedding ceremony was scheduled to take place at the historic Prospect House in Brooklyn. Surveillance footage shows that Beatrice Parker arrived at 7:30 in the morning, several hours before the ceremony's 11 o'clock start time. Security guard Michael Donovan later testified. Mrs. Parker was behaving unusually calmly. She said she wanted to check the hall's decoration. She was carrying a large bag, but at the time this didn't raise suspicion. Many guests were bringing gifts early. According to surveillance camera records, Beatrice spent almost an hour in the banquet hall, methodically studying the layout of tables, and she briefly went to the ladies' room where, as the investigation later determined, she concealed the ceramic knife in the folds of her dress. The first guests began arriving at 10 o'clock. Records show that Beatrice took her place in the front row, maintaining an unnatural calm. The wedding coordinator, Sarah Mitchell, noted in her testimony, "Usually mothers of grooms are nervous, fidgeting. Mrs. Parker sat motionless, like a statue, never taking her eyes off the central aisle." At 10:55, James took his place at the altar. Cameras captured a brief conversation between him and his mother. According to the priest standing nearby, Beatrice said, "You will always be my little boy. I won't let them take you away." At 11:07, the wedding procession began. Monica, wearing a Vera Wang white dress, began her walk down the aisle to the traditional wedding march. Recordings from different cameras show that Beatrice slowly rose from her seat as the bride passed by. The events that occurred in the next 30 seconds were captured by cameras from different angles. At 11:09 and 15 seconds, Beatrice pulled the knife from the folds of her dress. At 11:09 and 17 seconds, she took her first step toward Monica. At 11:09 and 20 seconds, the first scream was heard. The forensic examination determined that Beatrice stabbed Monica 17 times in the chest and neck area. The first strike hit the carotid artery, leading to massive blood loss. The subsequent strikes were delivered chaotically, but with tremendous force. Witnesses described the scene as a living nightmare. Maria Gonzalez, one of the bridesmaids, recounts, "Monica's white dress was turning red before our eyes. Beatrice continued stabbing even after Monica had fallen. There was a smile on her face. James, paralyzed by shock, didn't move for several seconds. Records show he finally rushed to Monica at 11:09 and 45 seconds, but it was too late. Beatrice, standing over the victim's body, kept repeating, 'I saved you, darling. I saved you from them.' The first police patrol arrived on scene at 11:13. Officers found Beatrice still standing next to the body, holding the bloody knife. She offered no resistance during arrest. According to Officer John Riley, her only words were, 'Take care of my boy. He doesn't understand that I saved him.' Paramedics arrived at 11:17, but could only pronounce Monica Green's death. The cause of death was listed as massive hemorrhage resulting from multiple stab wounds. Time of death was established as 11:11. James was taken to the hospital in severe shock. Records show he didn't speak a word for the next 48 hours. His only reaction was tears when nurses tried to clean the blood from his hands. The crime scene remained closed for investigation until late evening. Forensics collected numerous pieces of evidence, including the bloodied knife, DNA samples, and fingerprints. Video recordings from 12 surveillance cameras provided a comprehensive picture of the events. The trial of Beatrice Parker began on July 2nd. In the Brooklyn Supreme Court, the prosecution classified the crime as first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances, emphasizing the premeditated nature of the actions and the particular cruelty of execution. Psychiatric evaluation conducted by Dr. Michael Stein revealed a complex of mental disorders in the defendant, including obsessive-compulsive disorder and delusional disorder with elements of paranoia. Experts deemed Beatrice competent to stand trial at the time of the crime. Throughout the court proceedings, Beatrice consistently refused to plead guilty. Her statements in court demonstrated a complete lack of remorse. From the July 15th hearing transcript, "I was protecting my son. This woman and her family were going to destroy him. I did what I had to do as a mother." James Parker, called as a prosecution witness, first appeared in court on July 20th. Court records show he was unable to speak a word while looking at his mother. After several attempts to testify, he suffered a nervous breakdown and had to be hospitalized. Medical records from the Brooklyn Mental Health Center document James's condition after the tragedy. He was diagnosed with severe post-traumatic stress disorder, deep depression, and periodic panic attacks. Dr. Sarah Cohen, this treating psychiatrist, notes, the patient exhibits classic symptoms of betrayal trauma. His world was destroyed by the person he trusted unconditionally. On August 5, 2024, the jury found Beatrice Parker guilty on all counts. Judge Robert Martinez sentenced her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In his closing statement, the judge noted, "This case demonstrates how a twisted understanding of love can become an instrument of destruction." After the sentencing, James sold the house in Bedford-Stuyvesant and the apartment in banking documents show he transferred a significant sum to a domestic violence victims support fund established in Monica Green's memory. Colleagues from Tech Vision Industries report that James took an extended leave of absence and moved to an undisclosed location. His last social media activity dates to the day of sentencing. He posted a single photo of Monica with the caption, "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you." Prison records note that Beatrice continues to write letters to her son every day. All of them are returned unopened marked, "Recipient refuses delivery." The prison psychologist reports that she remains convinced of the righteousness of her actions. The Beatrice Parker case has drawn attention from mental health specialists and family violence experts. Dr. Jane Foster, a leading researcher in toxic family relationships, uses this case as a classic example of how excessive parental control can lead to tragic consequences. The Brooklyn Mental Health Center launched the Monica Green program for prevention of toxic family relationships. The program aims to identify early signs of unhealthy attachment between parents and children. Latest reports indicate that James Parker is undergoing intensive therapy at a private clinic in Vermont. His therapist notes minor progress, but warns that full recovery may take years. In hysterical sessions, James frequently returns to one question. The story of Beatrice Parker has become a subject of study in criminal psychology courses and is used as educational material for family counseling specialists. Her case demonstrates how love, taken to absurd extremes, can transform into deadly obsession. Stories 3. In November 2023, the former Minister of National Economy of Kazakhstan, 44-year-old Kwandik Bishambev, did something terrible to his wife, 31-year-old Sultana Nikonova. He desperately tried to hide the traces of his atrocities and to pass off the atrocious crime as some ridiculous accident. The story has gained a wide resonance. The relatives of the dead woman insisted on the most open trial, so that this case is now watched by millions of people, not only in Kazakhstan, but also around the world. It is noteworthy that a few years ago, Bishambev was convicted in a case of repeated receipt of bribes in especially large amounts and sentenced to 10 years in prison, but left prison after only a year. Many people were sure that this time, too, the ex-minister would use his money and connections and manage to avoid severe punishment. No one had any doubts about the man's guilt, but the main intrigue lay in the term he would receive. To understand this case in more detail, to understand where it all began and whether it was possible to avoid tragedy, it is necessary to study not only the complicated history of the relationship of the couple, but also to familiarize ourselves with the biographies of each of them. We will also try to understand the peculiarities of the trial of the criminal and understand why he insisted on a jury trial, what is known about the defendant and his family. Kwandik Valakanovich Bishambev was born in 1980 on April 11th in the city of Zylorda in the Kazakh SSR. He was the eldest of two children in the family of the deputy of the Majelis of the Parliament of the Fifth Convocation, Valakan Bishambev, and his wife Almira Nurlibakova. Kwandik's mother became an entrepreneur in the 1990s. Before the high-profile arrest of her son, she owned several large companies, but in 2024 she promptly got rid of most of them, reissuing them to relatives so that all the assets still remained with the Bishambev family. In 2018, when a corruption case was brought against her son, the woman acted as his public defender. When the prosecution asked for a 12-year prison sentence for the defendant, Almira called such a sentence destruction of the personality of her son. Kwandik grew up together with his younger sister named Arujin, who was born in 1984. The man received 3 higher educations. He studied at the Kazakh Academy of Management, then earned a degree from Taraz University, and later became a recipient of the Presidential Scholarship Program at George Washington University in the United States. At the age of 26, he defended his PhD thesis in economic sciences. In 2000, Kwandik started his career as a manager in a bank. He briefly interned at the Ministry of Economy, and then held senior positions in large companies for several years before returning to the ministry. In 2016, he himself became the head of the Ministry of Economy, becoming one of the youngest high-ranking officials in Kazakhstan. However, just 8 months later, he was dismissed with a great scandal and found himself in prison on the fact of multiple bribes, in especially large amounts. The man was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but was released on parole only a year later. He officially apologized to the then head of state, Nursultan Nazarbayev. The latter pardoned him. Personal life of Quandik Bishimbayev. Before meeting the future victim, the defendant twice entered into official marriages. His first wife was Igorem Raimbakova, whom he married back in 1999 when he was a student. In 2000, the couple had a common son, who was named Aliskandar Valikin. But in 2004, this union broke up. In 2006, while serving as an advisor to the Minister of Economy and Budget Planning of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the man married for the second time. This time his chosen one was Nazim Kakerman Babigulova, with whom he lived in marriage for 14 years. 3 children were born in this union. In 2020, the spouses divorced on the initiative of the woman, who was Sultana Nikhanova. On May 15th, in the city of Pavlodar, located in the northern part of Kazakhstan, she was the youngest of 2 children in the family of businessman Aman Geldi Nukhanov and his wife, economist Juma Gul. The woman's paternal uncle, Kairat Nukhanov, built a brilliant career in politics, headed the regional department of entrepreneurship and trade, and he was also the head of the cities of Ekabastas and Aksu. As a schoolgirl, little Sultanate became seriously interested in astrology. The girl studied profile literature in detail, made horoscopes and natal charts for her friends and classmates. Surprisingly, but she managed to create fairly accurate predictions which, for the most part, came true. At some point, she decided to turn her hobby into a lifelong endeavor, and success did not take long to come. She conducted personal and online consultations, made short-term and long-term forecasts, helped others in achieving their goals, choosing a profession and spiritual development. The astrologer also gave advice in love affairs, tested people for compatibility, and helped to sort out relationships. It is noteworthy that her clients were exclusively women and girls. Sultanat quickly achieved financial independence. She earned decent money doing what she loved, what she knew and what brought her pleasure. She gained a large number of followers on social networks. Her services were in great demand, and her consultations were scheduled for several months in advance. She was living the life she dreamed of and always aspired to. A persistent fan. In the spring of 2022, Bishimbeev accidentally stumbled upon Nukhanova's page in one of the popular social networks. He liked the young beauty very much. He decided to write to her, having thought of nothing better than to sign up to her for astrological consultation. However, she turned him down, pointing out that she only provides services to women, but such a turn only fueled the man's interest. The politician persistently tried to get the attention of the charming shade, showered her with compliments, and even tried to pity her, convincing her that only she can help him, and only she is trusted as a specialist astrologer. Sultanat was flattered by this, but still, she stubbornly refused to meet with an obsessive man who was unpleasant and even irritating to her. Repeatedly, the astrologer offered him an online consultation, but the man was adamant. For several months, the politician did not leave attempts to ask the beauty on a date. During this time, he managed to find out almost everything about her. Where she lives, with whom she communicates, where she goes, what she is fond of, and so on. Sultana still refused to meet him, but told her friends that she had a certain persistent admirer. Eventually, Sultana gave in and agreed to a business meeting for face-to-face counseling. The man made every effort to make a good impression on her, was polite, behaved correctly and courteously, but that first meeting was just the beginning. However, in a frank conversation with her brother, Sultana claimed that this man was not her type, and they will definitely not work out. At first, the behavior of the ex-minister did not cause much concern to either Sultana herself or her relatives. She was sure that she could keep her boyfriend at a distance, and relatives and friends knew that this strong and self-sufficient young lady could not be forced to do anything against her will. But in another month the situation began to change rapidly. Quandik managed to literally find a gap in the armor of the beauty, getting close to her through the oldest member of the family. The man expressed a desire to talk to the grandmother of his chosen one and ask for her blessing, motivated by the fact that if ever Sultanat changes her mind and agrees to become his wife, with her parents he will have time to talk, but the grandmother may no longer be. Without exaggeration, we can say that this gesture touched Sultanat, but she still refused to have a relationship with the politician. Unexpected wedding. In the fall of 2022, Sultanat visited the house of her parents in Pavlodar and talked about the fact that so far in her personal life no serious changes are not expected. She confessed to her brother that she was confused by the big age difference with Bishim, which amounted to 12 years, that she was not attracted to him as a man at all, and according to the astrological calculations she made, they were not compatible at all. However, less than a month after that visit, Aitbek, leafing through his social network news feed, came across a post in which his sister wrote that Kwandik had officially proposed to her and she had gladly accepted. Such news, to put it mildly, shocked the whole family, because it was a complete surprise. Friends of the woman were surprised no less, because recently she also told them that this is not the hero of her novel and nothing serious will not work out. Already in December 2022, just a few months after meeting, the couple played a luxurious wedding, organizing an expensive banquet in one of the most popular establishments in Astana. It is noteworthy that this marriage was not officially registered. The young people limited themselves to a special marriage rite performed in a mosque, but did not register their union in the registry office, and therefore they were considered civil spouses. At that time, Sultana's attitude towards her chosen one changed dramatically. She constantly told her friends about how smart, educated, well-read and erudite he was, how he could easily and casually support a conversation on any topic. She also categorically denied his guilt in that high-profile corruption case for which he was imprisoned, albeit briefly. She claimed that he had been framed, and the man was imprisoned for someone else's crime. From the outside, the couple looked happy. The husband presented his beloved with gifts, and she called him the most golden husband, and claimed that she would never regret her decision to link her fate with him. Friends envied and sincerely rejoiced for the woman, believing that she was very lucky. But it did not last long. The first alarming signal. After the wedding, the newlyweds moved to live in the house of the parents of the spouse. Parents occupied the first floor, and the son and daughter-in-law settled on the second floor. Almira tried to surround her son's chosen one with love and care, often made her gifts, shielded her from routine housework, but she could not protect her from her son. Did not invite them to her home, because it irritated Bishimbayev and provoked quarrels. At first, none of her relatives knew about it, but less than a month after the wedding on New Year's Eve, Aitbek came to visit his sister and witnessed a terrible scene. A large festive table was set in the house, but the banquet was to be held in a small family circle. So when Kwandik's cousin Kwandik and his wife came to them and brought gifts to all family members, Sultana did not have a return gift, which embarrassed her very much. But she quickly found a way out of the awkward situation, deciding to give the woman a bottle of expensive perfume, which the day before her husband bought her, but she had not yet had time to open it. However, her act did not just displease her spouse, but literally infuriated him. The man began to shout that she had no right to give the thing bought with his money, began to insult and call his wife names. The guests, seeing the heated situation, hurried to leave the house, and the parents, who tried to stand up for their daughter-in-law, were rudely stopped. To top it all off, the former politician, in a rage, overturned the table with all the treats and drinks on it, finally spoiling the New Year's Eve party. Aitbek was shocked by what he saw and did not know how to react. And the next day, in a telephone conversation, his sister confessed to him that her husband's behavior had changed a lot after the wedding, and she did not know what the reason was, but she hoped that the crisis would pass and everything would get better. Her brother suggested that she return home and break off the relationship, to which Sultana, 2.5 months after the incident, Sultanat Nukanova unexpectedly sent her brother some selfies. On them she imprinted her face with terrible bruises and asked not to question her about anything. But the alarmed man tried to contact his sister, but she did not pick up the phone. So he called her husband, who offered to meet him for a man-to-man talk. At the meeting, Kwandik only told his wife's brother to mind his own business, and refused to explain anything about the bruises on the woman's face. He also could not answer where she was, which gave him the most unpleasant thoughts. Fortunately, however, Sultanat was found in her parents' country apartment to which she had the key. Soon Sultanat, despite the entreaties of loved ones, returned to her husband, arguing that she loved him and would do anything to save the marriage. For some time, the spouse behaved impeccably, gave her beloved gifts, and promised that he would change for her sake. They even went on a trip together to a popular Maldivian resort and looked very happy. However, later the photos from that vacation were admitted into evidence in court because there are clearly visible bruises on the woman's body and fingerprints on her wrists, as if she was roughly grabbed by hand. According to Beck, neither to him nor to his parents, his sister has not complained about problems in the marriage since then, although her behavior and changes in appearance spoke for themselves. She lost a lot of weight, withdrew into herself, and began to wear more revealing outfits that apparently helped to hide the bruises and abrasions on her body. Moreover, the once successful astrologer and popular blogger stopped holding appointments and even giving online consultation. In social networks, she published only joint photos with her husband telling how lucky she was and how much they love each other. As it later turned out, the husband simply forbade his wife to do what she loved, thus depriving her of a source of income, so that she was completely dependent on him. He also took control of all her movements and contacts. She could not meet with her friends without his permission, could not have lunch in a cafe without him. Even calls and messages on her phone were checked. Sultanat appeared everywhere only with Quandic, who behaved in public as a loving and caring husband. Most of her friends had no idea about the horrors going on at home, and even envied such a family idol. From the outside, the union really looked flawless. Once a young woman in a frank conversation confessed to a close friend that she was subjected to total control from her husband, that he forbade her to work, and even to communicate with her parents without his knowledge, and also unjustifiably jealous, accused of cheating and constantly beat her. Upon hearing this, her friend was horrified and advised Nukanova to leave the tyrant immediately. But she only started screaming in response, and said that she did not ask for advice on what to do, but only wanted to talk. It should also be added that the couple, trying to save their marriage, turned for help to a family psychologist who was supposed to help them in this. However, the husband rejected all the options chosen by the wife and insisted on his specialist, who at the sessions convinced Sultanat that only she was to blame for everything. In one of the last conversations with her brother, she told about her suspicions that the psychologist was hired by her husband specifically to once again humiliate and demoralize her. In the summer of 2023, Sultanat made an attempt to leave her husband and decided to move to the house of her parents for a while. But a week later, Quandic himself came to pick her up, urging her to give him another chance to save their marriage. Plus, he offered to move to his own house, and Sultanat decided that a change of scenery could be beneficial to their relationship. She also believed that the birth of a child together would change her husband's attitude towards her, but she could not get pregnant. The last family dinner in October, Sultanat made a last attempt to leave her tyrant husband and even moved to a rented apartment, which her brother helped her to find in a hurry. However, only 10 days later, she not only returned to her husband, but also went through the Muslim rite of marriage with him again in the mosque, Nikah, about which she personally informed her family. On November 5th, she invited her parents, brother, and a few close friends to the Bao restaurant owned by Bishambiv's cousin Bekechin Bijano. The family was celebrating the reunion of the couple, and the husband behaved very gallantly and courteously towards the chosen one, showed care, did not take his eyes off her in love, promised to protect her and carry her in his arms. That evening everyone believed in the sincerity of his feelings and words, but the tragedy was only days away. Terrible news. On November 9th of the same year, Sultanat's brother came home from work and was minding his own business when suddenly there was a phone call, and his relative asked in a frightened voice whether what was being written on social networks was true. The man didn't understand what it was about and asked her to clarify what had happened. Then the woman sent him a link to a news item that said the former Minister of Economy had killed his young wife. Beck was discouraged by this news, but did not believe in the truthfulness of what was written. The day before he had talked to his sister, and she once again said that she was going to leave her husband. Sultanat asked her brother if she could come to him for a sleepover, and he replied that she could do so at any time, indicating where the spare keys to the front door were. But neither that evening nor the next day did Sultanat come home, and her phone had been silent ever since. The man rushed to his sister's house, but there was no one there. Her husband was also not answering his phone, and the situation was quickly escalating. The decision was made instantly to go to the family restaurant from where Sultanat had last contacted and look for answers there. While his brother was on the road, he received a call from his frightened parents who had also read the news and tried to find out what had really happened. But his son could not answer them and only promised to look into it. Who, having learned that Sultanat's relative had arrived, first of all began to express their condolences to him, noting that his sister could not be helped and died before the medics arrived. Ikebeck could not believe his ears. It seemed to him that all this was some monstrous mistake, but the terrible news was true. The testimony of the detainees by the time the dead woman's brother arrived, he categorically denied his guilt, wrote off what had happened as a horrible accident, and claimed that he was trying to help his wife. His brother and restaurant owner Bakichin Bajanov was also taken into custody on suspicion of complicity. At the first stages, the suspect's lawyer insisted on the complete innocence of his client, noting that there was no evidence of his guilt. But as it soon turned out, the evidence was promptly tried to destroy the ex-minister and his brother by deleting the recordings from the video cameras inside and outside the restaurant. But specialists managed to restore the video materials, and what was filmed there literally shocked everyone without exception. The investigation of this difficult case lasted almost 4 months, and all this time the main suspect insisted on his innocence. He also behaved as if he was initially confident in impunity. At the same time, he was incriminated with the article, "Murder with Particular Cruelty." It should be noted that forensic experts who examined the body of the deceased noted that for the first time they encountered such extensive and severe injuries. Some of them the woman received about 6-8 hours before her death. Therefore, she was beaten long and severely, leaving literally no living space on her face and body. But the suspect's lawyers tried in every possible way to minimize his guilt. He himself claimed that almost all the injuries of his wife caused herself because she was drunk, constantly falling, and banged her head on the tiles, on the toilet, and on the furniture, trying to reconstruct a picture of what happened. Together with friends, went to the concert of singer Dima Bilan. There they strongly quarreled, but about the cause and nature of the quarrel friends could not say anything intelligible. The music was playing loudly in the hall, and they did not immediately realize that the couple was scandalizing, believing that they were just discussing something. But then the spouses suddenly left the hall, and left without saying anything to anyone. The couple went to the restaurant bow, where they continued to quarrel, having closed themselves in one of the VIP cabins. The camera footage shows that the man took a few bottles of alcohol from the bar and retired to a booth with his wife. There, in the process of drinking wine and clarifying relations, the woman said that this could not go on and she intended to leave her husband. Bishambiev was enraged by this. He began to shout and threaten and slapped Sultanat. After that she called her brother and said that she would come to his house for the night because she had finally decided to leave her husband. Around midnight the young woman went outside intending to go to her brother's house, but her husband caught up with her there and continued the scandal. The surveillance footage shows that they argued for about 15 minutes, but then the man managed to convince the spouse to go back into the building. For a few minutes the couple still continued to quarrel in the vestibule, and then they again secluded themselves in a stall. There were no cameras there, so we can only guess what was going on inside. The recordings from the camera located in the hallway show how Sultanat tried her best to get away from her husband, behaving calmly and keeping her distance, while he constantly tried to get closer to her, grabbed her hands, head, shook her and pressed her against the wall. In court, the defendant's lawyer called these actions stroking. Sultanat, unable to escape, tried to hide from the tyrant and locked herself in the toilet. However, this did not stop the husband, and he began to literally kick the door, trying to get inside, as evidenced by the corresponding injuries. He forced the wife to open the door and immediately struck her several times in the face. He then reproached her and accused her of living at his expense, and that Quandic had bought her everything she had. It is difficult to judge what happened next. The defendant claimed that his wife got angry and in a fit of rage took off all her clothes and jewelry, which she then flushed down the toilet, to show that she did not need anything from him. According to another version, the man himself forced her to undress in order to humiliate her once again. After the gold jewelry went down the drain, Bishambiev became furious and hit his wife several times in the face with his fist, and then pushed her so hard that she fell and hit the toilet. At trial he claimed that the wife was drunk, and while undressing, fell several times herself, hitting her head on the tiles and plumbing. Then, according to the defendant, he and his wife intended to go home and left the restaurant, but he himself did not dare to drive, as he had drunk a lot of alcohol and did not want to call a cab to avoid shame, because he was ashamed of his drunken wife, who was in an unsightly state, in a coat over underwear. So they went back to the bow, still in the same stall. Soon the couple came out again and headed for the exit, but Sultanat stopped at the mirror, looking at her broken face. Then her husband began to forcefully push her towards the exit. Then the process turned into a banal beating of the unfortunate. The man mercilessly beat her with his hands and feet, dragged her by the hair, and about 7 o'clock in the morning, still by the hair, dragged her back to the VIP cabin. There the pervert actually finished his young wife. Although at the trial he claimed that he did not touch her, allegedly she herself fell and hit the floor and furniture. Then Sultanat allegedly lay down on the sofa and fell asleep, and he noticed a bruise on her face and became concerned. But he did not call an ambulance, but a fortune teller to make a reading and tell him if everything was all right with his wife. The fortune teller assured him that the woman was drunk and needed to sleep, so Quandic calmed down and decided not to touch her. He claimed to have heard snoring, which he later found out was a death rattle. Toward noon, realizing that his wife was no longer breathing, the man called his brother Bakichin Bajanov and asked him to come urgently. Together they disbanded the staff and closed the establishment to visitors, after which they began to delete the footage from all the CCTV cameras. Bakichan claimed that he believed his brother that the woman was drunk and asleep and agreed to delete the recordings, as they allegedly depicted Sultanat's indecent behavior, dishonoring her honor and the honor of her family. Bajanov called an ambulance only towards evening, when the woman's body was already cold and rigor mortis had begun. According to him, he tried to perform resuscitative actions, but they were useless. Law enforcers who arrived on the scene arrested both brothers. The opinion of Bishambeyev's former wife. While the investigation was going on, the former wife of the defendant and mother of his 3 children, Nazim Kakarman, Baba Golova, was also under scrutiny. Several years ago, when the ex-minister was arrested in a corruption case, she spoke in his defense. But almost immediately after he was released, she filed for divorce. The reason given was the standard irreconcilable differences, and she herself claimed to have outgrown that marriage. However, after the high-profile accusation of her ex-husband in the brutal murder of his new girlfriend, Nazim gave a frank interview in which she admitted that the man is really capable of such a crime. The woman said that they had been married for 14 years, but in 2011, after the birth became aggressive, selfish, and narcissistic, believing that the whole world should revolve around him, and his opinion is paramount. In addition, the man was constantly cheating on his wife, without hiding it. But it was only after Bishambeyev's arrest in 2017, when access to personal data in the former minister's phone was obtained, that his wife realized the extent of the cheating. According to her, her husband had several mistresses, they were constantly changing. And after Quandic was released by the Pardon Commission, he became even more violent and aggressive. A month later, a quarrel broke out between the couple over some trifle, but the man instantly flew into a rage and threw a toilet lid at Nazim, which he ripped out with his bare hands. The woman managed to dodge, but it was at that moment that she realized that the marriage was over. In her opinion, Quandic held back his demons for so long because he realized that she would not tolerate it, but he allowed himself to humiliate and insult his mistresses, who could not resist him. In the case of Sultanat, Kaharman believes that the man initially chose his victim, tested the limits of her patience and submission, and when he realized that she would not go anywhere and would not complain, he showed her his true face of a sophisticated sadist. The trial began in March 2024, and it was immediately clear that the case would not be easy. The relatives of the murdered woman insisted that the trial be as open as possible, with journalists present, and the whole world could watch what was happening in the hall. They feared that the defendant would use his money and extensive connections to put pressure on witnesses and judges, and try to avoid harsh punishment. In turn, Bishambyev insisted on a jury trial, and his request was granted. 12 jurors were selected, 10 main jurors and 2 additional jurors, as well as the judge himself. All this was done with the sole purpose of avoiding the maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Previously, the ex-minister had already been convicted of a serious offense, but was released on parole, and a new particularly serious crime would have guaranteed him a life sentence. However, in the case of a jury trial, the criminal will only receive the capital punishment if all the jurors, plus the judge himself, vote in favor. The likelihood of that outcome is extremely slim, so the defendant clung to that possibility. Trial sessions, the defendant has repeatedly stated that he does not recognize himself guilty of premeditated murder with particular cruelty, insisting that everything happened accidentally, due to a tragic confluence of many factors. According to the man, the spouse herself provoked him, insulted, shouted, and threw herself into the fight, but numerous recordings from video surveillance cameras which experts fortunately managed to recover, spoke to the contrary. Initially, they tried to incriminate Bishambayeva under the article domestic violence, which in Kazakhstan, thanks to the lenient legislation, does not entail serious punishment. But this aspect caused a wave of criticism and condemnation, especially from the relatives of the dead woman. Her mother tearfully stated in court that she was not even allowed to say goodbye to her daughter because the injuries were so horrible. But now her son-in-law can get off with a light punishment, which deprives her of faith and justice. Amid public outrage, a law was approved in April 2024 to toughen penalties for domestic violence in Kazakhstan. Accused of complicity, forcing him to give false testimony in order to get away with it. However, Bezanov asked the court to shield him from his relative, and his petition was granted. Each time during the sessions, Bishambeev tried in every possible way to denigrate his late wife, calling her an inadequate, unbalanced alcoholic who constantly cheated on him and provoked him to rudeness. He tried to convince the court that he had acted in a state of passion that night and had only hit his wife a couple of times, but those injuries were not fatal. All the other injuries were allegedly self-inflicted by her, constantly falling down under the influence of alcohol, and the livid marks on the woman's neck he wrote off to resuscitation measures in attempts to bring her to her senses, claiming that this was how he helped her. According to the second defendant in the case, the relative did not allow him to call medics to the dying woman, and was only concerned about deleting the footage from all the cameras as quickly as possible. Quandic then ordered him to take his wife's cell phone to their home, to simulate her movement around the city, and to make it appear that she had returned to the apartment, because he knew that his brother was tracking her geolocation. During the ninth hearing, the defendant and his lawyer requested the recusal of the judge, accusing her of lack of impartiality. However, the recusal was denied, and the judge continued to conduct the trial until the verdict. What was the verdict? Just recently on May 13, 2024, Quandic Bishambayev was found guilty of inflicting grievous bodily harm, torture and murder of his common-law wife. He was sentenced to 20 years under the article murder, as well as 7 years for battery and torture. By partially adding up the terms, the man received 24 years in prison. A relative of the ex-minister, Bakichin Byjanov, was sentenced to 4 years in prison for harboring. The court took into account the fact that earlier Byjanov had no problems with the law, sincerely repented and cooperated with the investigation in every possible way. Family members of the deceased sultanate were dissatisfied with the court's decision. Amanjeldy Nukanov previously said that he hoped for a life sentence for his former son-in-law, and any other decision of the court would be unfair. At the same time, the brother of the murdered, Eitbek, noted that 24 years in prison for 44-year-old Bishambayev is practically a life sentence. Stories 4. Our story today is about a strong woman who broke down in an instant and made a life-changing decision that fundamentally changed the lives of her entire family. This story will remind everyone how important it is to take your mental health and the mental health of your loved ones seriously, and not to be afraid to speak up when things in life don't go the way you want them to. We will visit Atlanta, the capital and most populous city in the state of Georgia. It's a vibrant, busy tourist city that has grown thanks to giants like Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. On November 6, 2021, at around 9 p.m., a man called emergency services to report that exhaustive screams and several gunshots were heard coming from a neighbor's house. Police officers rushed to the scene and entered the home. They found a man and a woman dead on the floor. After examining the scene of the tragedy, the police began their investigation. The murdered spouses were Ronell and Kiana Burns, but who would want to kill a married couple and why? The family lived in a large home that was located in the most ethnically diverse county in Gwinnett County. The house itself did not appear to have been burglarized, as all belongings were still in their places. But the clue to this double crime came to light very quickly. Let's rewind with you the history of the Burns family, like a movie backwards, and see the true cause of the tragedy that occurred. Kiana was born on September 15, 1977 in St. Louis, Missouri. She graduated from Riverview Gardens High School, later at St. Louis Community College in Florissant Valley, where she majored in cosmetology and soon began building her own business career. Kiana opened her own beauty salon, which was popular. The girl was very hardworking, as she always dreamed of a luxurious and rich life. She invested a lot of time in the business, and it paid off. Over the next 20 years, with her persistence and hard work, Kiana turned it into one of the largest beauty salons throughout the St. Louis area. However, the personal life of a young, bright woman did not always go smoothly. Strong, wealthy, and ambitious Kiana was very difficult to find a worthy couple. In her 44 years, she had 3 children from previous relationships, whom Kiana loved with all her soul. Her family described her as a great and loving mother. She knew how to support women, was a good friend, and a successful businesswoman. Kiana had it all when she met her future husband. Ronald Burns was born on May 14, 1975 in St. Louis, Missouri. Ronald graduated from the High School of Fashion in 1994. He played on the basketball team and played for a state championship. He was very driven, ambitious, especially loved the competitive spirit and always strived for greatness. When he met Keanu, he had 2 children of his own from a previous relationship. So fate brought 2 successful and ambitious people together, and they created a new, strong, and happy family. On September 13, 2012, they officially became husband and wife and celebrated a gorgeous wedding in the presence of numerous relatives and friends. However, soon after the wedding for Kiana began to open new sides of her chosen one. It turned out that at an early age, Reynolds dedicated his life to Jesus Christ and wanted to start doing the work of the Lord. He began to serve everyone he could, even those he crossed paths with on the street. Ronald created his own web page on the internet where he began coaching and preaching. Ronald voiced that in his early years, God spoke to him and told him to help people. One of the calls stated, sometimes he can call everyone and only he can allow things to happen in life. Ronald continued his ministry. His video messages were very popular on the internet. In addition to his impressive lines as a church coach, Ronald was a financial counselor and insurance agent. He started a company called Traditional Financial Solutions where he was determined to help people all over the world become financially independent. Ronald was very successful in his business and in his efforts to help, and his speeches did draw large audiences. Kiana supported her husband. Together they gained popularity online, as Ronell was already quite well known as a leader and coach in Six-Figure Ambition, an online program for entrepreneurs. He had over 7,000 followers on Instagram and 2,000 subscribers on YouTube, where he ran a channel with educational videos. Ronell and Kiana Burns brought their families and business minds together. They dreamed together and ended up creating something great that touched thousands of people. Kiana was known as a speaker at business events, where she shared lessons and inspiration on how to succeed. She also had 14,000 followers on Instagram, where she shared thoughts on her family life and inspirational quotes. In one of the popular video messages, the beautiful couple dressed exclusively in branded items appeared before their audience. They talked about entrepreneurship and how it has benefited their lives and the lives of thousands of subscribers. The couple spoke loudly that their mission is to convey to their audience how to become successful entrepreneurs, as well as build their fundamental business. The time to build other people's businesses was over. The Burns family wanted to teach young entrepreneurs not to spend all the money they earned, but to invest it skillfully to generate new money that earned itself. The speech ended with the message that the Burnses believe in everyone who believes in, and the belief is that you don't have to be great to start, you have to start to become great. They have never hidden their luxurious life, instead flaunting it in front of their audience, attracting new students and subscribers. However, in the Burns family, only Kiana has traveled the path that Reynolds has repeatedly described. She has worked hard to build and operate an entire network of salons on her own. At the time of their coaching, Kiana owned several salons and was also a successful insurance agent. It was Kiana's business that brought in most of the family's capital. Ronald, in turn, diligently wanted to occupy a winning position, and therefore there was an image of a wealthy family exclusively in expensive clothes. Photos from the best restaurants were published daily. But rich and successful people go ahead, not wasting time on words. And poor people continued to believe the speeches of the Burns family. By tempting stories of how to earn big money without labor, using only the words of his mentor Ronald, he received a lot of interest from the outside because every poor person dreams of becoming rich. So Ronald Burns founded a company with six-figure ambition. It gave them the opportunity to continue to add to their capital and create their own legacy, which he talked about in every interview. The Burnses created a tight-knit family, and for a long time, their entire entourage thought so, until Ronald suggested that Kiana move from her beloved and native St. Louis to Atlanta. By that time, they already had 3 children together, Rhea, Maki, and Ray Haley. Parents to their children, and well known in their careers, Ronald and Kiana Burns were inspirational figures that people looked up to. The move to Atlanta was a forced move. They had plans to expand their business. Having owned his wife's business, Ronald dreamed of expanding it. 3 beauty salons in St. Louis was no longer enough for him. The ambitious Ronald wanted to establish a chain of salons in Atlanta, as well to expand his clientele. Kiana was reluctant to move out of St. Louis, but again gave in to her husband and continued to play along with him in front of the public. Kiana Burns painted a rosy picture of her life. On social media, she posted a picture of her receiving a premium Maserati Levant car as a gift from her husband. She also shared photos of her trunk full of Louis Vuitton bags. Each such post was captioned with words of admiration and gratitude to her husband. But like any blogger, Kiana often dedicated her Instagram feed to her beloved children and family. After a while, the woman couldn't stand it and admitted to her audience that everything in their family is not as smooth as it looks. It turned out that the couple was on the verge of divorce. After moving to Atlanta, Kiana was left alone in a big, unfamiliar city where she had to start all over again. In a video message, she shared with her subscribers that it was hard for her to decide to move and adjust to a new home and new people. Things in your life can change for the better or for the worse overnight. Literally, if you don't think you're a strong enough person, some things can take you out of yourself. Told her followers that she needed their support as she was going through a difficult time. Kiana admitted that her favorite subscribers are helping her get through the dark days, which have become quite a lot lately. From the outside, no one knew that they were so close to divorcing each other. This confession disturbed the subscribers, and Ronell had to speak out live on air too. He revealed that they decided 7 months ago that they were going to get a divorce. His words sounded like a business plan again. "I'm tired of her. We're going to continue to run our business together going forward, but we're also announcing that we're going to divorce. We've dealt with each other. We've both come to this conclusion, but let's not put pressure and greed. Everything around us will remain the same. We took out a piece of paper on which we drew a line down the middle. That's how we decided how we're going to divide the business. But for obvious reasons, bloggers share only positive stories with their followers. To tell about failures and failures is to lose faith and, in the case of the Burns family, their status, which has been built up over the years. However, being public figures, it soon did become clear that the family's wealthy life was just a picture for social media. Ronald, in his hunt for fame and popularity, very quickly squandered all the money Kiana received from beauty salons. But he did not stop there, and the debt of the Burns family to various banks in a few years reached more than $500,000. Obviously, the move to an unfamiliar city and financial difficulties reached their peak. On the eve of the tragedy, Kiana Burns went live and interacted with her subscribers. She went live where she asked her fans to pray for her strength as she struggles without the support and help of family and friends, especially as she cares for her children. In the post, Kiana talked about life changes and shared how she and her husband moved to Atlanta to expand their business just 5 or 6 months ago. She wrote, "I tell you that if you don't pray and keep the faith, things can change and take you away." She also spoke of the existence of a supportive love circle that will help you and talk to you about things that you just can't seem to get past. Because if we leave things to chance, we start to think to ourselves and make bad decisions. At the end of her speech, she added that any change in life is not always smooth sailing. Learning about new environments and new people, especially without the support of immediate family and friends, is sometimes very difficult. The woman also admitted that she is working with her mental health and worries that she is not strong enough to take on the challenges of fate. But was the move the main reason for the imbalance in the family? In that speech, Kiana was silent that the real cause of the rift was Ronell's numerous cheating and promiscuous life, which always remained behind the scenes of their happy life on Instagram. However, on the same night, she posted a video again where she was dancing merrily at home with one of her daughters. A few hours later, the unthinkable happened. Kiana and Ronell had a long argument. She then grabbed a gun and shot him, then herself. Authorities were first called to the Burns home. By the time police arrived, neighbors had gathered outside and said they heard gunshots coming from inside. Preliminary stages of the investigation determined that Ronell Burns had shot himself. But soon discovering Kiana's bloody body in the next room with a gun in her hands, it became apparent that the decision had come from a woman. The motive was clear, but some people claimed that Kiana was forced to kill her husband after she discovered he was cheating on her. Another version said that the couple was in terrible debt and that Renelle turned out to be a common con man who ended up cheating on her. People who believed this family dug hard into their lives in search of the truth. They discovered some very compromising information from Renelle's ex-wife. She had learned that Ronell was a habitual chronic cheater. During that time period, he was extremely irresponsible with his wife's money and also failed to hold down any jobs, which ultimately led to ruin and a ruined credit history for his now ex-wife. Then he met Kiana. She was actually of great interest to Ronell, as she was a successful career woman. She in turn was attracted to Ronell's confidence and swagger. Kiana's fortune and Ronell's experience seemed to be a winning combination, but these expectations were not met and all their business endeavors eventually collapsed. Only Kiana's beauty salon remained afloat, and from that moment on, despite the lack of income from Ronell, he actively continued to convince everyone what a successful businessman he was. The family successfully hid the real state of affairs, and their severe lack of money on social media, continuously showing off expensive purchases. They also carefully hid the problems in their relationship behind happy photos together. On his account, Ronald continued to publish posts about his business endeavors, where he claimed that everything he takes on becomes successful and profitable. The Burns couple showed themselves to be devout Christians, and in each post, they added quotes from the Bible and other holy scriptures that fit the meaning of the speech. The couple also posted photos of their luxurious residence, showing the public their wealth and family in great detail. However, all these photos, which they showed in their home or at a party in front of cars or on vacation, in reality were only a cover and show. Reynolds worked for an American marketing insurance company that extorted money from middle and lower income families. In fact, the man tried to involve even his family members and friends in this fraudulent scheme in order to raise his status. But Reynolds did not get enough money from this activity in the firm and could not support himself. They kept convincing everyone around them that the new business was successful and they themselves were successful entrepreneurs. Their arrogance was so strong that they even made a TV series about themselves, calling it Meet the Burns. Everything they supposedly earned was immediately spent on a lavish lifestyle and a desire to feel like someone they really weren't. Such profligacy eventually led them to bankruptcy. So on December 19, 2019, Kiana and Ronell Burns filed an official bankruptcy petition. The couple had to liquidate some of their assets to pay off their creditors. While this was going on in their lives, Ronell and Kiana still continued to pretend like nothing was going on. They continued to portray themselves as a happy family and successful businessmen. But in St. Louis, it was getting harder and harder to do that. So Ronell decided that their family should move to a bigger city so that he could continue to scam more people with impunity. This became another stupid and failed decision on his part. They still had a thriving business. That was the family's only source of income. Unfortunately, Kiana once again went along with her husband and agreed to the move. Kiana couldn't get used to Atlanta. She already knew that her husband had cheated on her repeatedly. The woman was tired of being patient and silent. Together they made the decision to divorce. But in papers filed on October 10, 2021, Ronell Kiana was destroyed, but she understood the reasons as family and friends had no idea of the couple's difficulties. Ronell hid the truth from the public in hopes of preserving his image. On October 20th, 10 days after Ronell filed for divorce, Kiana went on live TV that day to talk about something much more serious. The bright smile she often displayed was now replaced by an expression of concern and sadness. Con man Ronald Burns had remarried the successful and wealthy Kiana, and using his new image as a devout guru, he seemed a changed and reliable man. But in reality, he hadn't changed and continued to take advantage of his new wife's trust and money by playing the successful businessman. What seemed like a perfect union was over. Shot and killed her husband, 46-year-old Ronald Burns, before pointing the gun at herself and committing suicide. The Sandy Springs Police Department said no one was home at the time of the murder, but the couple left behind 8 children who will now grow up without parents. Police said there was no history of domestic violence at the family's Atlanta home. Kiana Burns committed this a few weeks after asking her Facebook friends to pray for her. The reasons for this decision by Kiana Burns are unknown. One can only speculate what prompted the strong-spirited woman to make such a drastic decision. It is obvious that at that time she saw only such a way out while in a difficult condition. She withdrew into herself through unsolvable inner problems. She was tired of appearing to be happy instead of being happy. All their life together they had portrayed that they were happy. However, everything in this family was a farce and a game. Absolutely everything. Kiana was tired of lying. It's hard to judge what a person does under a cloud of depression and other debilitating mental disorders. But it's also hard to understand why so many children are left alone in this world, essentially to fend for themselves. News of the influential couple's death has traveled throughout their vast network of friends and colleagues. The death of Ronell Burns and his wife Kiana has been widely publicized on social media. Numerous followers and friends shared words of regret describing the couple. People close to the couple paid tribute. One post written by a family friend shows that even people very close to the couple didn't know the real truth about the family until the end. Ronell Burns was someone who felt the need to flaunt his success and luxury, and these are usually the most insecure people. He got so caught up in his own self-belief that he mistook his sense of self-worth for a sense of self-importance. Imitating a stormy activity, he was able to ruin the life of more than one diligent and successful woman. Such people have no pride and no sense of dignity. He's just an ordinary con man who dragged his wives to the bottom. But where does a man like him get his pride? He deceived women, making them believe in beautiful fairy tales of happiness and success that awaits them only with him. Because it is known that women love with their ears and dream of eternal love. And subscribers, will you say? Who tells subscribers the whole truth? They are strangers for whom they always create a beautiful picture. But do not forget that a beautiful picture, which is depicted on the front side of the paper, always has a back side, and what it will be decide only you. Stories 5. Aya's Kara disappeared on one dark autumn night, leaving behind only a trail of unsettling suspicions and unanswered questions. His family was in a state of shock, and his wife, Sevda, appeared deeply shaken. Yet soon, neighbors began to notice something unusual. A certain Dr. Levent was frequently seen at Sevda's home, and his interest in the Kara family seemed far deeper than what one would expect from an ordinary physician. It was the start of a grim story filled with deception, betrayal, and hidden motives that were soon to unravel. In 2015, in a provincial town in the southwest of Turkey, a married couple, Ayaz and Sevda, were living a seemingly stable life. Ayaz was 37 years old, running a construction business that brought in a steady income. Sevda, who was 33, managed the household. The two had met back in college, where Ayaz studied engineering, and Sevda pursued a degree in literature. Their lives were relatively peaceful, and they faced no major crises save for one significant struggle. They were unable to have children, a reality that had become a deeply personal heartbreak. Despite numerous attempts and consultations with various specialists, their dream of becoming parents never materialized. This failure put a constant strain on their marriage, sparking arguments and ongoing disappointment. Both Sevda and Ayaz were painfully aware that their happiness felt incomplete without children, yet all medical efforts proved fruitless. The added pressure from their relatives only made things worse, pushing both of them to the brink of emotional exhaustion. It was during this difficult time that they first heard about Dr. Levant. Levant had a reputation as a skilled physician specializing in infertility issues. At 42 years old, he was well regarded in the medical community for his expertise and unconventional treatment approaches. His methods combined standard medical practices with elements of alternative therapies, drawing in patients who had lost hope with traditional solutions. Although his clinic, situated on the edge of town, was modest in size, it was highly sought after by locals. When Sevda heard about Levant from a friend, she immediately believed this could be their last chance. Initially, Ayaz was skeptical. However, witnessing his wife's distress, he agreed to give it a shot. They sought out Dr. Levant for help. The doctor listened to their story intently, conducted thorough examinations, and then outlined a treatment plan that included both medication and lifestyle adjustments. The treatment lasted several months, and at last, Sevda discovered she was pregnant. This news was nothing short of a miracle for the couple, and they felt endlessly grateful to Levant. The doctor, however, continued to remain involved in Sevda's life, monitoring her condition and providing ongoing support. His presence extended beyond medical assistance. He visited their home frequently, helping Sevda navigate the challenges of her pregnancy. Over time, his visits became increasingly regular. Over time, the relationship between Sevda and Levant began to blur the lines of a typical doctor-patient dynamic. Ayaz was deeply involved in his work, doing everything he could to secure a stable future for his growing family. Meanwhile, Levant was there for Sevda in moments when she needed support the most. His visits became routine, and his presence in the house felt almost natural. Sebda had grown used to having him around, and what began as professional interactions gradually transformed into something more personal. Ayaz first grew suspicious when he unexpectedly returned home one day and found Levant in their living room. The doctor explained that he had stopped by to check on Sebda's condition. Although the explanation made sense, a nagging feeling lingered in Ayaz's mind. He soon began to notice that Levant's visits were becoming more frequent, and his wife's behavior grew more distant. Conversations between Ayaz and Sebda became strained, and the initial joy of expecting their baby started to give way to an unsettling sense of anxiety. Sebda and Levant continued to meet. Their interactions became increasingly secretive, and their encounters often happened when Ayaz was away at work, or providing follow-up advice. Even during her pregnancy, Sebda and Levant managed to find moments of seclusion. The visits grew longer and more frequent, and Sebda made no effort to stop them, as their connection only deepened. Meanwhile, Ayaz could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. He observed that his wife was hiding things from him, but he struggled to figure out how to address his suspicions. One afternoon, Ayaz came home earlier than usual, and once again found Levant there. The scene seemed ordinary enough, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. Levant offered another plausible explanation for his visit, and Ayaz had no choice but to accept it, yet the unease he felt was growing. He began paying closer attention to small details. How Sebda lingered in the kitchen when Levant was around, how she avoided answering his questions directly. The relationship between Ayaz and Sebda grew colder, and Ayaz felt trapped by unanswered questions and growing doubts. Levant, for his part, was well aware that the situation was becoming more precarious. He could see that Ayaz was getting increasingly suspicious. Yet, Levant had no intention of backing down. Perhaps he knew more than Ayaz could imagine, and he had his own reasons for staying involved. He kept pushing boundaries, testing how far he could go before everything spiraled out of control. Ayaz, on the other hand, became more consumed by his suspicions. He started watching his wife's every move, desperate to uncover the truth of what was unfolding in his own home. The tension within the family had reached a breaking point. Sebda and Levant continued to meet in secret, despite the escalating risks. Ayaz could feel his family slipping through his fingers, but was at a complete loss as to how to stop it. Meanwhile, Levant showed no signs of backing down even as Ayaz's suspicions grew. He seemed determined to play out his dangerous game, not knowing where it might lead. As time passed, the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly tense. When Sebda's pregnancy became more noticeable, she and Levant finally stopped their clandestine encounters. The risk had become too great, and with Sebda's pregnancy now obvious, Levant ceased his visits under any pretext, and their connection abruptly came to a halt, as if it had never happened. Yet this did not bring peace to Ayaz and Sebda's home. The relationship between the couple became even more strained. Consumed by suspicion and inner turmoil, Ayaz tried to stay home as much as possible, searching for ways to reconnect with his wife. Despite his efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that something between them had been irrevocably broken. Sebda, on the other hand, couldn't understand why Ayaz had grown so distant and cold, struggled to make sense of his change in behavior as the tension between them only deepened. One evening, following yet another silent dinner, Ayaz suddenly disappeared. Sebda realized he was gone from the house, which was highly unusual since he always let her know if he'd be late at work or had errands to run. This time, there was no phone call, no note. Worry began to gnaw at Sebda, though she tried to keep her anxiety under control. Days went by, and with no sign of Ayaz, Sebda had no choice but to report his disappearance to the authorities. The police launched an investigation, and Sebda was brought in for questioning. Her behavior immediately raised red flags for the investigators. She seemed overly anxious and frequently dodged direct questions about the state of her marriage. When asked about what might have caused her husband to vanish, she struggled to give a clear response. Queries about her association with Levant made her visibly uneasy. Sebda denied having any relationship with Levant beyond medical consultations, but her statements came off as shaky and unconvincing. Detectives began scrutinizing all of Ayaz's connections, examining both his business dealings and personal relationships. They discovered that Ayaz had been spending an unusual amount of time at home, which stood out given his typically demanding work schedule. This detail only added to the growing mystery surrounding his disappearance. Sebda maintained that she knew nothing, but her nervousness and erratic behavior continued to trouble the investigators. One of the investigators, carefully reviewing surveillance footage from the cameras set up around the house, came across several moments that didn't line up with Sebda's statements. He noticed that Levent's visits were frequent, and the way they interacted appeared much too familiar for a simple doctor-patient relationship. This discovery pushed the investigation to dig deeper into the nature of Sebda and Levent's connection. Soon, Sebda became a prime suspect, with investigators suspecting she might have had a role in her husband's disappearance. The police continued calling her in for questioning, pressing her about her activities and interactions in the days leading up to Ayaz's vanishing. Sebda's answers grew more inconsistent, and her nervous demeanor only fueled the suspicions of law enforcement. Levent was also drawn into the investigation, and authorities began searching for him to understand his involvement in this increasingly convoluted case. Months passed since Ayaz had disappeared. Despite extensive efforts, the search yielded few concrete leads. Investigators chased down numerous angles. They traced Ayaz's connections, analyzed his business dealings, and found that Ayaz had been arrested, and combed through his personal messages, but every lead seemed to hit a dead end. Friends and colleagues were interviewed, yet no one could provide any valuable insight. Meanwhile, Sebda's strange behavior during questioning continued to raise red flags. Her tendency to avoid direct answers and contradict herself only deepened the suspicions surrounding her. As the investigation stalled, life went on. The delivery went smoothly, and the child was healthy, but there was no celebration. The baby's father was still missing, and Sebda remained under the watchful eye of both the police and the community. Gossip spread like wildfire through the small town, with neighbors whispering about what had happened. Sebda was often seen with her newborn, but her face always showed signs of stress and worry. She kept a low profile, trying not to draw attention. Her behavior only led to more speculation. Not long after, neighbors began to notice that Dr. Levent, who used to visit only for medical reasons, was now a regular presence at Sebda's home. He was seen staying overnight, and soon it became evident that he had practically moved in. This sparked outrage among the townsfolk. In a small community where everyone knew each other, this kind of behavior did not go unnoticed. People began to suspect that Sebda and Levent's relationship had started well before Ayaz's disappearance. Rumors multiplied, and soon no one doubted that Levent was more than just a supportive friend during a difficult time. He was her lover. The looks directed at Sebda's house grew increasingly judgmental. Neighbors gossiped about her actions and speculated that she and her new companion might have been involved in Ayaz's disappearance. Some even claimed they had seen Levent visiting Sebda frequently during her pregnancy, and that his visits had seemed far too regular for a simple medical professional. Levent, however, seemed unfazed by the swirling rumors and continued to live openly in Sebda's home. He helped care for the baby, assuming many of the responsibilities of a family man. Neighbors frequently saw him taking out the trash, shopping for groceries, and even fixing things around the house. He acted as if he were the rightful head of the household, which only fueled the town's outrage further. The disapproval reached a peak when Levent and Sebda were spotted together at the local market, picking out items for the baby. People saw them holding hands, igniting a storm of condemnation. Meanwhile, the police investigation into Ayaz's disappearance pressed on, and Levent's increasingly visible presence at Sebda's house became a significant piece of the puzzle. Detectives began keeping a close eye on the property, monitoring every visit and every move Levent and Sebda made. The suspicions that they might somehow be involved in Ayaz's mysterious disappearance grew stronger. Yet, without any concrete evidence, authorities struggled to find a clear link that would tie them directly to the case. Sebda tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, but this proved nearly impossible. Her home was constantly under surveillance, not only by the police, but also by prying neighbors. Her every move was scrutinized, and her actions became the subject of relentless gossip. The judgment she faced was inescapable. When she took her baby out for walks, women who used to greet her warmly and chat about everyday life now avoided her altogether. Some even made snide remarks, muttering things like, "Her husband's barely gone, and she's already found his replacement." Families who had once been friendly with her began keeping their distance. Levent, for his part, did not engage in any confrontation. He went about his life as if nothing unusual had happened. He ignored the whispers, avoided interacting with the neighbors, and never bothered to defend himself. His indifference to public opinion made the situation even more tense. His confidence was palpable, and Sebda found herself relying on him more and more, drawing strength from his unflinching composure. All the while, The police continued to analyze the surveillance footage from the house, recorded before Ayaz's disappearance. They discovered mounting evidence that Levent had visited Sevda far more frequently than one would expect from a regular doctor. Coupled with the fact that he was now living in the home of the missing man, this made Levent a prime suspect. Investigators began preparing the necessary documentation to summon Levent for official questioning. Levent started thinking about leaving town for a while to avoid drawing any more attention, but Sevda insisted he stay. She couldn't manage everything on her own, especially now that the looks of suspicion and judgment from those around her had become more intense and unavoidable. One night there was a knock at the door. It was the police. They asked Levent to come down to the station to answer some questions. He had known that this moment would come eventually. He calmly stepped out to meet the officers, promising Sevda he would be back soon. She watched as the police car drove away, her mind racing with 1,000 worries. She knew that from now on, they would be under the microscope and life would never be the same. At the police station, Levent did his best to stay composed. The detectives asked about his frequent visits to Sevda, why he was now living in her house, and what kind of relationship he had with Ayaz. Levent maintained that he was just a doctor who had been helping Sevda during a difficult pregnancy and the months that followed. He denied having any involvement in Ayaz's disappearance, but the investigators weren't satisfied with his responses. They kept pressing, searching for inconsistencies in his story. Meanwhile, new rumors began to circulate in town. People whispered that the police were finally getting serious about the case, and that Levent might even face arrest. Some neighbors claimed they had always suspected something was off, and that Sevda's behavior had struck them as odd long before. The judgment in the community became more overt. People avoided Sevda, and those who once showed her support now turned their backs. Levent returned home after several hours of questioning. He looked exhausted, but he tried not to show it. Sevda met him at the door, her face pale and strained. She didn't ask any questions. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Levent knew that they were now in real danger, and the situation was more critical than they had imagined. The police clearly weren't going to let them off the hook, and every move they made would be under heavy scrutiny. In the weeks that followed, the tension only grew. Levent tried to carry on as if everything was normal, but the pressure from both the authorities and the community was becoming unbearable. Choosing to avoid any encounters with neighbors, she knew their lives had become a constant state of waiting for disaster. The sense of safety they once had was long gone, and every new meeting with the police only deepened their fear. After weeks of relentless questioning, Levent and Sevda realized there was no point in denying their relationship any longer. The pressure from the police, the judgmental stares from their neighbors, and the endless stream of suspicions had made their lives unbearable. They decided to admit the truth. They were indeed living together and had developed a relationship, but they insisted they had nothing to do with Ayaz's disappearance. During a subsequent interrogation, they openly confessed that they were now a couple and that Levent had moved in with Sevda to help care for her baby. They explained that their feelings for each other had grown too strong to ignore, but claimed their relationship had begun only after Ayaz had vanished, and they denied any involvement in his disappearance. The police listened to their admission with skepticism. Investigators remained convinced that the pair was hiding something, but without solid evidence, there was no basis for criminal charges linking them to Ayaz's disappearance. Nonetheless, Sevda and Levent's admission about their romantic involvement added another layer of tension to the case. The investigation intensified, and now every move they made was under close scrutiny. As Sevda and Levent continued to live together, they were all too aware that their existence had become a never-ending nightmare, with each new day bringing fresh suspicion and more inquiry. Meanwhile, Ayaz's family refused to stand by and wait. His parents and younger brother Mehmet took matters into their own hands, launching their own investigation. They were certain that Sevda and Levent knew more than they were admitting, and firmly believed that Ayaz couldn't have disappeared without foul play. Mehmet, in particular, was relentless. He spent hours talking to neighbors, gathering information, and analyzing it for any potential lead. He was determined to uncover the truth, and held on to the belief that Sevda and Levent had some connection to his brother's disappearance. One day, Mehmet received a tip from a neighbor who mentioned that on the night Ayaz disappeared, a suspicious van had been spotted near the house. At first no one had thought much of it, but now that detail seemed significant. Mehmet began asking around, and several neighbors confirmed seeing the van. It had been parked not far from the house, and there were people inside. Nobody knew who they were, but the timing aligned with Ayaz's sudden disappearance. Mehmet pursued every lead related to the van, and soon found someone who could give a more detailed description. It was an old, white van with no identifying markings. The witness also mentioned seeing people loading large bags or heavy-looking items into the van that night. This revelation felt like a breakthrough for Mehmet. He compiled all the information he had gathered and turned it over to the police. The authorities took the tip seriously and began to follow up. They discovered that a van matching that description had previously been flagged for suspicious movements in the area, giving the investigation a new and critical direction. The investigation was beginning to piece together the clues they had gathered. The police started checking surveillance cameras around town that might have captured the movement of the van. Before long, they found footage from one of the cameras, which showed a white van driving late at night down a road near Ayaz and Sevda's home. This footage became a crucial piece of evidence, potentially shedding light on the circumstances of Ayaz's disappearance. Authorities quickly set out to track down the van's owner, and their efforts soon paid off. They discovered that the van was registered to someone connected to Levent, a man named Emre, who had previously worked as a driver for Levent's clinic. This revelation was a game changer for the investigation. Emre was promptly brought in for questioning. At first, he adamantly denied any involvement in wrongdoing, but under pressure, his story began to unravel. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in his account and pressed him further, narrowing their line of questioning. Eventually, Emre broke down and admitted that he had indeed assisted Levent on that night. He claimed he hadn't been aware of the full details and had simply been told to help move some items. According to him, he didn't ask questions, assuming he was aiding his boss with a personal matter. Emre insisted he had no idea what was inside the bags he had helped transport and denied any direct involvement in Ayaz's disappearance. His confession, however, only cast more suspicion on Levent and Sevda. The police knew they had to act swiftly. They secured a search warrant for Sevda and Levent's home, along with arrest warrants for both of them for further questioning. Late at night, while the house was quiet, law enforcement arrived at Sevda and Levent's residence. They knocked on the door, and a startled Sevda answered, completely unprepared for what was about to unfold. The officers presented her with the search warrant. Levent was arrested on the spot, handcuffed before he could say a word, and taken into custody as the police began their search. Neighbors, alerted by the commotion, gathered outside the house. They murmured and whispered, trying to make sense of what many had long suspected something was amiss, and now their suspicions seemed to be confirmed. The officers combed through the house, looking for any evidence that could tie Sevda and Levent to Ayaz's disappearance. The search went on for several hours, but no conclusive evidence was immediately found. Sevda sat in the living room under the watchful eye of one of the officers. She looked disoriented, her eyes filled with fear. She knew the situation had become dire, that nothing would ever be the same again. Levent was taken to the station, and Sevda understood that he was now facing a barrage of questions to which he'd have to respond. After Levent's arrest, he realized there was no point in continuing to lie. During the next interrogation, sitting in the police station, he finally confessed to everything that had happened. His admission marked a shocking turn in the investigation. He detailed how he and Sevda had planned to get rid of Ayaz, their hopes of starting a new life together, and how the entire scheme had unfolded. With each word, the pieces of the puzzle came together, and the truth of what had occurred was finally revealed. Levent admitted that everything started when he found out Ayaz was unable to have children. Sevda was devastated when doctors confirmed this, but Levent saw it as an opportunity. He began supporting Sevda emotionally, offering himself as a solution to her struggles. Their relationship turned into a romantic affair. When Sevda became pregnant with Levent's child, she confessed to him that she no longer wanted to live with Ayaz. Fueled by his obsession with Sevda and a desire to build a new life with her, Levent agreed to help get rid of her husband. On the night Ayaz disappeared, everything had been carefully planned. Levent had arranged for his former driver, Emre, to assist with the transportation. The van was parked nearby. They had chosen a night when Ayaz was coming home later than usual. Levent entered the house under the pretense of checking on Sevda, and they acted swiftly. While Ayaz was in the living room, Levent struck him over the head, rendering him unconscious. Ayaz never had the chance to realize what was happening. Emre then pulled up to the house, and together, he and Levent loaded Ayaz's body into the van. Meanwhile, Sevda kept watch, ensuring that no one witnessed what they were doing. They wrapped Ayaz's body in large plastic bags to hide it and to avoid leaving evidence behind. They drove out to an abandoned area on the outskirts of town, where Levent and Sevda had already prepared a shallow grave. There, they disposed of Ayaz, leaving his body buried in a remote forested area. The bags, which neighbors had noticed being loaded into the van, were used to conceal any traces and ensure there was no direct contact with the body. Levent explained that they did it to be together. Sevda had been deeply unhappy in her marriage, and he was willing to do anything for her and their future child. In his mind, there was no other way to remove Ayaz from their lives. He and Sevda both hoped that Ayaz's disappearance would remain unsolved, and that no one would ever link them to the crime. As the police listened to Levent's confession, they immediately began preparing to arrest Sevda. Levent seemed resigned, understanding that their lives had ended the moment they decided to commit the crime. He made no attempts to justify himself, knowing there was no defense for what they had done. Following his confession, the police conducted another search of Sevda's home, leading to her arrest. Sevda was taken into custody right from her house, with the neighbors gathered outside, watching as the scene unfolded. When Sevda found herself at the police station, she couldn't withstand the pressure and ended up confessing as well. She spoke about her growing resentment toward Ayaz and how their relationship had deteriorated after learning he was unable to have children. She admitted she wanted to start over with Levent and revealed that her baby was actually his. Sevda described how they had carefully plotted to eliminate Ayaz, recounting how Levent suggested various ways to get rid of her husband until they finally settled on a plan involving abduction and a final act of violence. Armed with this new information, the police searched for Ayaz's body in the forest area that Levent had indicated. After hours of combing through the woods, they found a grave. Ayaz's remains were severely decomposed, but the discovery provided enough evidence to confirm his death and officially build the case against Sevda and Levent. A forensic examination revealed that Ayaz had suffered a fatal head injury, consistent with Levent's account of striking him during the attack. Once the autopsy was completed, Ayaz's body was returned to his family for burial. The funeral was a somber and heart-wrenching affair. Ayaz's parents and younger brother could not hold back their tears, though they knew Sevda and Levent were responsible for his death. They at least had the small solace of being able to lay their son and brother to rest. Many townspeople came to pay their respects, and the atmosphere was thick with grief and a sense of collective shock. People struggled to comprehend how such a horrific act could happen in their quiet community, and how two individuals they had known could commit something so unthinkable. The trial of Sevda and Levent attracted widespread public and media attention. Levent admitted his guilt, claiming he had acted out of love for Sevda and a desire to provide a better life for her and her child. Sevda also admitted her involvement, but tried to portray herself as a victim of circumstance, claiming she had been pressured into going along with the plan. The court, however, did not accept her explanation. Both Sevda and Levent were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As for the baby, custody was given to Ayaz's parents. Even though the boy was Levent's biological son, Ayaz's parents chose to raise him as their grandson. They couldn't bear the thought of abandoning him, even knowing he was not their biological grandchild. The child became their last living connection to Ayaz, and they vowed to give him a loving and stable future, despite the painful truth surrounding his origins. Story 6. The dark mystery of the disappearance is solved 14 years later. Investigating certain crimes can take years or even decades due to a lack of evidence or witnesses. Sometimes investigations are intentionally misled to create confusion or send investigators down the wrong path. Many such cases eventually end up on the shelves of archives as unresolved. However, crimes involving life-ending actions and abuses of various degrees of severity generally have no statute of limitations, and investigations can be reopened at any time when new information surfaces. Cases related to the disappearance of individuals, particularly minors, are often solved on hot tracks. It is believed that the first 3 days are critical when there is a high likelihood of finding the person alive. Thereafter, the chances of a favorable outcome rapidly diminish. The case of the missing German schoolgirl from Berlin, Georgina Kruger, was investigated for over 10 years and was considered one of the most mysterious in the history of German criminology. The girl disappeared during the day on her way home from school, having traveled just a few dozen meters from her home. No evidence, leads, or witnesses were found, and although the investigation was periodically reopened, there was little hope of solving the crime. The criminal was eventually exposed. What is known about Georgina Kruger and her family? Georgina, or simply Gina Kruger, was born on April 11, 1992 in Munich, and was the middle child of three in a simple family. She grew up with her older brother Tommy, who was 8 years her senior, and her younger sister Michelle, who was 2.5 years her junior. When Gina turned 11, her parents decided to separate, and her older brother, who was then 19, chose to live with their father. After the divorce, the girls were primarily raised by their mother Vesna and their grandmother on their mother's side. Both girls did well in school, were involved in music and dance, and were creative by nature. The family lived modestly, and while their father maintained contact with his ex-wife and daughters, he was more focused on supporting his elder son, whom he funded through school and supported in various ways. Vesna moved with her mother and daughters to Berlin, where she had been offered a well-paying job. The family settled in the Mobit district at house number 8 on Stendhal Street. On September 1st, the sisters attended one of the best local schools, which, although located in a different district, was accessible by bus. Vesna was very pleased with her new job and had big plans for the future, but soon the peaceful and measured life of the family was shattered. She dreamed of becoming an actress. From childhood, Gina loved to sing and dance, engaging in these activities seriously and with full dedication. Inspired by Indian films, she dreamed of an acting career and enthusiastically participated in school theater, as well as attending acting and stage speech courses. Teachers working with young Kruger noted that she definitely possessed the necessary talents, and thus predicted her future success and fame. Moreover, the girl had a bright, expressive appearance, a slender, feminine figure, and was quite tall for her age. She took meticulous care of herself, keeping up with fashion trends, striving to dress stylishly and use decorative cosmetics skillfully and intelligently. It's worth noting that Georgina applied makeup as well as professional makeup artists, often doing makeup for her friends and neighbors back in Munich. In Berlin, during the summer holidays, she actively attended various castings, trying to break into the big screen or television. She managed to appear in crowd scenes a few times, but these were very inconspicuous episodes. However, on Friday, September 22nd, 2006, luck finally smiled at her. She auditioned for a guest role in the television series Turkish for Beginners, and her candidacy was approved. Gina was supposed to receive a call back on Monday, September 25th, to finalize her inclusion in the cast, discuss details, and invite her to sign a contract. The new beauty in town. In her new school, the young beauty caused a real stir from the first day, capturing the attention of all the boys in her class. However, she struggled to get along with the girls as they openly envied her and saw her as a competitor. Her classmates were slow to accept her into their group and communicated with her reluctantly. Although Gina was sociable, friendly, and open, avoided conflicts, and tried to interact with all the kids in the class. The teenage girl was indeed very beautiful, danced well, sang, and even received an offer from a modeling agency to try herself as a photo model. She agreed, but unfortunately, she never made it to the planned photo session in early October. Gina dreamed that one day she would make it to Hollywood or Bollywood, where she would act in movies. She imagined herself on the red carpets of prestigious film festivals among celebrities, and was ready to work hard on herself to achieve her desires. The schoolgirl almost made it happen when suddenly she disappeared without a trace, a few miles from home. So the schoolgirl was awaiting confirmation of her role in the TV series, and she had no doubts about it. All weekend, Georgina could think of nothing else but the upcoming call from the studio, which was set to decide her fate. She was excited and inspired, already imagining herself on set and working on her lines. On Monday, September 25th, as usual, she headed to school in the morning. She was supposed to return home by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and since the call was expected in the late afternoon, Gina asked her grandmother to answer all calls, promising not to linger anywhere. The day dragged on endlessly for Kruger. Her classmates noticed that she seemed tense, constantly checking the time and unable to focus on her lessons. Since she hadn't told anyone about her participation in the casting, her anxious state was interpreted differently by everyone. When school ended, Georgina, having gathered her belongings, hurried to the nearest bus stop, got on bus number 27, which she rode daily, and headed home. After traveling 3 stops, she got off at Rue Redanova, which was a short distance from her house. However, she never made it home, vanishing somewhere halfway from the stop to her apartment. Georgina Kruger was never seen again, neither alive nor deceased. Search for the missing schoolgirl. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the grandmother who was waiting for the granddaughters to return from school had prepared lunch and set the table. Georgina was supposed to return first, and Michelle a bit later, since she had additional classes at the music school that day. But the older granddaughter did not show up, which was very strange because she was eagerly awaiting the call and had no plans to stay out. When Michelle arrived home at 3 o'clock, the grandmother grew anxious and started calling Gina to find out where she had vanished, but the schoolgirl's phone was turned off. Subsequent attempts to reach her also failed. The anxiety grew, and when Vesna returned from work and learned that her daughter was missing and her mobile was unreachable, she realized something serious had happened. The first thing the mother did was call the school, where she was informed that Kruger had attended all her classes and had left by bus as usual. Hoping that the girls had simply got caught up talking or had stopped at a cafe on their way home. But they said that Georgina was in a hurry and had headed straight home. The concerned women then went to the police station and reported the disappearance of the 14-year-old girl. However, the law enforcement initially took a skeptical view, suspecting that the school girl might have gone on a date, visited someone among friends, or had an argument with a classmate and was sulking alone somewhere in a park. After exhausting all possible scenarios and verifying that the teenager was nowhere to be found in any of the anticipated locations, detectives began checking reports of accidents and calling hospitals, assuming that the girl might have encountered trouble, suffered an injury, or been harmed on her way home from school. But Gina had not been admitted to any hospital either. As the night approached, extensive searches and witness interviews began. It turned out that the girl was last seen at the bus stop when she exited the bus and turned onto the street leading to her home. The schoolgirl was dressed in blue jeans with wear marks, a light blue t-shirt, a denim jacket, and gray sneakers. She carried a pink sports bag with a long, wide strap, which contained her notebooks, textbooks, and her mobile phone. Investigators were able to track the girl's movements through her device's signal. She indeed spent the entire day at school, then boarded the bus and got off at her stop, but approximately halfway to her home, the signal suddenly disappeared and never reappeared. The search began on Stendhal Street, where the Kruger family lived. A search team with dogs trained to detect the scent of living or deceased humans was dispatched there. At that point, there was still hope of finding the teenage girl alive and unharmed. Vanished into thin air. Law enforcement checked every home, interviewed all residents and potential witnesses, and inspected attics and basements, spoke with workers at local stores and cafes. But no one had seen Georgina, and even dogs could not pick up her trail. By the next morning, flyers with the schoolgirl's photos and requests for any information about her had been posted all over the city. Dozens of calls came into the police station reporting sightings of a similar-looking girl in different parts of the city. But, unfortunately, all leads turned out to be false. Investigators began to follow up on all previously convicted local residents, as well as those who had been released on bail. Special attention was given to criminals and those who had shown an unhealthy interest in minors. However, all these efforts yielded no results. The schoolgirl seemed to have vanished into thin air, not making it home. No traces or personal belongings were found, as if she had never existed at all. False lead. After several months of fruitless searching, the investigation was suspended as there were no leads, not a single clue, and no idea which direction to pursue. However, about a year after Georgina's disappearance, an anonymous call came into the police station with the unknown caller claiming that the girl's body rested at the bottom of a nearby lake. Authorities were unable to identify the caller, but they clung to this piece of information and decided to investigate it. For several weeks, highly skilled divers combed the lake bed using advanced equipment. It can be said with certainty that they examined virtually every inch, but found no trace of Kruger. The lead turned out to be false, but it nevertheless rekindled public interest in the case. The media actively discussed and wrote about the missing girl again, so it was decided to conduct another search operation. The police re-interviewed neighbors and brought in search dogs, although it was clear that this would likely yield no results. The dogs had been unable to pick up the girl's scent on the day of her disappearance, so there was little hope for success after a whole year. Investigators were confident that the school girl was no longer alive, but the Kruger family members refused to believe this. Vesna concocted a legend for herself, according to which her daughter had run away to India and was now starring in Bollywood films, dancing and singing as she had always dreamed. The woman consoled herself with these thoughts and continued to live for the sake of her younger daughter. The monster next door. Search efforts periodically resumed, and in 2016, nearly a decade after a girl's disappearance, a resident of Stendhal Street contacted the police to complain about a neighbor who was actively inviting underage girls over to his place. This neighbor turned out to be a 35-year-old immigrant from Turkey named Ali K. He was legally married, raising 3 children, and tried to appear as an exemplary family man to those around him, but in reality he was not. Upon closer inspection of Ali, and after studying his personality, the police were horrified, as 4 years prior, he had already been under investigation. At that time, he deceitfully lured a local schoolgirl, promising to sell her a trendy smartphone at a symbolic price. He took the girl to his storeroom, located in the basement of the apartment building, struck her on the head, and coerced her into intimate closeness. He made the teenager swear she wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, then gave her a paper napkin to wipe her tears and helped her tidy up before leaving. The girl promised to remain silent just to escape from the clutches of the monster, but as soon as she was free, she immediately told her parents about the incident, and together they went to the police to report the violent action. The schoolgirl detailed the man's storeroom in the basement, noting that it looked more like a maniac's den. Ali was arrested the same day, but he vehemently denied his guilt and shared his own version of the events. According to him, he was indeed selling the gadget, and the girl herself expressed a desire to buy it. As the smartphone was in his basement storeroom, they went down together, and when the guest examined the device, she said that she had always dreamed of such a gadget, but since she didn't have the money, she was ready to pay in another way. Following this, according to Ali, the girl began kissing him, and started undressing, and he, trying to reason with her, pushed her away forcefully, causing her to fall and hit her head. This explained the injury and bruises on her body, but the fact of intimate closeness could not be proven as the man had used a contraceptive which he later disposed of. Ali's wife, Melek, fully supported her husband and also began accusing the girl of indecent behavior and attempts to seduce her husband. The man only received a suspended sentence for causing moderate bodily harm. Nonetheless, now as the police took up the investigation of the disappearance of Kruger again, they decided to check him thoroughly once more. Ali K did not have a permanent job and got by on odd jobs, mainly living on benefits. He loved gambling and often incurred debts, was a regular visitor to the Turkish coffee shop on the ground floor of his building, where he made acquaintances with different people who treated him to food and drinks. The man carefully maintained his appearance, desperately trying to look younger than his years. He wore fashionable clothes, sometimes even spending children's benefits on them. But the main oddity about this man was his attraction to girls. He continually tried to meet teenagers, asked them inappropriate questions, and also offered strange and illegal things, for instance, help with buying alcohol or cigarettes. Ali most resembled the role of Georgina's abductor, but the police had nothing against him in this case. New investigation nevertheless. The Kruger case was reopened, and a new investigation was initiated due to the emergence of a new suspect. Ali K was brought to the station and questioned, but he naturally denied any involvement in the decade-old case. His storage room in the basement was inspected, but no traces of the missing schoolgirl were found. Detectives noted that this space, indeed, seemed more like a meeting place than a storage area. It turned out that 10 years ago, he had been questioned along with other neighbors, and his basement had been inspected. But specifically, Ali's storage room had not been checked because, firstly, there was no reason to, and secondly, according to residents, the door always had a lock, so only the owner could access it. Ali himself had been an active participant in the search operation at that time, and was one of its most engaged members. Despite the fact that the police had nothing concrete to charge K with, they decided to keep him under surveillance to learn as much as possible about him. Unofficial monitoring was organized, and all his phone calls were intercepted. Soon, this provided initial results, and detectives discovered that the man had significant debts unknown to his wife. He had lost about 10,000 euros in poker and had no idea how to get out of this predicament. The investigation decided to focus on this aspect. The decision was made to introduce an undercover agent into the suspect's close circle, who was expected to gain his trust, extract the necessary information, and secure an on-record confession. However, everything had to be done slowly and carefully, so the suspect wouldn't become suspicious and would feel secure. For this purpose, a special agent codenamed Hawken was prepared and sent in, posing as a successful businessman who had recently moved to the Mobit area to open a car service station. A couple of times he visited the cafe in Ali's building, where he loudly discussed business plans and details with a partner. As they left, the partner mentioned that they needed to find a manager soon, noting that it was a well-paying position and it was important to choose wisely. After these words, the second man left and Haken stayed to finish his coffee when suddenly Ali approached and sat at his table. He took the bait and immediately offered himself for the manager position. A conversation ensued, which quickly turned into a casual chat, and the businessman noted that Ali might fit the role, then mentioned the salary. Ali's eyes lit up at the figure. He began dreaming of paying off his debts and buying the sports car he had always wanted. The men exchanged phone numbers, and from that day on, they began to communicate regularly, and their relationship quickly grew into a friendship. Haken even started taking Ali on business trips to other cities, aiming to get closer to him and gain his trust. But this friendship had the opposite effect, as the suspect strived to appear as the best version of himself to his prospective employer. He boasted of his achievements, even the most minor ones, and preferred to keep silent about any wrongful acts. Several months later, realizing that the case was not progressing, the investigation decided to introduce another agent. Would play Haken's girlfriend. This introduced Susan into the story, whose goal was to befriend Ali's wife, Melek, and try to uncover any secrets the husband might be keeping. It only took a few meetings for them to get along, after which all four started socializing as family. Melek was a sociable woman, but regarded her husband as nearly a saint. For years she had turned a blind eye to his infidelities, did not believe the schoolgirl who accused him of violence, and was convinced that her husband was a very good person, just unlucky with jobs. But now everything would change. Soon Susan realized that Ali's wife wasn't just covering for him. She truly believed that he was simply incapable of harming anyone. The agents even decided to use a trick by spreading a rumor that there was progress in the Kruger case, and an unnamed source had indicated where to find her body, which Ali had started borrowing occasionally. Several cameras and recording devices were also installed in this car. When the suspect and his wife got into the car, she soon noticed the newspaper left behind, quickly skimmed the article, showed a bit of surprise that the case was still being investigated, and then indifferently put the paper aside. It became clear that Melek knew nothing about this. Otherwise, she would have inadvertently revealed herself. Good cop, bad cop. 6 months later, the investigation finally concluded that their plan had failed. The K family had become friends with the agents, even trusting them to look after their children, but no confessions were forthcoming. Ali strived to appear honest and upright, and his wife was simply unaware of the crime her husband had committed. Moreover, maintaining their cover was becoming increasingly expensive. They even had to lease a space for the supposed auto repair shop and signed a sham employment contract with the man to avoid raising his suspicion. The investigation then took a desperate last step by introducing another agent who would play a villainous role. According to the backstory, his name was Kor. He was Hawkins' cousin, had a criminal record, and was running some underground business. It was hoped that Ali, meeting a kindred spirit, would open up and confess his sins. The men quickly bonded over their shared interests. Kor treated his new friend to drinks, and together they visited various clubs and houses of ill repute. The new friend confessed that he made money through not entirely legal means, and thus wanted to spend it indulgently, with Ali willingly helping him in this. Simultaneously, Kor constantly complained about his girlfriend, with whom he supposedly could not break up because she was blackmailing him and threatening to report his illegal business to the police. According to him, she constantly demanded money, and her appetites were growing. One day, while having drinks with his friend, Kor declared that he intended to rid himself of the bothersome blackmailing girlfriend in a radical way, and was willing to pay a sum of 100,000 euros to anyone who would do the dirty work. Ali perked up at this and offered to take on the task himself. His friend agreed, but suggested they discuss the details in a secluded place when sober. Monstrous confession. In November 2017, sitting in the agent's car, the men discussed the plan to eliminate his nuisance girlfriend. At one point, Kor doubted whether Ali was capable of taking a life. In response, Ali revealed something he claimed no one else knew. He confessed that more than 11 years ago, he had taken a life of someone with his bare hand. Ali said that in 2006, a stunning young girl had moved onto his street, who completely captivated him. She passed by his house twice a day on her way to and from school, so he had memorized her schedule and would step out to greet her and pay compliments. Despite her young age, he described her as hot, and he burned with desire for her. One warm September day, when the girl was returning from school and the street was unusually quiet and deserted, Ali saw his chance. He asked a neighbor girl to help him move some items from his storage area, and she kindly agreed, not sensing any danger. Once they were in the basement, he locked the door and tried to kiss the schoolgirl, who struggled and screamed. He then knocked her unconscious with a blow to the head and took advantage of her. After the incident, afraid she might report him to the police, he decided not to let her go. He grabbed her throat with his hands and squeezed as hard as he could. Ali described the process in detail, explaining how he felt the crunch and sensed the pulse in her neck fade away. The girl's body lay in the basement for several days, so if the search team had looked into his storage area, they would have immediately uncovered the perpetrator. But no one suspected anything, and once the commotion had died down, he wrapped the body in an old rug and disposed of it in a garbage bin, which went directly to the landfill. Ali's confessions were recorded on a camera installed in Kaur's car, and by the evening of that same day, he was taken into custody. Unfortunately, the girl's remains were never found, as the waste at the landfill was regularly incinerated and her body was essentially cremated. The trial and verdict. The hearings in this case lasted another 2.5 years before a final verdict was delivered to the criminal. He adamantly denied any wrongdoing, claiming that he had fabricated the entire story to gain Kaur's trust. But in reality, he planned to rescue his girlfriend by turning in his friend to the police as soon as he received the money. No other evidence was found besides the criminal's own confession. However, his detailed and vivid account was enough to convince the jury of this man's guilt. In March 2020, nearly 14 years after Georgina's disappearance, Ali K. was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of ever being released. His wife, Melek, never believed in her husband's guilt, convinced that he had implicated himself while pursuing a noble cause. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel. There are many shocking stories ahead of you. Call for help. On November 23, 2006, at 3:46 p.m., a call was made to the Memphis, Tennessee Emergency Services. It's understood that misfortunes don't take holidays or weekends, so it can't be said that the atmosphere at 911 was relaxed. However, the dispatcher who took the call was in shock, as he later admitted to a colleague. What startled the operator was the absolute calmness of the caller, as if he wasn't asking for help, but placing a breakfast order. The man identified himself as Jeffrey Scott and reported that his wife had been unconscious since 11 a.m. At the same time, a voice in the background corrected him, saying that the woman was most likely dead. When the dispatcher asked for clarification, Scott stated. She was breathing a second ago, and now she's dead. His voice didn't waver. Information about a possible crime was immediately relayed to the rescue service leadership, and a specialized team was dispatched to the scene. The victim. Law enforcement arrived at the address within minutes. They were met by the homeowner, who led them to the bedroom where his wife, Ashley Scott, lay. Upon entering the room, they saw someone bending over her, performing CPR. The man introduced himself as Dr. Robert McGee, a friend of Jeffrey. He said the woman was still alive, but on the brink of death. Her pulse was barely detectable, and her blood pressure was dangerously low. Medics examined the woman and agreed with his assessment. They suspected that she had sustained a head injury from a blunt object and was close to death. Her pupils were dilated and unresponsive to light, and blood was coming from her mouth and nose. Additionally, Ashley's body showed signs of trauma. Her legs, chest, and back bore numerous bruises and abrasions. The medical team attempted emergency resuscitation. They intubated her, used a defibrillator, and administered heart-stimulating drugs, but none of it helped. The young woman was dying before their eyes. In the end, she was rushed to the hospital. A neurosurgeon was called to assess her condition in the emergency department. His diagnosis was grim and confirmed his colleague's opinion. The 28-year-old woman was in a critical state, at the final stage of brain death. There was nothing that could be done to help her. Her body systems and vital organs were shutting down. As a result, it was decided not to prolong the patient's suffering and to disconnect her from life support. She passed away shortly after. There was no doubt that Ashley had been brutally deprived of life. Her right ear was green, a color typical of those who box and take repeated blows to the same spot. Additionally, a man's shoe print was visible on her back. It seemed as though someone had trampled, if not jumped, on her. Her fragile body was covered in bruises at various stages of healing, indicating that she had been subjected to periodic violence. Family doctor. While doctors fought for the life of a young and beautiful woman, police officers were questioning McGee and Scott. The doctor explained that he was the one who insisted on calling emergency services and shared what he knew. At 2:30 p.m., Jeffrey, his friend, called him. The men had met during their college years and occasionally kept in touch. Over the phone, Jeffrey mentioned that he had been drinking with his wife the night before, and afterward she felt unwell. She went to bed, but never woke up. He then decided to seek professional help. At the time, the doctor was busy, but postponed his duties and arrived at the couple's home. There, he found Jeffrey next to his wife, who showed no signs of life. The doctor suspected that the couple had quarreled and something unfortunate had occurred, which they wanted to keep quiet about. That's why they contacted him. He knew that the couple had been going through tough times recently. Each reacted differently. Ashley drank, and Jeffrey was quick to anger and often raised his hand against her. When the doctor examined Ashley, he realized that the situation was far more severe than he had initially thought. There was no chance of survival, and the poor woman needed immediate medical attention. He insisted that Jeffrey call 911. At the same time, Robert pieced together the situation in his mind. He understood that something much more serious had happened. Possibly a premeditated crime. He admitted to the police that he had deliberately delayed Scott at the scene to prevent him from fleeing. Jeffrey's lies throughout this, Jeffrey remained utterly emotionless. It seemed as though he had no concern for the future of the woman he once loved. When asked by the police what had happened, he explained that the previous evening they had argued. The reason was the discovery of Ashley's messages with another man. He believed his wife was cheating on him. Unable to bear the betrayal, he struck her, but only once. After that, she stumbled and fell as she was heavily intoxicated. Jeffrey noted that his wife frequently abused alcohol and behaved irrationally. He didn't want to tolerate her outbursts anymore and kicked her out of the house. In such instances, she would usually sleep in the garage. In the morning, he found his wife there, still asleep. Time passed, but she didn't wake up. That's when he realized something was wrong and tried to revive her himself. Then he contacted his doctor friend and called him to the house. However, the police didn't believe his story. When they arrived, the woman was covered in bruises from head to toe. She was bleeding with her face and head battered. Even if she had been drunk and fallen, she wouldn't have caused such injuries to herself. It was clear she had been beaten. Scott was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. As soon as the autopsy results came in, the charge was upgraded to first-degree crime. Autopsy results. The pathologist's report was chilling. The cause of Ashley Scott's death was a subdural hematoma on the right side of her brain. Such injuries are caused by a severe blow to the head. Her brain essentially slammed against her skull, leading to massive bleeding and swelling, cutting off the oxygen supply. This caused her body systems and organs to begin failing. It's an excruciating process. What's even more tragic is that she could have been saved if help had been provided in time, preferably within the first few hours. Additionally, more than 50 hematomas were found on her body. They varied in color and density, confirming the medic's statements that the woman had been repeatedly assaulted. It was hard to imagine the torment Ashley had endured over time. The most horrifying aspect was that the person who inflicted this suffering was the one who was supposed to protect her. Evidence after Jeffrey's arrest, detectives began examining the crime scene. Signs of a struggle were found throughout the house. Items were scattered everywhere and furniture was overturned. A broken vase lay in the living room. On the kitchen table near a laptop were printed messages between Ashley and her lover, confirming the suspect's claims about the motive for the crime. Upon closer inspection of the garage, officers found blood stains on the floor. Inside Mrs. Scott's car were women's clothes and other personal items. There was also a handbag containing her documents and passport. It appeared that the deceased had planned to escape, but she didn't make it. Officers then decided to speak with the family's relatives and friends, which revealed unexpected details about their lives and circumstances, shedding light on the incident. Unfortunately, it happens that women fall in love with the wrong men and tie their lives to them. Initially, everything seems bright and promising, but soon the object of their affection turns into a dreadful tyrant and life with them becomes a nightmare. The victim of both emotional and physical abuse loses their sense of reality and may even justify the abuser's actions. In these cases, outside psychological help is needed as the victim is often unable to help themselves or escape the situation. The kind soul of Ashley Pittman. Ashley Scott (née Pittman) was born on November 4, 1978 in Bossier City, Louisiana. Her parents separated while she was still in her mother's womb. However, fate smiled upon Donna, and she met Jimmy Pittman, whom she later married. Jimmy adopted Ashley and loved her from the moment she was born. Notably, Jimmy already had a 5-year-old daughter named Kika. Unfortunately, Jimmy and Donna's marriage didn't last long, and they divorced a few years later. It's important to note that Donna left the family herself and eventually remarried. Ashley chose to stay with her father, but continued to see her mother. Despite her parents' divorce, Ashley had a good childhood. She grew up kind and obedient. Everyone around her considered her a true beauty and predicted a bright future for her. In 1996, she graduated from high school and then enrolled at Ouachita Baptist University in Arkansas. It was there that she met her first love, and by a stroke of fate, enrolled at the same university. Jeffrey also noticed the beautiful girl with a radiant smile, and before long, they started dating. The young couple seemed perfect, always together and holding hands. Ashley's friends envied her, believing she had found a reliable partner. Ashley fueled their curiosity by sharing how sweet and kind he was and how lucky she felt to have him. Pittman received her long-awaited degree in education. Now, her childhood dream was about to come true. She wanted to become a teacher and dedicate her life to children. Unhappy celebrations. Finally, on June 9, 2001, Ashley and Jeffrey got married. However, things didn't go as they had appeared in her girlhood dream. Unexpectedly for everyone, a dark side of her chosen one came to light. To be more precise, it became noticeable to others, although the bride herself had known about it but chose to ignore it, stating that she could no longer communicate with them, but they should respect her decision. Naturally, her family wasn't invited to the wedding either. Friends of Ashley, who had the fortune to attend the ceremony, were shocked. The overwhelming majority of guests were from the groom's side, while Ashley had a large, close-knit family. This struck them as odd. However, they later understood why. The reason was that her family did not share her views on Jeffrey, and he made no effort to change their minds. Behind the seemingly nice guy lurked something sinister. He frequently spoke ill of her family and behaved inappropriately. He offended those close to her and felt justified in doing so. What was most surprising was her reaction. It was as if Ashley was making excuses for him. During the wedding, Jeffrey once again insulted some of her friends and acted arrogantly. A suburb of Memphis, Tennessee, her relationships with many people deteriorated. Those who didn't turn away from her continued to stay in touch, but kept their distance. The dark side of Jeffrey Scott. After the move, the head of the family started working as a computer systems technician at his father's company. while the newly minted Mrs. Scott became an English teacher at a middle school. Everyone spoke highly of her. Ashley was considered beautiful and cheerful, intelligent and sociable. She loved her job and her students. Later, Paul duly described his colleague as a skilled specialist and talented educator. She was the main reason to get up in the morning and go to English class, he shared. In court, he admitted that the school was the only place where she felt safe and loved. The educational institution became a refuge where Jeffrey Scott couldn't reach her. Indeed, as time passed, the relationship between the spouses worsened. Ashley's connection with her family nearly broke. She didn't want to discuss it and called the situation her personal choice. Without a doubt, these conclusions were made under the influence of a master manipulator. Her husband was precisely that. In the early years, he completely dominated her and cut her off from outside support. Daily criticisms for every little thing lowered her self-esteem. Scott suppressed his wife in any way he could. During this period, she communicated with only a few people. Among them was her childhood friend, Lori. The girls had been friends since 5th grade and maintained contact into adulthood. Reunion evening. In September 2006, a high school reunion was planned for the school where Ashley studied. She was eager to attend, and despite her husband's reluctance, she went to the event. Those present didn't notice any significant changes in her. However, Lori was concerned. Throughout the evening, Jeffrey constantly called his wife, not allowing her to relax and enjoy herself. He asked whom she was talking to, what she was wearing, what she was eating and drinking, and what she was discussing. In short, he tried to control every minute of her life. That evening, Ashley confessed to Lori the nightmare she was living in and said she couldn't go on like this. She revealed that she was considering divorce and had even contacted a divorce attorney. She also admitted that she knew about her husband's repeated infidelity. She mentioned, for example, an affair with a colleague named Blair Brown, with whom she had once gotten along well. However, she noted that over time, she forgave her acquaintance. Blair had reached out to her to share who Jeffrey really was and how dangerous he could be. It should be noted that this party was the last in the young woman's life. After that, she didn't speak to anyone for several weeks, and new bruises appeared on her body. Lori's testimony. Detectives became interested in the stories shared by Ashley's relatives and friends. Through conversations with them, they gathered a lot of valuable information. Lori also revealed that shortly before Ashley's death, Jeffrey had called her several times to complain about his wife. He claimed that she drank heavily, lost her balance, and often fell, which explained why she was covered in bruises. However, the next morning, Ashley wouldn't remember these events and would blame him. He attributed her growing alcohol dependency to their mutual acquaintance, Blair, claiming that she had corrupted Ashley and turned her against him. He also mentioned that he no longer wanted to have children because he felt disgusted with his wife after everything that had happened. Scott accused his wife of constant infidelity, lying, and alcoholism. However, Lori didn't believe any of this and thought he was trying to justify himself. Eventually, Lori realized that Ashley had become a victim of domestic violence and was in serious trouble. After each of these calls, she would try to call her friend back, but Ashley wouldn't pick up, which was very strange. The last time they saw each other was shortly before the tragic events. The friends went shopping, but Ashley didn't buy anything for herself. She was sad and pensive. Lori tried to talk to her about her marriage, but Ashley said she didn't want to ruin the evening and changed the subject. The only thing she mentioned about the impending divorce was that she was ready to take that step, but was very afraid. She knew Jeffrey well and feared his reaction could be completely unpredictable. Blair's testimony. Next, Blair Brown, whose name frequently came up in the Scott family, was called in for questioning. She admitted that she had indeed been Jeffrey's lover in the past. Therefore, she knew firsthand about his uncontrollable fits of rage. It was established that the friendship between the two women was rekindled about 6 months before the crime. Blair felt sympathy for her and provided occasional support. She also admitted that her relationship with Jeffrey was a mistake and apologized repeatedly for it. The women sometimes met and had drinks together. Ashley would often hide at Blair's place to get away from Jeffrey. One day, he tracked her down and came for her. At that moment, Blair witnessed a brutal attack. Scott struck his wife several times in the face and threw her out onto the street, completely unfazed by the presence of a witness. Even after these events, Ashley downplayed his guilt and made excuses for him. The accused. During another interrogation, Scott admitted that he contacted Robert McGee only 12 to under 15 hours after the argument. All that time, his wife had been unconscious, alone in the garage. Jeffrey continued to insist that he had only struck her once because of the discovered infidelity. After that, he sent her to the garage, brought bedding, and threw it on the floor. The bleeding woman was left to spend her last hours freezing and suffering in pain, while her husband rested comfortably in the house. However, the autopsy results did not support his claim. It was clear that he had always treated his wife poorly. Additionally, detectives learned that Jeffrey occasionally used the services of escorts, even when Ashley was at the reunion. Despite this, he blamed her for all their problems. Indeed, shortly before she decided to file for divorce, Ashley met a young man named Michael Lowe. They exchanged messages from October 29th to November 22nd, 2006. He was the one who encouraged her to leave her husband, assuring her that he would support her and had everything ready for her departure. Michael told her that he loved her and wanted to show her a different life. When Jeffrey read their messages, he was enraged and decided to teach his unfaithful wife a lesson. The trial and the advocate. The trial of Jeffrey Scott began on January 13, 2009. The prosecution argued that it was a premeditated crime. It was evident that the argument between the spouses started in the living room, where a vase was found broken. They then moved through the house, with Ashley enduring violence in nearly every room. Blood stains were found in almost every room. The divorce attorney Ashley had consulted testified for the prosecution. She explained that she had met with Ashley the day before her death. At that point, all the documents for the divorce were ready. All her client had to do was pack her things and leave the house while her husband was at work. Rachel advised that Ashley should leave secretly. This explains the items and documents found in her car. However, Ashley didn't follow the expert's advice. She didn't want to leave without explaining to her husband, which turned out to be a fatal mistake. The advocate tried her best to help Ashley, and even provided her services for a symbolic fee. The attorney also mentioned that she knew her client had been drinking and had quit her beloved job because of it. She did this to numb the emotions she felt in her marriage and needed support. For a long time, the women communicated in secret. This was done to ensure Ashley's departure was as safe as possible. Since her husband controlled all calls, they met on neutral ground or communicated via payphone. Many witnesses confirmed that they had seen scratches or bruises on Ashley, which she carefully concealed under layers of makeup. Some knew the real cause of the injuries, but felt powerless to help. In their final report, the medical examiners noted that Ashley had frequently been kicked. It seems Jeffrey would knock her to the ground and then stomp on her. Old bruises from shoes were found on her back and legs. The devil's advocate, the defense team for the accused, worked tirelessly to reduce the charge to second-degree crime. The attorney painted the victim in an unflattering light, portraying her as an alcoholic, and in short, they did everything possible to make the jury believe that Scott also suffered in the marriage. The defense discredited the victim, who couldn't defend herself because she was no longer alive. It was revealed that in 2005, Ashley had been fined for drunk driving. Meanwhile, Jeffrey claimed he wanted to repair the marriage, bought a new home, and was open to having children, all for a woman who had a lover and exchanged intimate photos with him. Regarding the crime itself, he claimed he lost control, realizing his efforts were futile and that Ashley had found someone else. "I regret the pain I caused you," he addressed his wife's family, "but I mourn her loss and pray for her soul." In contrast, during the trial, it was noted that after his arrest, Scott didn't ask about his wife's condition. Instead, he inquired about the outcome of a recent football game. His attorney played dirty. During his statement, he even claimed that the victim sustained most of her injuries during a seizure caused by alcohol withdrawal. An independent expert was found to back up this claim. To refute this, the assistant county medical examiner was called to testify. He read the autopsy results, listed all the injuries on the body, and most importantly, stated the cause of death, which could not have resulted from accidental falls. Prosecutor's argument. The prosecutor argued that the defense's version of an unintentional crime was absurd. It was clear that the victim wanted to escape her tormentor, but out of affection for her husband, hoped to end things amicably. Meanwhile, the accused showed her the printout of her messages with Michael and attacked her. As he struck her repeatedly, he knew he was causing unbearable pain and suffering. He then finished her off in the garage, where she lost consciousness. Scott saw the severity of her injuries, but ignored them and didn't seek medical help. The criminal chose to wait and only then called a doctor. The prosecutor insisted that the accused wanted his wife dead. However, a surprising fact came to light. Investigators found evidence that Ashley had wanted to save the marriage. It was discovered that she had been taking special medication to get pregnant and had supported the purchase of a new home. Perhaps she was so dependent on the toxic relationship that she couldn't imagine life without Jeffrey. However, she eventually decided to leave. It's possible she didn't want to leave secretly, hoping to hear from her husband that he would change and everything would be fine. Victims of abuse often cling to such illusory hopes. Guilty verdict. On January 19, 2009, Jeffrey Scott was found guilty of second-degree crime. Even the judge was dissatisfied with the jury's verdict, criticizing the jurors because the vote in favor of the original charge was 12-1. There was one person who didn't believe the accused was guilty enough. According to state law, a unanimous decision is required to convict someone of first-degree crime. The victim's family was also disheartened. The accused will spend 25 years behind bars without the possibility of parole. Conclusion. Perhaps this punishment isn't enough for someone who tormented a woman for years. The tyrant isolated her from everyone, brainwashed her, and made her think that she and her family weren't good enough to be part of his life. Nevertheless, Ashley's father said, "This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. I loved that little girl. If she had died a natural death, I would have come to terms with it over time. But knowing how cruelly my daughter died and who was responsible, I will never be able to accept it." The story of Ashley Scott's life teaches us many things, but most importantly, no matter what happens, we should never isolate ourselves from our loved ones. Sometimes they are the only ones who truly care about us and can help us. Stories 2. Everything seemed picture perfect. The Lorenzi family from a small town in Italy looked like they had stepped right out of a postcard. A lovely home in a quiet area, 2 wonderful sons, and a happy couple, Anna Maria and Stefano. But on the morning of January 30th, 2002, their peaceful life turned into a nightmare. With trembling hands, Anna Maria dialed emergency services, screaming that her youngest son Samuel was dying. A helicopter arrived in mere minutes, but what the medical team found inside the house sent shivers down their spine. Samuel lay unconscious, the bedroom floor covered in blood. Anna Maria, visibly shaken, kept repeating that her son's head had exploded. Who could have done something so horrifying? Who is Anna Maria Francione? Anna Maria Lorenzi, born Franzioni, came into the world on August 19, 1971, in the stunning Italian city of Bologna. She was the youngest of 6 children in a tight-knit, joyful, and relatively well-off family. Her father ran a successful construction company, while her mother devoted herself to raising their large family and making their house a warm and welcoming home. From an early age, Anna Maria was driven to excel in everything she did. She was a top student, took dance lessons, and always made sure she looked flawless. In her family, she was the beloved favorite, cherished and protected not just by her parents, but also by her older siblings. Yet, despite the comfort and privileges of her upbringing, Anna Maria yearned for independence. So, as soon as she turned 18, she left her family home to start a life on her own in a different city. She enrolled in university while working as a hotel receptionist, quickly earning promotions to become a manager. Her reputation as a valuable employee who could handle even the toughest situations spread fast. True to form, Francione excelled here as well, meeting Stefano Lorenzi. In the mid-1990s, Anna Maria met a young man named Stefano Lorenzi, who was staying at the hotel where she worked. The chemistry between them was immediate. They exchanged phone numbers and soon began to meet regularly. Their relationship developed rapidly, and it wasn't long before Stefano asked her to move in with him. Stefano was a successful engineer, also originally from Bologna. But as he got older, he decided to trade the hustle and bustle of the city for a quieter, more peaceful life in the countryside. He had saved up enough money to buy a spacious house in the small mountain town of Calm, nestled in the Aosta Valley region. With a population of around 1,500, life in Calm was slow-paced, and the crime rate was practically non-existent. The perfect family. In 1995, Stefano proposed to Anna Maria, and she happily accepted, eager to become his wife. The two were married in a beautiful seaside ceremony full of romance. Afterward, they moved into Stefano's house in Cogna, almost immediately after their wedding. Anna Maria became pregnant, and by the end of that same year, she gave birth to their first son, Davide. In 1999, the couple welcomed their second son, Samuel. After Samuel was born, Anna Maria decided to leave her job and devote herself entirely to managing the household and looking after the family. By all appearances, the Lorenzi family was truly happy and harmonious. Everyone who knew Anna Maria noted how incredible she was as a homemaker, a flawless wife and a devoted mother. Despite the demands of caring for Davide and Samuel, her home was always immaculately clean, and she presented herself as if she were always ready to attend a high-profile event. Stefano's career thrived, and he received a promotion that allowed him to fully support his family, providing them with a comfortable and worry-free life. In the fall of 2001, Davide started school and immediately stood out as one of the brightest students in his class. Teachers praised his intelligence and curiosity, often using him as an example for his classmates. To the outside world, the Lorenzis seemed to be living a dream life, filled with love, prosperity, and happiness. It looked like nothing could shatter the ideal world they had built. But in January 2002, an unimaginable tragedy occurred. And understanding what had happened would take years of investigation. The disturbing call to emergency services on January 30th, 2002, at around 9 in the morning. A frantic woman called emergency services. She said her son was seriously ill, vomiting blood, and begged for help to arrive as quickly as possible. Roughly 20 minutes later, the small town's residents heard the whirring of a helicopter searching for a safe spot to land. When the medical team arrived at the scene, they were first met by a woman named Daniela Ferrata. Daniela was a neighbor who had rushed over after hearing Anna Maria's desperate screams and was waiting outside with her for the medics to arrive. Inside the house, on the first floor, the family's doctor, whom Anna Maria had also called, was already there, giving Samuel emergency care before the city medical team could step in. Upstairs in a second-floor bedroom, the 30-year-old mother clutched Samuel, pleading for someone to save him. The room was covered in dark stains, and Samuel had a gauze bandage on his head, soaked through with blood and tissue. He was unconscious and appeared to show no signs of life. He was rushed to the hospital by helicopter, but despite the emergency team's best efforts, they could not resuscitate him. His parents were told that Samuel had passed away. It quickly became clear that Anna Maria had initially provided inaccurate information. Samuel had not been vomiting blood. Instead, under the bandage on his head, he had multiple deep wounds, inflicted with extreme force using a sharp object. He had been struck several times until his skull fractured in multiple places, causing devastating brain damage that left him with almost no chance of survival. But what horrifying incident had unfolded in this seemingly perfect family home? And who could have wished such harm upon him? Strange reactions and confusing testimonies. From the start, the situation surrounding Samuel's case seemed bizarre and suspicious. His mother, Anna Maria, couldn't give a clear explanation of what had happened, and even the witnesses who were first on the scene couldn't make sense of it. The head of the family, Stefano, rushed home from work, but arrived only after Samuel had already been airlifted to the hospital, and he didn't get the chance to say goodbye. When half an hour later, the Lorenzis received the call informing them that their younger son had passed away, Stefano collapsed to the ground, covered his face with his hands, and broke down in tears. Anna Maria, however, remained calm, hugged her husband, and reportedly said that she wanted to have another son to replace Samuel. Both she and Stefano later vehemently denied that she had ever made such a statement. Anna Maria seemed to be in a state of shock. She mumbled incoherently and couldn't piece together the sequence of events. Her testimony was inconsistent, and at times she contradicted herself, while the statements from witnesses only created more confusion. However, when it became clear that foul play was involved, every detail had to be thoroughly examined to understand how and why this had happened. Anna Maria's version of events. According to Anna Maria, she woke up around 7 a.m., made breakfast for her husband, and saw him off to work at around 7:45. She then woke up Davide, fed him, and packed his lunch for school. It was at that moment she heard Samuel crying and rushed to his side. Samuel was complaining of a headache, so Anna Maria moved him to her bedroom, so he could rest while she walked David to the bus stop. The bus was about 5 minutes late that morning, so she waited with David until he got on. When she returned home, she found Samuel in a horrifying state. Blood was everywhere, and she couldn't understand what had happened. Thinking he had been vomiting blood, she immediately called the family doctor who lived nearby and could get there quickly. Upon discovering the wound on Samuel's head, Anna Maria screamed and her neighbor, Daniela Ferrata, rushed over after hearing her cries. Daniela found Anna Maria covered in blood, and tried to understand what had happened. The panicked mother screamed that Samuel's head had exploded and begged for help. Daniela, feeling overwhelmed, went into the house and walked toward the bedroom, but she ran outside almost immediately, trying to suppress her nausea. What she had seen looked like something out of a horror film and defied explanation. Anna Maria kept repeating that Samuel had complained of a headache before she found him in that dreadful state. The family doctor's verdict. The first person to assess Samuel was the family doctor, who arrived shortly after the call. Anna Maria had told him over the phone that Samuel had been vomiting blood, and then later said that his head had exploded. This description sounded bizarre, but the doctor tried to come up with a plausible explanation. He speculated that perhaps Samuel's skull bones had fused improperly, leading to a cerebral aneurysm that burst, causing extensive brain damage and intense pressure resulting in the fractures, the doctor's observations and shifting testimony. The family doctor could only dress the open wound and administer an anti-shock injection before the emergency helicopter arrived. He later admitted that even then, he knew Samuel had little chance of survival. The doctor also noted that Anna Maria's clothing, hands, and face were covered in blood, but he didn't think much of it at the time, assuming she had tried to help her son, touching and moving him in desperation. But when he learned that the medical examiner had counted 18 separate wounds on Samuel's head, inflicted with a sharp object, likely a knife, and that this was undeniably a case of premeditated violence, the family doctor's story began to change. Suddenly, he recalled something unusual. He had seen small particles of brain matter tangled in Anna Maria's hair and couldn't understand how they had gotten there. Revenge of a spurned lover? Despite the inconsistencies and strange details, authorities were in no hurry to press charges against Anna Maria. She maintained that everything had happened while she was at the bus stop with her older son. According to her, Samuel had seemed perfectly fine when he woke up, just a bit fussy and complaining of a headache. Davide backed up his mother's account, stating that he hadn't seen any blood and that his brother had still been in their parents' bedroom when they left the house. Could an unknown assailant have waited for the house to be empty, except for Samuel, sneaked inside and committed this brutal act? Nothing had been stolen. There were no signs of forced entry, and the sheer level of violence suggested a deeply personal motive. Investigators theorized that perhaps Stefano had a secret lover who wanted revenge, or who sought to force him to leave his family by taking drastic action. This theory was thoroughly examined, but it turned out that Stefano was a devoted husband and caring father with no history of infidelity. With no other leads, suspicion fell squarely on Anna Maria. But the police needed to gather more evidence and understand the full context and motivations behind the horrific act. Crime scene investigation and evidence collection. The murder weapon used to inflict the fatal injuries on Samuel was never found, neither inside the house nor anywhere on the surrounding property. The parents' bedroom was soaked in blood, as expected given where the crime had occurred, but there were no foreign fingerprints or clues beyond the presence of the Lorenzi family members. Faced with limited evidence, investigators decided to use an advanced forensic technique for the time, bloodstain pattern analysis. This method could help determine the trajectory and angle of the strikes, the position of the perpetrator, and how they moved during the attack. The room was covered in blood spatter on nearly every surface, so this analysis would be an extensive and painstaking process. Blood spatter analysis and unsettling evidence. Blood spatter experts were brought in from the capital, but their findings were far from conclusive. Given the relatively new nature of bloodstain pattern analysis at the time, the specialists had differing interpretations. A new theory emerged. Perhaps a deranged intruder had broken into the house and attacked Samuel. The force of the blows was so extreme that blood even reached the ceiling. After committing the act, it was believed that the attacker had quickly left, taking the weapon with them. However, the perpetrator would have had to escape wearing blood-soaked clothes and shoes, yet no such evidence was found. No bloody footprints, only bare footprints belonging to Anna Maria. Furthermore, none of the neighbors reported seeing anyone suspicious. At that hour, the streets of Kong were bustling with people heading to work and school, and a person covered in blood would have certainly drawn attention. Investigators found a crumpled pair of Anna Maria's pajamas stained with blood. Oddly, there were no blood stains on the floor beneath them or in that corner of the room. Anna Maria had changed clothes before taking Davide to the bus stop, and she hadn't put those pajamas back on when she returned. So, how did the blood end up on them? Moreover, the stains were not consistent with someone using the fabric to apply pressure to a wound. Instead, there were clear spatter marks. Investigators also found her house slippers tucked away with blood traces on the soles. All the evidence seemed to point toward Anna Maria as the one responsible for the crime. As mentioned before, Anna Maria had always aimed to be the best at everything from a young age. In the bustling city environment, she excelled, top of her class in school, an exemplary university student, and a highly valued employee at the hotel where she worked. But everything changed drastically when she married and moved with Stefano Decone. In the small town, everyone knew each other, and the bored housewives often gossiped about each other's homes, families, and even appearances. It felt as though they were always searching for flaws to have something to discuss, and Anna Maria felt she could never afford to make a mistake. She kept her house impeccably clean, dressed like a Hollywood star, and ensured that Stefano thrived in his career, while Davida excelled in a gifted program at school. Maintaining this image required constant effort and left her both physically and emotionally drained. A real struggle began after the birth of her second son. Anna Maria had a difficult pregnancy, followed by severe postpartum depression. Her health deteriorated. She lost significant weight, suffered from insomnia, and experienced constant anxiety. The family doctor prescribed mild sedatives, antidepressants, and sleeping pills. She was also advised to attend a few therapy sessions with a psychologist, but no one saw any real danger in the situation. According to the doctor, Anna Maria never exhibited any serious mental health issues, never posed a threat to herself or others, and showed no tendencies toward aggression or violent behavior. Yet she was highly sensitive to how others perceived her, took any criticism deeply to heart, and often became consumed by her anxieties about maintaining her image. Confiding in a neighbor, Anna Maria once confided in a close friend and neighbor that her younger son, Samuel, was too fussy and difficult to manage, unlike David, her older son. She even described Samuel as unattractive and said she felt he didn't fit into their picture-perfect family. However, no one could have ever imagined she might be capable of harming him. Arrest and the search for irrefutable evidence. The case drew significant media attention. Although the murder weapon was never found, and Anna Maria adamantly denied any involvement in the crime, she was arrested on March 14, 2002. Forensic experts argued that the blood spatter on her pajamas could only have been deposited during the assault on Samuel, based on its specific pattern and location. Prosecutors believed that Anna Maria had forgotten to dispose of this crucial piece of evidence after changing out of her pajamas and getting rid of the weapon. By the summer of that year, however, Anna Maria was released on house arrest while the investigation continued. The blood spatter analysis was dismissed as unreliable, given that this forensic technique was not widely accepted or proven in Italy at the time, making it impossible to verify its accuracy. The prosecution then spent an additional 6 months bringing in experts from abroad. Using a life-size mannequin and a stand-in with a build similar to Anna Maria's, these experts reconstructed the attack on Samuel. They demonstrated that the blood spatter pattern could have ended up on her pajamas if the person wearing them had been seated on the bed across from Samuel, striking downward with an object similar to a large hunting knife. The case was reopened in January of the following year, but Anna Maria was not detained again because she was pregnant. Psychological evaluations also indicated she was not a danger to herself or others. In March 2003, a year and 2 months after the tragic event, the Lorenzi family welcomed a new son, whom they named Giovanni. An unexpected piece of evidence. The Lorenzi case had become a media sensation, turning into a public spectacle followed by tens of thousands of people. Representing Anna Maria was a flamboyant defense attorney named Carlo Taormina, who wasted no time accusing the investigators of gross incompetence. Determined to expose flaws in the prosecution's case, he launched his own investigation. The defense's theatrics and shifting testimonies. Every time defense attorney Carlo Taormina appeared before the media or in the courtroom, he presented new theories and supposed evidence. Davide, who had initially provided consistent testimony, suddenly remembered seeing a man in black near their house. However, he couldn't describe the stranger in any detail. Prosecutors later accused Taormina of intentionally distorting the boy's memory to introduce the idea of a mysterious outsider. Taormina also claimed that the weapon used was not a knife, but something like a carpenter's hammer with a claw end, whose curved metal hooks are typically used to pull out nails. In his version, the number of strikes was actually half of what was initially reported, as each blow created 2 wounds. This theory suggested that the assailant could have easily finished the attack within the brief window while Anna Maria was walking Davide to the bus stop. A crucial footprint, the most significant new piece of evidence, was a shoe print found on the blanket wrapped around Samuel. The print was approximately a men's size 10, indicating the possible presence of a man at the scene. Strangely, this footprint had not been documented during the initial investigation, even though the bloody blanket had been collected as evidence. The situation appeared to be a case of serious negligence, with signs that key evidence proving Anna Maria's innocence had been overlooked. However, further examination revealed that the footprint was not left in blood. It was a regular dirt stain and couldn't have come from the perpetrator. It was later proven that the print belonged to a forensic photographer who had accidentally stepped on the edge of the blanket while documenting the scene. The photographer was charged with professional misconduct, and Anna Maria once again remained the primary suspect. Courtroom battles and new theories. In July 2004, Anna Maria Lorenzi was found guilty of the premeditated crime against her son and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Yet just a week after the verdict, she made a shocking claim. She accused their neighbor Ulysses Guicciardo of being the real criminal. According to her, this man had repeatedly tried to flirt with her, but she had always rejected and ignored his advances. Stefano supported his wife's statement, confirming that Ulysses had indeed shown an inappropriate interest in her. Guicciardo was brought in for questioning, but he was stunned by the accusation and denied everything. Moreover, he had an airtight alibi for the day of the incident. He had been traveling for work, and his account was verified, clearing him of all suspicion. Outraged, Guicciardo filed a countersuit, accusing Anna Maria of defamation, new legal troubles. In October 2004, a new trial began, this time focusing on the defamation case and accusations of tampering with evidence. Anna Maria was once again found guilty, and her sentence was extended by an additional year and a half. To complicate matters further, her attorney, Carlo Taormina, was stripped of his ability to represent her in court. A year later, the Lorenzis put forth yet another theory, claiming that their neighbor, Daniela Ferrata, the same woman who had been the first to respond to Anna Maria's screams, could have been responsible. They suggested jealousy as a potential motive. However, the investigation found no evidence linking Ferrata to the crime, and her alibi was corroborated by multiple family members. Declared insane or not, Anna Maria Lorenzi's new defense attorney adopted a different strategy, arguing that his client needed a psychiatric evaluation. He claimed that Anna Maria had experienced a temporary mental break and was not aware of her actions. This new angle allowed for procedural delays, and Anna Maria was transferred from a prison cell to a hospital ward. In April 2007, however, the prosecution successfully proved that she was mentally competent and fully aware of her actions. She was found guilty once again, but this time the court considered mitigating factors, such as her prolonged postpartum depression that had allegedly led to a psychological crisis. The fact that she had two sons also weighed into the decision, resulting in a reduced sentence from 30 years to 16 years in prison with the possibility of early release after serving 11. In May 2008, another appeal filed by Anna Maria and her lawyer was dismissed, and the sentence remained unchanged. Around the same time, her former attorney, Carlo Taormina, filed a lawsuit against her demanding nearly 80,000 euros in unpaid legal fees for the confiscation of the Lorenzi family home. His claims, however, were deemed invalid, and he was ultimately unsuccessful in recovering any compensation, sentence reduction, and release. In 2013, Anna Maria's sentence was reduced due to good behavior. Her punishment was changed from incarceration to house arrest, allowing her to return home to her family. Psychiatrists concluded that she no longer posed any danger to society. By 2019, she was granted early parole. Anna Maria and her husband, Stefano, are still together, though they have since relocated to a different city. The house where the tragedy occurred was sold, as the Lorenzis could not bear to return there. It's worth noting that none of Anna Maria's loved ones ever abandoned her. Her family stood by her side, convinced of her innocence. To this day, the Francione family believes that the real perpetrator of the crime against Samuel remains at large and unpunished. Stories 3. In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit the United States. The entire world began to shut down, and people were gripped with shock and fear of an unknown disease. On March 23rd, 12-year-old daughter Gretchen Anthony, who was visiting her father at the time, received a text message from her mother. Good morning. I have tested positive for the coronavirus. That means I will have to stay home for at least 2 weeks. Okay, I really hope you feel better, Ava replied. Shortly thereafter, the mom stopped sharing the location of her phone with her daughter. Over the next 3 days, friends and family members received several text messages describing Gretchen's deteriorating condition. What was strange was that no one could reach the 51-year-old woman. She didn't even call her beloved young daughter, which was very unlike a loving mom. Those close to her began to suspect a scenario far worse than even an acute case of COVID-19. Someone else was sending messages from Gretchen's phone to cover up her disappearance. The police got involved, and soon it became clear to investigators looking for Gretchen that someone was indeed using the pandemic to cover up the woman's disappearance. Gretchen was born on January 8, 1969 in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. She spent most of her life up north, attending fashion school in New York City before moving to New Jersey, where she eventually became a teacher. In 2006, the blue-eyed blonde moved to Jupiter, the northernmost city in Palm Beach County, Florida. After working in the county's private schools for 8 years, Gretchen decided to try something new and took a job in the Human Resources Department of Viking Utility, an electrical contractor. The position allowed her to interact with new people, which Gretchen enjoyed. She considered the workforce her second family. Her first marriage didn't work out, but the former spouses remained on good terms and continued to raise their beloved daughter with shared custody. Gretchen led an active lifestyle and spent a lot of time in sports. It was through sports that she met David Anthony. Charismatic, able to charm David, who was 7 years younger than Gretchen, first became her personal trainer and then her second husband. Women from all over the county came to see the young muscular trainer. David was a star in the gym and was very popular, attracting many new students. Gretchen fell in love. The romance developed rapidly. After a brief engagement, the couple got married at the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas. So in 2015, Gretchen Stoughton Crane became Gretchen Stoughton Anthony and found, in her opinion, the husband of her dreams. Gretchen's daughter adored her stepfather and even called him bonus dad. In total, the couple lived in marriage for 5 years. However, the relationship that began with magic and perfect happiness gradually turned into a woman's fear for her safety. When tragedy struck, police and later journalists began to inquire about the identity of the second spouse. They were in for a lot of surprises. As it turned out, David Ethan Anthony was originally known as David Anthony Deutsch, and then later changed his name, David Anthony Deutsch. A star college basketball player was arrested in 1997 for robbing a Blockbuster video store with a water pistol and assaulting a police officer. In each case, he took a plea bargain and spent some time in jail. Growing up without a father in Palm Beach Gardens, David spent much of his childhood and adolescence alone. He didn't talk much, was withdrawn, had low self-esteem, and was bullied at school for being overweight. He wasn't even allowed to join a recreational sports league because he was so much larger than all the other kids. Not surprisingly, as a teenager, David struggled with severe depression and developed symptoms that his family believed were consistent with bipolar disorder. However, he refused to take any medication, devoted himself fanatically to sports, and really excelled at it. After high school, David received a scholarship to play college basketball and became a star on the team. He idolized basketball greats and even named his husky Kobe after his favorite basketball player, Kobe Bryant. On January 26, 2020, the idol will die in a helicopter crash, and this event will be another reason for David's unstable behavior. In the meantime, the smart, attractive coach ignores mental problems, bathes in deserved popularity, and becomes the husband of Gretchen. The couple lead an active lifestyle. David enjoys bicycling, deep-sea fishing and kayaking. Gretchen works out hard at the gym, goes to the beach, kayaks, and does yoga. Unfortunately, only the first 2 years of marriage will prove to be happy. The remaining 3 years, the smiling blonde will spend trying to leave. Gretchen admitted to friends that her husband's behavior was becoming more and more manic, and at times he insulted her. They once even broke up for at least 6 months, but got back together. Tabitha Hopkins, David's former boss at the gym, later recalled noticing strange mood swings in David. In 2017, things got so bad that Tabitha was forced to fire him for his aggressive behavior, especially towards women. David was indeed behaving very strangely and was unwilling to seek help. The man became obsessed with the end of the world and loaded 3 large bags of rice, several pots, pans and 10 pairs of shoes into his truck in 2018. His family believed this episode was a symptom of bipolar and manic depressive disorder. Bad periods were followed by good ones, in which David tried to do something about his behavior. He even managed to get Tabitha Hopkins to give him his job back by assuring the gym owner that he was trying to be a better person and attending self-improvement seminars. Tabitha softened. There was no denying David's effectiveness as a trainer. The clients were delighted with him. Over time, as the mental illness continued untreated, David's condition worsened. Gretchen recognized that her husband had problems and shared this with friends. Sometimes, she said, she would lock herself in their bedroom just to increase the distance between them. I noticed this crazy look in his eyes. She texted a friend on one morning in late December. David was gaining momentum, and the spouse didn't know what he was capable of. I'm watching him on the cameras and waiting for him to go to bed, Gretchen wrote another evening. Then I'll go downstairs, get a knife and put it under my pillow, just in case, and hopefully sleep. That same year, on Christmas Eve, Gretchen couldn't find her personal belongings. She searched the house, looked in David's backpack, and found her wedding ring, passport, driver's license, credit cards, and some money. The incident so disturbed Gretchen that she texted Dawn, her boss and friend, that she was afraid of her own husband. By the end of the month, Gretchen made the decision to end the tumultuous relationship. In December 2019, she forced David to move out of the townhouse to her mother's house, who lived nearby, and changed the locks. It was during this time that David's colleagues noticed a gradual change in his behavior. Most of the time, the trainer was one of the first to arrive at the gym. But after the events in the family, he began to come later and later, seemed more and more withdrawn and sullen. On January 26, Kobe Bryant, David's idol, dies. When Kobe Bryant passed away, something happened, Tabitha recalls. You'd think David and Kobe Bryant were best friends. He was traumatized by it. In the days that followed, David was hysterical, crying and wailing in front of the fitness club groups he led and refusing to go home. Despite his emotionally fragile state, David took an active role in a controversial self-improvement program called gratitude training, which critics likened to a cult. He spent thousands of dollars on seminars, but refused to tell his family what he was doing during the session. David's behavior regressed. On February 24th, he failed to show up for work. When Tabitha tried to find out if he was okay, he attacked her, and the supervisor made the decision to terminate the employee permanently. This time, Tabitha caught a glimpse of David's frightening rage and was truly frightened. Hopkins texted Gretchen about the incident and asked her to be careful. That's the last time I talked to Gretchen, she would later say. 4 days later, on February 28, 2020, just weeks before her disappearance, Gretchen files for divorce. David's stability is rapidly going downhill, and he is becoming increasingly hostile. On March 7th, the woman David had begun dating booked a seat at an unusual art class. They were to drink wine and draw pictures, under the guidance of the instructor. However, the evening did not go according to plan. When David wished to hug his companion during the class and she rejected the attempt, he jumped up, yelled at her in the middle of the class, and ran outside. David's behavior frightened the young woman, and she decided not to continue the interaction, telling him that he could not stay with her tonight. When they got to the house where David had left his truck, it became clear that David had different ideas about the matter. David, whom she'd only known for a month, had decided to move in with her. Duffel bags filled with men's clothes were spread out on her bed and dining room table, and food from his mother's house was stashed in the freezer. Kobe, David's husky, was running around in the backyard. David left only after a new friend called her neighborhood security company. When Gretchen went missing, her family told investigators that David was returning to her home after he left. The young woman was concerned for her safety and installed surveillance cameras throughout the house and garage on March 11th. The World Health Organization declared a pandemic. A few days later, David, believing the pandemic to be an end-of-the-world prophecy, showed up at Gretchen's house in the early morning hours. He believed the world was coming to an end, and walked around the windows trying to convince his almost ex-wife to go with him to Costa Rica, where he thought they could escape the virus. After a few hours, Gretchen relented and allowed David into the house. That evening, a patrolling police officer noticed David, visibly nervous and sweaty, strutting around outside a Riviera Beach restaurant, and at one point approaching a group of teenage girls. The officer noticed David's license plate, partially covered with black duct tape, and headed toward him. David claimed that his 12-year-old stepdaughter had taped the license plate and began to act even more nervous. The man ignored the police officer's orders not to move, yanked open the door of his truck, and began searching for something under the seat. Fearing what would happen next, the officer pointed a gun at David and ordered him to the ground. When the officers looked under the driver's seat where David was trying to reach, they found a large knife. David was arrested for resisting arrest, but posted bail a few days later and was released. The pandemic was gaining momentum. In the early 20s of March, some states began banning people from leaving their homes. Gretchen, like everyone else, was trying to figure out how to live in the new reality. She shared informational videos about the virus and how to stay safe, posting memes and jokes, mocking the absurdity of the new normal. On Thursday, March 19th, she posted a quote from a meditation blog. "When there is chaos around you, the wisest choice is to create peace within yourself." After that, her profile was no longer active and she stopped answering calls and messages. This moment divided life into before and after for all of her near and dear ones. Texting from Gretchen Anthony's phone to friends and family began on March 23, 2020. Over the course of several days, friends and family received a series of messages from Gretchen, stating that she was quarantined at home, then describing her deteriorating condition and hospitalization in the emergency room at Jupiter Medical Center. Another message claimed she was transferred to another CDC facility that did not exist. On March 24th, Don Paris, Gretchen's supervisor and friend, received a message from her saying, "I tested positive for coronavirus early this morning. This is bad news, but I am at a coronavirus CDC treatment center that only handles COVID cases. The good news is that my blood type can potentially be used in treatment. I'm not sure if you remember when I said I have a strain of mad cow disease in my blood. Well, that strain is important for gathering more answers and finding a cure. For safety reasons, Dr. Sinclair and her team strongly encourage program participants to keep contact only with immediate family members. I chose my mom, Gretchen's ex-husband, who had his 12-year-old stepdaughter visiting, also began receiving messages from Gretchen saying that the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, had quarantined her. She could be placed in a medically induced coma, and she would no longer be able to write." Jeff Dreyer didn't believe these reports. He was confused by the multiple text errors and abbreviations. The manner of speech in the messages sounded more like David Anthony, and Jeff became alarmed. That no one, not even his daughter Gretchen, never called. Friends couldn't imagine Gretchen dying of anything, since at 51 she was in good shape and took her health very seriously. When calls to the medical center confirmed that Gretchen Anthony had not been admitted there, the family along with friends decided to contact the police to check if their loved one was doing well. Gretchen Anthony's boss told police that she was last at work on March 20th, and when he called her insurance company to see if she was receiving medical care anywhere, they said there had been no referrals under her policy to process treatment. Jupiter Police Detective Jared Kennerson contacted Jupiter Medical Center and found that the hospital's records did not mention anything about such a patient. In fact, police found that Gretchen had not been to Jupiter Medical Center since 2008. Police checked the medical center parking lot and found a Mini Cooper in the parking lot. Gretchen's purse was lying in the most visible spot, causing patrol officers to become concerned. Officers went to the missing person's home. What they discovered at Gretchen's home was alarming and turned a simple visit into a potential murder investigation. A neighbor approached the officers and gave them the disturbing information. Early Saturday morning on Saturday, March 21st, I heard a very desperate female screaming as if she was being attacked. No, and then I heard something like, "It hurts, stop." The scream was really serious. Unfortunately, Gretchen didn't call emergency services. Some people are just wary of calling the police. Officers became even more concerned when another neighbor told them he later noticed a soapy substance leaking from under Gretchen's garage door. The front door leading to the garage was locked, and the key was broken in the deadbolt. When officers were able to open the door, they detected a strong, pungent odor of cleaning product in the garage. Using body cameras, patrol officers searched the house several times. They found evidence of a violent struggle, a broken picture frame, shards of glass on Gretchen's bed, and a soiled towel. Officers noticed that surveillance cameras inside the house had been removed from the walls, possibly to destroy compromising evidence, and sent a request to a service provider to recover the footage from the cloud. Police officials made inquiries and discovered that a neighbor had taken a photo of a black Nissan pickup truck parked outside Gretchen's home after the terrifying scream. The exact same pickup truck was owned by Gretchen's almost ex-husband, David Anthony, who suddenly decided to leave. His mother told police that her son packed up his truck and hit the road on Tuesday, March 24, 2020, saying he was going to Costa Rica. Their suspicions were heightened when they saw on video taken in the parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center, where Gretchen's car was found, a Mini Cooper pull into a parking space and a tall figure, the height of David Anthony, emerged from the vehicle. Investigators began tracking Gretchen's cell phone and found that it was registered in the Pensacola, Florida area. As would later be confirmed, David had driven just 600 miles to Pensacola, Florida's westernmost city. After stopping at a couple of local pawn shops to sell some women's jewelry, he and his dog Kobe continued west, stopping for one night at a hotel in Pecos, Texas, before settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico. While 2,000 miles away, David contacted detectives and reported that Gretchen was alive and in no danger. He explained that his spouse had provided him with a written statement, which he read aloud over the phone. According to the statement, Gretchen discovered financial crimes at her job and fled Florida with David, fearing for her life. The statement also said she also fled from her first ex-husband, Jeff. Detectives didn't believe it and continued to investigate. They tracked Gretchen and David's cell phone signals, which indicated that the two phones were together. Expecting the worst, detectives obtained a warrant to impound the truck on March 29th and enlisted the help of Las Cruces police to arrange a traffic stop. Las Cruces police detained David, seized the truck including his phone and Gretchen's phone, but they still didn't have enough evidence to call him in for questioning. He was allowed to just walk away. On March 30th, 2020, Jupiter police obtained electronic records from Gretchen's home, and investigators finally learned the truth. On the morning of March 21st, David lurked silently on the porch overlooking the back of the garage. In his hands, he held an elongated object. 6 minutes later, Gretchen appeared in the footage. The video shows David forcibly driving her into the garage, and a scream can be heard over the footage. First, Gretchen yelled to the Amazon Alexa device in the garage, "Alexa, turn on the lights in the garage." The surveillance camera audio then captured a muffled thud and Gretchen's muffled scream. She then yelled to Alexa again, "Alexa, call 911." Gretchen didn't know that unless she specifically programmed her smart speaker to call 911, the device wouldn't call the police in an emergency. After a while, David's face appeared in the frame, his hands wearing gloves. In one shot, Gretchen's bloody head could be seen as he walked around the garage. Investigators have seen enough. On March 30th, detectives get a warrant for David's arrest. Gretchen's case went from being a missing persons case to a murder investigation. Detective Kennerson rushed to Las Cruces shortly before midnight. March 31st, police arrested David outside a convenience store. Jupiter detectives questioned him at the state police headquarters in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They had one goal: to get David to reveal the whereabouts of Gretchen's body, and the detectives failed. David claimed that Gretchen was alive. In fact, during the interrogation, David Anthony made this claim 35 times. Detectives even tried using a voice recording of Gretchen's daughter, whom David really loved. With her father's permission, the girl recorded her request. "David, it's Ava. I love you. I'm scared. I miss my mom," she told him. "I need to know where my mom is. Please do the right thing and tell me where my mom is. Please. I love you." Detectives played the tape to David, but he remained indifferent. While behind bars, he refused to say anything about what had happened to Gretchen. In his typical restraint, he remained silent for months. David knew it would be difficult for the prosecutor to get a conviction without Gretchen's body. He was charged with second-degree murder and extradited to Florida. While David was in custody in Palm Beach County, Florida, a grand jury indicted him for kidnapping and upgraded the murder charge from second-degree to first-degree murder. This was a turning point, and in December 2020, after 8 months in prison, the criminal took a plea deal with the prosecutor. The fact is that he could have faced the death penalty for first-degree murder. Under the terms of the deal, David would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 38-year prison sentence. The main condition of the deal was that he would lead investigators to Gretchen's body. On December 21st, 9 months after Gretchen Anthony disappeared, David Anthony admitted what everyone already knew. He killed his wife. Gretchen's body was found wrapped in a blanket 3 miles from her home. in the woods behind a Walmart store and near a nursing home. Investigators determined she died from stab wounds to her neck and torso. There were several defensive wounds. She was fighting for her life. At the sentencing hearing, David Anthony said the COVID-19 pandemic was a contributing factor to his crime, because he saw the pandemic as Armageddon from which he had to flee. My delusions saw the COVID pandemic as a prophecy of the end of the world, an Armageddon that I felt compelled to avoid at all costs. Under the terms of the plea agreement, David Anthony was sentenced to 38 years in prison on January 14, 2021. He is currently serving his sentence at the Martin Correctional Institution in Florida. Stories 4. Martin Gardner sat on the porch of his desolate home, clutching a photo album he had received years after the tragic day. That album had become a symbol of his loss, a living testament to a terrible tragedy. Martin's gaze stopped at the pictures of his small and innocent children, Talon, Sai, Savi, and Yazzie. These pictures were all he had left of his happy days. As he looked into their faces, he could almost hear their children's voices filling this house with laughter and warmth once upon a time. Martin's first child was Talon, who was only 4 years old. To his father, he was the light of his life. The man dreamed of spending all his free time with him, teaching him everything he knew, and drinking beer with him in the future, when Talon would be a real grown man, and Martin himself would be gray and important. Little Sia, who was only 3 years old, always ran to her father when he came home from work, remembering to take her cloth doll with her. She always asked Martin to give her and her doll a kiss before she went to bed. This always brought a smile to her father's face, and he performed this sweet ritual with seriousness and respect. Savi, a 2-year-old girl, was silent and intelligent. She loved to flip through books and watch animal movies. Martin often took her on his lap and read her favorite stories to her. He saw in her the potential of a future intelligent and serious woman who would achieve great heights in life. And Yazzie was the youngest, still a very tiny baby with deep black eyes. When Martin looked into her eyes, he saw a vast world there. Those eyes were exactly like those of her mother, Shaninia Gardner. Martin remembered how happy he was that she had given him this beautiful world full of love, comfort, and children's laughter. But that world was shattered one fateful day. Shaninia Gardner was born in the late 80s in Memphis, the American state of Tennessee. Little is known about her early years, other than the fact that she was the daughter of Eleanor Snodgrass, who once inhabited the cozy cabins of Madison, Alabama. Shaninia's childhood and youth flowed as routinely as any other girl's. At that time, she was a young brunette with curly hair, slender and beautiful. The girl was always surrounded by loyal friends and displayed bright talents. Shaninia was filled with a true creative spirit. She had a unique gift of composing songs. Music was her passion, and singing was her way of expressing herself. Her vocal abilities caught the attention of the locals, and she became a local celebrity. However, singing was only one of her many hobbies. She looked great in front of the camera and could turn everyday moments into works of art. Despite all these colorful hobbies, inside Shaninia was a woman full of charity who always found time for religion. She often attended church and carefully cared for her family. Everything in Shaninia's life seemed set and promised a bright future. Shaninia was only 14 years old when she met D. Clayton. It started with a casual introduction through mutual friends. They immediately found common ground and became friends. By the time they grew up and graduated from high school, their relationship became more serious, and the young people officially became a couple. Shaninia and D-Trail spent a lot of time together. Everyone considered them serious and stable young people. However, there were some questionable episodes in their record. Both were seen in minor offenses, such as traffic violations or disorderly conduct on the street. In 2008, things got more serious. Detrail was accused of assaulting a woman, and although it was done unintentionally, he was facing serious punishment. The guy got lucky, and soon all charges against him were dropped. Shaninia and Detrail did not formalize their relationship, but they lived together. In the same year 2008, the couple had a son who was named Dawn. Shaninia became a caring mother, not only to him, but also to Detrail's 2 children from his previous relationship. Sonia Clayton, Detrail's mother, always saw Shaninia not just as a woman in love with her son, but as part of her family. Shaninia was noted for her devotion and care for her children, which made her special in Sonia's eyes. However, the lovers' relationship was not a long one, and little is known about what exactly happened between them. However, even after the breakup, they continued to maintain some distant communication. Shaninia remained a good wife and a caring mother. When Dalan was just 2 years old, Shaninia was involved in a small incident. It was a minor infraction, perhaps a parking ticket or a minor argument of no great importance. It was also insignificant compared to what the future held for her. Marrying Martin Gardner was a new phase in Shaninia's life. Fate had led her to this man who appeared to bring joy and stability to her life. On the other hand, won Martin over with her kindness and love for children. In her eyes, he saw an ocean of feminine tenderness and wisdom. Their story developed rapidly. In September 2013, they decided to start their life together and moved into an apartment complex in southeast Shelby County. The wedding was just the beginning of a new phase of their life together. Shortly after the celebration, they had their first child, baby Talon, and in 2014, their little Sia was born into the world. Soon 2 more girls, Savi and Yazzie, came along, making their big family even happier and busier. In total, Martin and Shaninia had 4 children together, as well as 1 child from the young woman's previous relationship. For the young mom, children always came first, and she enjoyed working part-time at the children's hospital. Moreover, she was actively involved in a center that raised funds to help children. It was her calling, and she gratefully dedicated her life to helping those in need, on the cusp of a terrible event. Friday, July 1st, 2016. An ordinary day that didn't pretend anything out of the ordinary. Around noon, Shaninia was on the phone with her husband Martin. Her voice was calm as it usually is. She told her husband that she was going to watch a movie with the kid. There was nothing to indicate that something terrible was going to happen on this ordinary day. And then at that moment, when the spouses were having a quiet conversation, an incomprehensible madness began to happen. Suddenly Shaninia changed. She took a kitchen knife and went into the living room. There she attacked her own 6-month-old daughter, Yazzie. The defenseless little girl who couldn't fight back was caught in a terrible trap. Her life was cut short in an instant at the hands of her most loved and closest person. A terrible tragedy played out before his eyes, for which he was too young to understand. The boy thought only one thing. He must do something to save his younger brother and sisters. Panicked and desperate, he ran out of the house. Shaninia didn't stop there. The young woman followed her son out of the house, armed with a knife, ready to continue her nightmarish plan. She rushed after Dalan, but the man, terrified and desperate, screamed so loudly that he attracted the attention of the neighbors. A couple of neighbors heard his screams and quickly went outside to see what was going on. They found themselves witnessing a nightmare that did not settle in their minds. Realizing that Dalan was being watched, Shaninia went no further. However, the whole horror was not over yet. Shaninia returned to the house where Savi and Talon were waiting for her. Distraught, she went up to the bedroom where the little ones were. It was the last moments of their innocent lives. Those who witnessed the nightmare didn't waste a second. They quickly called emergency services, asking for help and rescue for little Dalan and his younger sibling. At that moment, none of them could have imagined the tragic consequences that awaited this peaceful street. Sheriff's personnel arrived on the scene and were confronted with an eerie scene. Inside the home at 7449 Southern Hill Drive, they found a bloodied Shaninia and her 4 children lying motionless, bereft of life. The sight left everyone in shock. Shaninia sat with her cell phone in her hand. She slowly dialed the number of Martin, her husband. Her voice sounded quiet and cold as she confessed to killing her children. The tragedy that had unfolded in their lives was the horrific event that would forever be remembered in this quiet neighborhood. By the time the prosecutor's office and special unit arrived on the scene, it was all over. There was only an eerie silence in the house that had once been the place of the happy Gardner family. Blood and horror lurked in every corner. The investigators had a bloody knife in their possession, silently bearing witness to the gruesome incident. Chaplains arrived to help and were shocked by what had happened, as well as specialists ready to assist Dalan. The horror he had endured required immediate intervention. While the necessary information was gathered and investigations were underway, law enforcement asked residents to stay inside their homes and not go outside. Some did not need this request. They still felt fear and uncertainty. Their homes seemed to be the only safe place. A major operation forced sheriff's officials to close off access to the apartment complex, including the golf area and country club. As for Shania, she was apprehended and taken into custody without bail. Her trial was immediately scheduled for July 5th. Society could not remain indifferent to these horrific events unfolding in the life of Shaninia Gardner. No matter how monstrous she was portrayed, she was a mother and a partner who radiated love, care, and joy, according to Michelle Gemmett, her co-worker. Michelle vigorously defended Shaninia on social media, speaking out about the unfairness of the allegations. She also brought up an important aspect, postpartum depression. Cases like this have sparked discussion, and Dr. Joel Reisman, a psychiatrist at the University of Tennessee Medical Center, confirmed that the killing of children by their own mother is rare and usually accompanied by mental illness. He also pointed out the lack of mental health funding in the state, which leaves many families without the support they need. Dr. Diane Barnes, a psychology and postpartum health specialist, explained the difference between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, emphasizing that they are completely different conditions with different symptoms. And while Shaninia's exact condition required further investigation, Dr. Barnes doubted that women in a state of postpartum depression would commit such acts. She leaned toward the idea of psychosis. The investigation in Shaninia Gardner's case was arduous. Her defense attorney Craig Morton became her defense attorney, but he chose not to comment on the case to the media in the early stages, believing it was too early for such discussion. On July 5, 2016, at the court hearing, Shaninia remained silent, appearing only via video link. Judge Lois Lambert asked her questions, but the young woman did not utter a single word. After the trial, Shaninia was sent to the Mental Health Institute. Shaninia's next of kin came to the courthouse, but declined to comment to reporters. Morton's attorney and prosecutor, Jennifer Nichols, planned to file a motion to preserve evidence in the case, including information gathered from social media. January 2017 brought formal charges against Shaninia on 4 counts: aggravated child abuse, aggravated murder with a deadly weapon, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. The mysterious and gruesome investigation continued, and the community was left waiting for justice and answers to many questions. The hearing included testimony from Shaninia's loved one. Sonia, Detrail's mother, was undoubtedly shocked to learn of the terrible tragedy. She immediately arrived on the scene in a desperate search for her grandson, Dallin. Sonia maintained that what had happened had nothing to do with the young woman she had once known. She expressed her belief that something supernatural, perhaps of a diabolical nature, was behind it all. As time passed, however, and the initial shock began to wear off, Sonia began to speculate about possible motives. She speculated that perhaps the young couple was in the process of divorce. For fear of being alone, caring for 5 children, Shaninia might have come to the terrible decision to end it all. But despite these reflections, Sonia found it hard to believe. To her, the Shaninia she had once known was far from a person capable of such a horrible act. Detrail, Dallin's father, also refused to believe in Shaninia's guilt. He admitted that although he was never his son's guardian, he was always able to visit him after his relationship with Shaninia ended. But November 2014 was the last time he saw his son. He noticed that each time Shaninia became more and more radical in her actions and decisions. Every attempt he made to contact his son failed, and he was simply not allowed to be involved in his life. But in fact, Shaninia's friends and family had long ago noticed that a completely unexpected upheaval had taken place with her. The young woman began to experience a strange discomfort that gradually developed into deep anxiety, paranoia, and even worse, panic attacks. Her behavior became erratic and unpredictable, and many people began to suspect that it might be related to postpartum depression. This came as a real shock to those around her, as Shaninia seemed to be a strong and dependable woman. She had always been the one in control, but now she seemed to have lost her footing. Her sudden change in behavior made many people wonder why this tragic situation happened. The first signs of strange behavior began in March 2015, and none of her friends and family could figure out what was going on. One day, Shaninia left work early and picked up her children. With 5 children in the family car, she headed down an unknown road leading away from their home. At the time, her husband Martin assumed that his wife had gone for a walk and to unwind in some park. This was quite typical of her daily routine. However, as the hours passed, she never returned home. Very disturbed, Martin decided to put out an APB for his wife. At the wheel, with 5 children in the cabin, Shaninia headed east and traveled more than 74 miles separating Memphis from Corinth. But she didn't know anyone here, and she had no apparent reason to go there in particular. She was later found in the emergency room of St. Francis Hospital, but police never revealed how or why she ended up there. Shallow cuts were found on her neck and one of her wrists. If she was trying to take her own life, her only witnesses were her children, but they were too young to realize what was happening. Shaninia was eventually returned home by authorities, but after that, even more bizarre behavior began. She told Martin that someone was threatening her and their family. Her husband was shocked, as Shaninia provided no details about who it might be or why, and there were no prior instances of such threats. Also, when Shaninia was with family and friends, she started complaining about her work and workload. She claimed that she felt very bad about it. Soon, she began to claim that some of her coworkers wanted to harm her. Despite these abnormalities, Shaninia showed no signs of abuse or violence toward her children or others. The long wait for trial was not an easy one, and it was severely delayed due to the numerous psychiatric evaluations the defendant had to undergo. Added to this came the COVID pandemic, which only added to the length of the trial longer than anyone expected. In 2021, the non-jury trial finally began. The defense focused its strategy on Shaninia's mental illness argument. The prosecutors acknowledged her said mental illness, but they insisted that the defendant was still capable of understanding the difference between right and wrong and was aware of the illegality of her action. Finally, a Shelby County Criminal Court judge, James, rejected the defense, and in December 2021, Shania Gardner was found guilty of all charges against her. In February 2022, Shania, 34, appeared in court for sentencing, with her husband Martin also in attendance. Judge James sentenced her to life in prison for each count of murder, as well as 15 years for each additional count of child abuse and neglect. Shaninia will only be able to apply for the possibility of parole after serving a total of 51 years in prison. Given the 5 years she spent in prison prior to sentencing, Shaninia will be eligible for parole in approximately 46 years, when she will be 80 years old. After sentencing, the prosecutor stated that he agreed with the decision, because it was consistent with their desire to achieve justice for Martin and his children. In turn, Martin expressed some relief upon learning that Shaninia would never be able to harm any children again. Sonia, Dahlon's grandmother, stood among people, including neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers, during an evening vigil at the apartment complex where the family lived. In remembrance of the innocent victims, those who came to say goodbye held red and white candles and prayed several times for the souls of the departed. The Reverend Pastor of the Baptist Church noted that the vigil was the beginning of a healing process for the entire community, because in the end the only thing in the hands of those present was a desire to support the surviving baby and his father and help them through this difficult moment. Detrail did not attend the memorial ceremony. On his behalf, Sonia told the media that he was too overwhelmed with anger to show up for the ceremony. The president and CEO of the Children's Hospital, where Shaninia worked, also expressed their condolences on behalf of everyone at the hospital. Martin's colleagues set up a social media account to help him with funeral arrangements for his 4 children. During the ceremony, while saying a few words about his children and family, Martin showed incredible fortitude and nobility in his words. In his final speech, he emphasized that his home was happy when his children and Shaninia were there, and that this is how it will remain in his memory forever. Stories 5. The case of Samantha Fraser is a clear example of the fact that a monster cannot be re-educated even by a qualified, experienced psychologist, and at the first manifestations of cruelty, one should run away. Such people do not change, do not deserve a second chance. They are capable of the most terrible deeds and believe in their impunity. The tragedy played out on a quiet Australian island, Phillip, located near Melbourne, in the summer of 2018. But let's get to the story in order. Adrian Basham is a native of Australia. He was born in 1973. The boy was brought up in the family of a policeman, and although in the field of view of law enforcement agencies in his early years, he did not fall. Now many are sure that his cruelty and attacks of uncontrolled aggression are connected with his childhood and family. Looking ahead, Adrian's father James Basham, upon learning of the brutal murder committed by his son, not only did not condemn him, but based on his police experience, gave him instructions on how to behave to try to avoid punishment. Samantha Fraser was born in the suburbs of Melbourne in the summer of 1980 in a friendly and loving family, Janine and Travis Fraser. Parents in every way to support their only daughter, trying to give her a good education and reveal her talent. Samantha studied well at school, and also actively engaged in sports and repeatedly received awards for her high achievement. Then the girl entered a prestigious university at the Faculty of Psychology, which she graduated with a red diploma. During her studies, she continued to engage in sports, in particular acrobatics, gymnastics, and dancing, which allowed her to lead the student cheerleading team. After receiving a higher education, Samantha got a job as a psychotherapist in a large medical institution, where she quickly gained the respect and trust of colleagues and patients. This profession was her calling. Samantha truly loved what she was doing. Samantha and Adrian first met in late 2005. At first, they had a friendly relationship, which soon turned into a romance. Many of those who were personally acquainted with this couple did not understand what could connect these young people, so different in everything they were. Open and sociable, she could always find a peaceful way out of any difficult situation. Adrian, on the contrary, was quite harsh and rude in communication, characterized by a fiery and confrontational nature. But despite this, a year and a half after acquaintance, the couple officially legalized their relationship. The newlyweds bought housing in the suburbs of Melbourne, not far from the house of Samantha's parents. Soon the man got a job in a large company, engaged in the development of mineral deposits. His work was associated with constant business trips and travel, because of which he was not often at home. It is safe to say that this is the reason why his and Samantha's marriage lasted so long. Adrian turned out to be a real domestic tyrant who tried to control his wife and everything. He not only demanded unquestioning obedience, but also had some oddities that could indicate that he had a mental disorder. For example, he maniacally insisted that the house was always in perfect order, and it concerned not only cleanliness, but also the location of things. We are talking about such small things as the location of books on the shelf or toiletries in the bathroom. Any change could instantly trigger his anger and aggression. Samantha, being a psychologist, knew how to smooth out conflicts and hoped that in time her husband would change, become more calm and restrained. In addition, the marriage gave birth to 3 common children, daughters Jemima and April, as well as a son, Rex. But even the appearance of heirs did not soften the character of Adrian. In 2014, another family scandal ended in hand-to-hand abuse. Then Samantha kept silent, did not report to the police, and did not tell anyone about what happened. She naively believed that this would happen again, and loved ones and colleagues did not even guess that her spouse raised his hand on her. However, a year later, the story repeated itself, and Adrian again beat his wife. This time, Samantha decided that it was the last straw. In addition, her husband's constant temper tantrums and his manic desire to control her every move were driving Samantha crazy. She wrote a statement to the police, reporting that she was beaten by her husband, then took the children and moved to the house of her parents. In the spring of 2017, the spouses officially divorced, and their family home by court order got Samantha and the children, and soon they returned there. However, Adrian did not plan to leave his ex-wife alone at all, and continued to pursue her, poisoning her life. The young woman did not feel safe and was in constant fear, fearing for her own life and the lives of her children. She obtained a court injunction to prevent her ex-husband from approaching them and trying to interfere in any way in their affairs. But this did not stop Basham. He settled nearby, trying in every way to annoy Samantha. According to a friend of Adrian, he promised to take away from his ex-wife everything that is dear to her, starting from the house and ending with children, as well as openly threatened physical violence against her. Shortly before the tragedy, the man again told his friend that Samantha would soon pay for everything. At the same time, he looked threatening, but the friend did not take these words seriously until he learned of the woman's death. Living in constant fear and nervous tension, Samantha equipped her home with an alarm system, installed bars on her windows, and placed surveillance cameras outside her home. She admitted that she was afraid that her ex-husband might break into her home and harm her or the children in some way. About a year after the divorce, Samantha began to feel that her ex-husband had calmed down and cooled down a bit. He became less frequent in her sight, which gave her the illusion of safety. Samantha even began to have an affair and began to make plans for a new happy life. On July 22, 2018, Fraser celebrated her 38th birthday in the company of close friends and a beloved man named Wayne. She looked happy and was quite calm for herself and her loved one. A few days before, the new chosen one had proposed to the woman, and after the wedding they planned to take a long vacation and travel to distract themselves and forget about problems. The next morning, Samantha took the children to school and was on her way to work when she received a phone call from someone she knew. warning her that Adrian was in the neighborhood of her home. Samantha was concerned about this, but decided not to panic, just to be more cautious. She was due to face her ex-husband in court in a domestic violence case in a couple weeks, and she feared that he might somehow retaliate against her for the lawsuit. The woman shared her worries with her best friend in a phone conversation, but the latter reassured her. After that conversation, Samantha was never seen alive again. When Samantha did not come to school that day to pick up her children, the teacher, who knew about the difficult situation in their family, decided to call the police. The law enforcers immediately went to their home to check everything, and at first the situation looked as if the mistress had not yet returned. But when the officers of the law decided to check the garage adjacent to the house, before them opened a terrible picture. The body of the 38-year-old homeowner was hanging from the garage door fixture, and on the whole the picture might have looked like the young woman had taken her own life. But Samantha's appearance was as if she had been run over by a truck. There was literally not a living spot on Samantha, and the hair on her head was wet and falling over her face, covering it. She wasn't wearing the same clothes she had left the house in that morning, and her shoes were missing altogether. It was obvious that someone else had been in the garage, and that someone had tried to make it look like Samantha had voluntarily passed away, but had made a lot of mistakes. For example, there was an overturned stepladder lying next to the body, but the rope was so long that the woman's feet were touching the floor. Samantha had severe bruising under her eye, and on her temple, and her entire body was covered with abrasions and hematomas received during her lifetime. In addition, as the forensic medical examination later determined, the deceased had suffered a severe head injury, so she was either unconscious or already dead when she was hanged. Under the fingernails on her hands, forensic experts found blood and epithelial particles, which means that the victim desperately resisted and scratched her torment. There were also numerous washed-up traces of blood and small splatters on the floor, walls, and on the body of the car in the garage. Later, blood was also found in several places on the rope from which the deceased was hanging. In the evening of the same day, Adrian Basham arrived at his father James' home on his motorcycle. He looked worried, and his face had several fresh scratches on it. When questioned by his father, he was evasive, and regarding the abrasions, he explained that he had scratched himself with tree branches while riding his motorcycle without a helmet. He then took a large pack of wet wipes and started wiping his vehicle, arguing that he wanted to remove the gnats that had stuck to it during the ride. As a former police officer, his father immediately suspected something wrong, and his professional instincts did not fail him. When detectives showed up on his doorstep the next day with questions about his son, claiming he was the prime suspect in his ex-wife's murder case, James realized what was going on. At first, Basham Sr. stated that he had not seen his son, and after buying some time, instructed the heir on how and what he should say, how to behave in order to be able, if not to get out, at least to mitigate his punishment. Adrian followed his father's advice, listened silently to the charges read to him, and obediently went to the station with the support of the lawyers already hired by his father. Adrian at first categorically refused to cooperate with the investigation. He did not deny his guilt, but simply kept silent, ignoring all questions. Nevertheless, the collected evidence was enough. Fresh scratches on the man's face did not escape the attention of the investigators. As suspected, he had been scratched by Samantha in an attempt to defend himself, and blood and epithelial particles were found under her fingernails. The suspect's sweat marks were also found on the rope from which his ex-wife's body was hanging. After examining a motorcycle belonging to Adrian, washed-up traces of the deceased's blood were also found on it, and a bloody woman's blouse was found in a garbage can outside his father's house. Apparently, he tried to get rid of that evidence, but didn't have time. Surveillance footage that Samantha installed outside her home shortly before the tragedy, although his face was concealed by a hood pulled over his baseball cap, there was no doubt that it was Adrian. The chronology of the last day of the victim's life was reconstructed bit by bit, and the resulting picture was striking in its brutality. So while no one was at home, Basham managed to break the lock of the garage door and get inside, where he waited for several hours for the return of his ex-wife. An unsuspecting Samantha drove into a garage, and Adrian attacked her before she could get out of the car. Fraser fought back desperately, as evidenced by the scratches on the perpetrator's face, but the forces were unequal. He beat the victim until she lost consciousness, and then, to cover his tracks, removed her blood-stained blouse, replacing it with a black t-shirt found in the house, and doused her head with water to wash the blood from her blonde hair. Adrian then put a rope around his ex-wife's neck and hung her from the garage door. To be sure, he put a stepladder on the floor next to the body. The length of the rope was not calculated. Adrian cleaned up the blood stains, but he missed the small spatters that were literally everywhere. This is mind-boggling. A young woman and loving mother of 3 was found dead in the garage of her own home. The killer tried to make it look like a voluntary death, but numerous clues said otherwise. In addition, the condition of Samantha's body indicated that she had accepted martyrdom. The saddest part was that the victim had lived with this man for many years, endured moral and physical abuse, raised his children, and hoped that he would change over time. When Adrian realized that there was no point in denying or keeping silent because all the evidence pointed to him, he changed tactics. Basham stated that he was indeed at his ex-wife's house that day, but just wanted to talk to her and convince her to withdraw her domestic violence lawsuit. The conversation didn't go well, and fists came into play. But afterward, the man, he said, left, and Frazier was alive and conscious at the time. The defendant's lawyers insisted that their client was guilty only of battery. And after that, in their opinion, Samantha herself took her own life. But according to relatives, Samantha would never do that and did not leave her children. Besides, she was soon going to remarry and made big plans for life. The murder trial did not take place until the end of 2022. The sessions were attended by the older children of the former spouses, who condemned their father and asked for a fair punishment for him. The youngest son was not present in the courtroom. The child decided not to traumatize unnecessarily. In addition, the boy was panic-stricken, afraid of his father. The defense attempted to prove that the defendant acted spontaneously, being in a state of affect. But this version failed, because Adrian waited several hours for his victim, prepared things and objects for the crime, and tried to get rid of evidence. The final verdict on this case, the court announced only in February 2023. Adrian was found guilty of brutal premeditated murder and sentenced to life in prison, without parole for at least the next 30 years. Janine and Travis Frazier became guardians of his and Samantha's children. Story 6. January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was due to give birth as soon as possible. The doctors predicted labor in a couple of weeks. Like all pregnant women, Belinda was tired very much and quickly, and she still had her son Evan, who also required attention and care. That day, David decided to relieve his wife from household chores, and gave her some time for an evening rest, and so that she would not be distracted by anything, he and his son went for a walk in the park. Father and son were having fun. Walking in the fresh air quickly tires and whets the appetite, so after the walk they went to a cafe to eat a sandwich and drink a Coke. After the cafe, they drove home. David parked the car and noticed that the front door of his house had broken glass. Said David, and without waiting for an answer from his son, quickly led him across the street to a neighboring house where family friends lived. "Why can't we go to Mom's?" asked the son, who could barely keep up with his father. "Mom's in the hospital right now." David couldn't think of anything else to say. Quentin Harlan had barely opened the door to the unexpected guests, and not even had time to say hello before David took his son into the living room without speaking, and ran toward his house. Quentin, not understanding anything, shouted to his wife to look after the child, and himself ran after his silent friend. "What's the matter?" Quentin shouted, but when he saw the broken front door of Temple's dwelling, he realized that David probably didn't know what was waiting for him inside. The house was a mess. All the closets were open. Things were scattered on the floor, and worst of all, there were trails of blood on the floor that led to the stairs. Quentin pushed David aside and saw that under the stairs, in the dressing room, Belinda was lying belly down with her arms spread apart and a huge hole in the back of her head. David, apparently out of shock, did not even cry out, did not utter a word, did not rush to his wife's body, but immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the police number. The operator on the other end of the line didn't anticipate the brutality of the murder and even give her CPR. "What the hell kind of CPR are you talking about? Her head is splattered all over the walls." Police officers immediately rushed to the scene, except they didn't get inside the house for a long time. The Temple family's bull terrier named Shaq growled and barked at the unfamiliar uniformed men and seemed about ready to lunge at the police officers. One of the officers even drew his service pistol as David, who had come out of the house, yelled for them to put their guns away, and hurriedly took the aggressive dog into the garage. Once inside the house where the tragedy had recently occurred, the police looked around and concluded that the burglars were at work here, who did not know that the mistress was in the house at that moment. And even though she was pregnant, they had no choice but to shoot her and thus get rid of the witness. 1986, Belinda gets a college education in her hometown. Even though her twin sister Brenda left to study at Steve Austin University, Belinda stayed with her parents because in high school she started dating Marshall Kelman, who was 3 years older than her and whom she was just crazy about. Her father and mother were against this relationship, at least because of her boyfriend. Their daughter would not be able to get a prestigious education and, as it usually happens, would get pregnant early and end up dropping out of even a community college. On this topic, there were many scandals in their home. Carol's mother did not allow her daughter to start a joint life with Marshall and dropped then such a phrase: "He is nobody to you. When you get married, you can move out anywhere. But until then, you have your own house." Belinda was a stubborn girl who always got her way, and she must have taken her mother's words as a wake-up call. Sometime later, at a family dinner to which Marshall had been invited, despite the inhibitions, the young couple announced that they were to be married. There was a heavy silence at the table. Well, now that they've decided, Mom gritted her teeth, and they spent the rest of the evening in complete silence. Belinda had actually made the decision herself, wanting to show her parents that she was an adult and capable of making her own decisions. Her boyfriend was not particularly eager for an official marriage, but did not refuse the proposal of his girlfriend, or for some other reason. The two young people got married. No, there was no grand celebration. Belinda wore her sister's white dress, called a few friends, and she and Marshall signed, and then just walked around the city, drinking champagne and having fun. The very next day, Belinda packed her things and moved in with her husband, who at that time still lived with his parents, and rent a separate place was not even planned. Belinda did it all just to stop hearing motherly reproaches and become independent. But the taste of this life turned out to be very bitter. Not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, saying he was working late, but was actually with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed that her husband was acting strangely. One day she waited until his workday was over and followed her husband, and that's when it all came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with some strange woman, most likely with his colleague. The deceived wife did not organize any fights and jealousy scenes, but simply packed her things and returned to her mother. The guilty Marshall hung around the doorstep of her house for a long time, often calling on the phone, trying to beg her forgiveness, but Belinda was unshakable and too proud to forgive the young man. They were soon divorced. 1998. Belinda is already pregnant with her second child, but still works part-time at the school. The children listen to her half-heartedly, respect her for her fairness, and even a little afraid. Belinda herself is worried that because of her pregnancy, she will miss the basketball competition between schools, and she will not be able to prepare the team well because her colleague Richard Bachman does not care about her team and children in general. He has confessed to her so many times that if he had another job, he would have given up being a teacher long ago. Belinda disliked this attitude and could not understand how this flabby and fat 40-year-old man was still in his position. Belinda was not one of those teachers who turned a blind eye to student absenteeism. So when she noticed that one of her students, high school senior Riley Joe Sanders, had been absent from class for months, she immediately reached out to her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her problem as a teacher, or if the boy was a systematic truant. Her colleagues answered that it was not her problem. The boy was brought up in a bad family, no one cared about him, and he appeared at school only rarely. Belinda couldn't leave it at that. That same evening she visited his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious talk with her, which later bore fruit. However, it wasn't quite what the young teacher had expected. Riley Joe Sanders came to class, practiced on an equal footing with the other students. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words and even said something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." 1987, after breaking up with Marshall, Belinda had nothing left to hold on to in her hometown. So she followed her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. She loved her time at the university. It seems that she truly found her calling. In addition to studying, she works part-time as a basketball coach, and the young woman had high expectations. At the same university, she meets David Temple. He, like Belinda, is a part-time coach, but for soccer and also plays for the university team as team captain. Soccer for David was an integral part of life. He practiced it since childhood, and even then it was clear that he would become a star. At school, he always successfully played for his team, for which he was respected by all teachers, even though David had a difficult character. He could easily insult anyone or even beat up, but he got away with it all. Being on the field during the game, he would start with half a turn, and then could not calm down for a very long time. Later, however, one of the players on his team said that David's aggressiveness is due to the fact that he takes steroids. With Belinda, David behaved completely differently. Turned into a caring guy who literally could carry his queen in his arms. With one amendment, as soon as someone smiled in the direction of his beloved, as David immediately turned on and tried to clarify the relationship on the fists. Belinda also came to the taste, and David's parents, they literally idolized her. They really liked that she, as well as their son, crazy about sports, which means they have a lot in common. From this union were, to put it mildly, not thrilled. The whole point is that before meeting David, they knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent personality. And in this relationship, she changed a lot, became constrained, quiet, humble. It seemed that her whole life was built around pleasing David. In addition to all of this, being in this toxic relationship, Belinda became distant from her family. And trips home, whether for vacations or weekends, stopped altogether. Who in the family could like this? Closer to graduation, the couple got themselves a bull terrier and named their pet Jack. And after receiving their long-awaited diplomas, David and Belinda got married. 1999. The police began to examine the crime scene. How could the burglar get into a house guarded by such a vicious dog? In fact, how could the perpetrator distract the bull terrier that prevented the police from making a step into the temple yard? Then they turned their attention to the front door. The glass was broken as if the perpetrator had tried to open the lock from the inside, but in that case, the shards of glass would have been near the threshold. But here they were in the distance to the right of the entrance. So the glass was broken when the door was unlocked. Why would they do that? In the living room there was a box on a nightstand with a toppled TV lying on the floor beside it. The policeman opened it. Inside lay earrings, rings, a chain in appearance resembling gold. Also not clear why the robber did not touch the jewelry. With each new minute spent inside the Temple family home, the police officers came more and more to the conclusion that everything that had happened inside resembled a dramatization. They knew from experience that in a robbery, the criminal takes absolutely everything he can find and carry away. And here, as it seems, nothing was even taken. And then there was that dog that wouldn't leave their minds. Something was clearly wrong here. As for the murder, the shot was fired in the back of the head, presumably with a 12-gauge shotgun while the victim was kneeling with his back to the killer. That said, a shotgun is not considered a popular weapon among robbers. It's very difficult to carry or transport and still not be seen. In Belinda's case, the murder was absolutely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A criminal wouldn't be walking around with a shotgun in broad daylight. David, do you keep any weapons at home? Yeah, I have a couple of rifles. David showed his weapons to the police officers, but the shotgun that could have killed Belinda was not among them. The cops asked David to ride with them to the station to give a statement and take an inventory of the stolen item. The man was very nervous, but nevertheless went with the police officers. His son Evan, who did not yet know what had happened, stayed at Harlan's house. 1996 David Temple and Quentin Harlan, in addition to being neighbors, worked at the same school. You could say that they were real friends. They often met outside of work hours to watch games on TV together or have a family barbecue. David and Quentin were brought together by something else besides their love of sports. There was a new young teacher at the school, Heather Scott. Quentin immediately paid attention to her, gave all sorts of signs of attention, and one day even invited her to an evening dinner, but Heather refused him. It so happened that Quentin had a rival, and this rival surprisingly turned out to be David. Quentin was beyond angry and resentful that his married friend, who even has a son, was building a secret relationship at work. You have to hand it to Quentin. He was a good friend and could keep a secret. Heather did not even suspect about David's marital status, since he did not wear a wedding ring and did not tell anything about his real life. Moreover, outside the walls of the school, David and Heather behaved like a happy couple, and it was noticed by the whole teaching staff of the school. Belinda knew nothing about David's second life. Once she talked to Quentin and revealed to him that she suspected her husband of cheating, but Quentin, of course, dissuaded the suffering wife. You have a vivid imagination. David is your husband and a great family man. How could you think such a thing? And there was much to think about. If David had previously been extremely reverent towards Belinda, Now he could afford to insult his wife even in front of other people, such as, for example, he often called her fat, although after childbirth she only a little weight gained. Asked to go to another room when there were guests in the house, as if she scares them with her untidy appearance, and so on. Belinda, instead of having a serious talk with her husband on the subject, accepted this attitude toward herself, but cried at night and felt deeply unhappy as a woman. In parallel, all the while, David was enjoying his new relationship with Heather. 1999. The police suspected David, but they couldn't prove anything. But flipping through the case files of burglaries in the neighborhood, they learned that 8 days before the murder at the Temple house, a house on the next street had been burglarized, and the perpetrator was Riley Joe Sanders, yes, the same persistent truant from the school where Belinda taught and who had threatened her. He was immediately called in for questioning. Riley had no alibi on the day of the murder, and besides, his father had a shotgun, just a 12 gauge. But when they searched the Sanders house, no weapon was found. When the high school student realized that the police had every reason to detain him, he confessed that on the day of the murder of the teacher, he was with friends, and hid it only because he was with a large group of people smoking pot and did not want to frame others with his testimony. The charge against Riley was dropped. 1998. Because of a new relationship with a coworker, David became further and further estranged from his family. His psychological pressure on his wife grew steadily. He never once raised his hand at her, but all their communication consisted only of insults. It was during this year that Belinda learned that she was pregnant again. This news made her forget about all the past offenses against David, and she felt over the moon. David seemed to be trying to act like a happy father too, but it wasn't working. Sometimes David did not even come home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask what was the reason for his absence at night, because her husband could get very angry and make a real scandal. A pregnant woman did not want that. Belinda often asked David to help her prepare for the birth of the baby, to go to the store for things, to make repairs in the new children's room, to install shelves on the walls. David ignored all of his wife's requests, and Belinda, although she was in a position, began to do everything on her own, to go shopping, paint the walls, assemble the purchased furniture. David made no effort at all. Christmas was coming. Belinda was already 8 months pregnant. She decided to discuss with her husband what they would give each other. But David suggested that they should not give gifts together this year, and that the money saved would be better spent on the baby that was about to be born, especially since the doctors had warned the expectant mother that she might go into premature labor and the baby might be born before the new year. Christmas came. Although the spouses had agreed not to give each other anything, David never gave Belinda anything, not even a nice little thing. Moreover, he suddenly packed his things and said that all the New Year's holidays will spend with friends on the hunt. Belinda told her sister about it, and she dropped all her plans to come to her, so that Belinda would not feel abandoned, and as the doctors warned, labor could begin at any moment. David, of course, wasn't on any hunting trips with his friends, whose neck was decorated with a gold necklace, a gift from Temple for Christmas. 2007, it seemed that David Temple has almost forgotten about the murder of his wife, as if in his life no Belinda Temple had never been. He did not care about the fact that from the moment of the murder has passed 5 years, and the culprit has not been found. He married Heather in 2001, and the two of them raised Evan, but back in 2004. In November, there was a knock on his door. On the doorstep stood police officers who, handcuffing David, informed him that he was being held on suspicion of the murder of Belinda Temple. David, as before, denied everything. David's trial did not begin until 2007. According to the investigation, the motive for the crime was his new love affair with Heather. Interviewed colleagues of David said that more than once during Belinda's pregnancy, heard him bragging about how he easily exchanged his fat and pregnant wife for a young and beautiful Heather. According to the prosecution's version, David killed Belinda immediately after she came home from work because the young woman was found in her work uniform and work shoes. He then initiated the robbery by throwing things around the house and quickly drove to the park with his son, which provided an alibi. The prosecution also added such facts that nothing was stolen from the house, and there was a vicious dog in the yard that would not let any stranger into the house. The murder weapon was probably dropped by David in the rice paddy, as there were witnesses who saw David's car stop near the paddy, and only Evan was in the car at the time. However, the shotgun was never recovered in that area. Heather's testimony was that before the murder of Belinda, their relationship with David was not considered serious, and she did not even love him. These words Temple certainly did not like and introduced confusion into the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for the sake of a non-serious relationship? Or Heather is lying, trying to save her husband in this way? In November 2007, David was sentenced to life in prison. 2009, a friend of Riley Sanders goes to the police to clear his conscience. From his words then, a few years ago, Riley told him how he took his father's shotgun with the intention of robbing the Temple family home, and thereby teaching his teacher a lesson about his mother's truancy at school. And he really almost managed to enter the house, but at that moment, a bull terrier ran out of the garage and Riley shot at the dog, but did not hit, and afraid that the sound of shotgun fire would attract the neighbors, quickly ran away from there. This testimony was submitted to the court. A review of the case began. In the meantime, David was released from prison on bail. Heather had no intention of being the wife of a man who had spent so much time in jail and was not sure how much longer he would spend in jail. She filed for divorce. It took the jury a long time to decide what kind of punishment David deserved. It was when Temple was free, and the court had not yet decided his sentence that the pandemic began. It wasn't until 2023 that the case was revisited. David was found guilty after all. He was sentenced to life in prison with parole after 17 years. His son Evan, while the trial was going on until the last moment, did not believe that his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder, and throughout the trial, supported him to the last moment. Story 7. The sheriff's wife, consumed by jealousy, decides to take justice into her own hands and brutally murders a teenage girl upon discovering she is pregnant by her husband. Join us as we delve into the disturbing details of this tragic case and explore the deadly consequences of betrayal and rage. Emily Grace Carter, an 18-year-old with big dreams and a kind heart, was a recent high school graduate from a small town in North Carolina. Known for her bubbly personality and gentle nature, Emily worked during the summer at the local Dollar Tree, saving money to move to Raleigh, where she planned to enroll in nursing school. Inspired to make a difference in others' lives following her single mother's passing from cancer. Despite her youth, Emily showed uncommon maturity and took on a caretaker role for her younger siblings, Jenny and Noah, protecting them, helping with homework, or treating them to ice cream at the local Dairy Queen. Emily's life took an unexpected turn when she met Sheriff Tom Mitchell, a well-respected law officer in Rayford. They met at a local community event where Tom, known for his charisma and kindness, struck up a conversation with Emily. What began as friendly chats quickly evolved into a secret relationship. Tom, 45 and married, had a way of making Emily feel special and noticed like no one else had before. For a young woman who felt trapped in small-town life, the sheriff's attention felt exciting and different. Their relationship grew in secrecy, with stolen kisses and hidden encounters. For Emily, these moments with Tom were like glimpses of a different world, one she both desired and feared. She knew the romance was risky, but the sheriff's attention and the thrill of it all made it hard to resist. In early July 2017, Emily discovered she was pregnant. The news shook her, bringing emotions of both excitement and fear. She shared her secret only with her closest friends, telling them she wasn't sure what to do, but felt Tom had to know. She worried about Tom's reaction, her family, and the scandal that could arise in a town where everyone knew each other. Still, she felt her future might be tied to this baby, and hoped Tom would be willing to be part of it. Days before her death, Emily confided in friends that she planned to confront Tom about the pregnancy, hoping he would support her and that they could somehow move forward together. However, she was nervous, sensing her life might change drastically depending on his response. This was a time of deep uncertainty for Emily, marked by both hopeful dreams and intense fears. The young woman who once dreamed only of Raleigh and a nursing career now saw her life taking a different, unexpected path, one that would, tragically, end in her death. On July 17, 2017, around 7:30 a.m., Emily's younger sister, 15-year-old Jenny Carter, discovered Emily's body in the woods behind their home in Rayford. The family's modest home bordered a wooded area where Emily and her siblings used to play as children. That morning, Jenny went to look for Emily, who hadn't returned the previous night. She first noticed broken branches and disturbed soil leading into the trees, which increased her curiosity and fear. As she ventured into the woods, she saw her sister's body on the ground, bruised and lifeless. Emily lay naked, with cuts and bruises covering her skin. Shocked, Jenny froze, processing the horrific scene before she could fully comprehend what had happened. After moments of silent disbelief, She ran back to the house and called 911, her hands shaking as she dialed, barely able to convey what she had seen. When paramedics and police arrived, Jenny was sitting on the house's steps, pale and visibly shaken, wrapped in a blanket given to her by a neighbor who'd heard the commotion. The scene quickly became chaotic, with first responders securing the area while other family members remained in shock, and neighbors began to gather, murmuring about the tragic news. Some mentioned seeing Emily only a day or two prior, smiling and laughing. Emily's body was officially identified at the scene, and her death sent a wave of grief and fear through Rayford. As her body was taken for autopsy, Jenny and her family were left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the brutality of what had happened to their daughter and sister. Emily's tragic death quickly became the town's main topic of conversation, especially as it became known that the investigation involved well-known people. Local media such as the Fayetteville Observer covered the story as the community mourned the loss of a young woman with a promising future. Police arrived on the scene shortly after 8 a.m. on July 17, 2017. Officers from the Rayford Police Department, led by Detective Laura Adams, a seasoned investigator known for her calm and meticulous approach, secured the area where Emily's body was found. The scene was deeply disturbing. Emily's body lay in a small clearing in the woods behind her family's home, marked by bruises, cuts, and signs of a brutal beating. She had been stripped of her clothes, with dirt and leaves scattered around her as if there had been a struggle. There were blood stains on nearby rocks and roots, painting a clear picture of the violence she had endured. As investigators examined the scene, they found clues hinting at a larger story. Among some nearby rocks was a discarded police siren and a burned spoon, which Detective Adams recognized as drug paraphernalia, although Emily was not known to use drugs. This evidence raised questions about what she might have been involved in, or who else might have been present that night. Upon examining Emily's body at the scene, the coroner noticed slight swelling in her abdomen, which led to a quick review and a preliminary conclusion that she was in the early stages of pregnancy. This discovery surprised investigators, adding an unexpected layer to the case. Rumors had already started circulating about recent changes in Emily's behavior, and now the police had to consider whether her pregnancy could be a motive. Police were stunned when a paternity test later confirmed that the father was Sheriff Tom Mitchell. Detective Adams, along with her young partner Officer Mark Jensen, known for his sharp instincts and questionable habits, took note of each piece of evidence, knowing that the case would require careful handling due to the sensitive details. As she reviewed the scene, Detective Adams felt the weight of what this crime could reveal in a tight-knit town like Rayford, especially with Emily's secret pregnancy and the sheriff's implication. The police collected blood samples and drug paraphernalia as evidence, determined to trace every possible lead. With the community watching closely, they knew they needed answers and quickly. During their investigation, police focused their attention on Sheriff Tom Mitchell, a well-known figure in Rayford with an established reputation as a community leader. Mitchell, 45, had held his post for over a decade and was respected by many for his affable character and quick wit. But when questioned about Emily Grace Carter, Mitchell showed signs of discomfort, revealing a more complicated side to his character. Under interrogation, Sheriff Mitchell reluctantly confessed that he and Emily had started a sexual relationship months ago. According to him, they met during one of his patrol rounds, when he stopped by the Dollar Tree where Emily worked. Initially, he told police he had been tempted by her physical attractiveness after helping her with minor favors, such as giving her rides or offering career advice. However, as the interrogation continued, Mitchell confessed the relationship had turned romantic and then physical, describing it as a regrettable lapse in judgment. He also admitted that a few days before her death, Emily had told him she was pregnant. Mitchell claimed he was taken aback by the news and, though not excited about the pregnancy, told police he was willing to support her financially. However, as they delved into Mitchell's background, detectives uncovered troubling information about his past, revealing a pattern. Reviewing Mitchell's records, police found a series of secret payments made to various women over the years using police funds. He had made discreet payments to at least 5 women, with whom he allegedly had sexual relationships resulting in pregnancy. These payments, labeled as miscellaneous expenses, appeared sporadically in police budgets and weren't tied to specific accounts. The transactions raised suspicions among investigators, who quickly realized Mitchell had been hiding these relationships to protect his reputation. Mitchell's history revealed a pattern of seducing young women, often vulnerable or in need of guidance, like Emily, and then bribing them to keep the relationship secret. His confession shocked investigators and heightened their suspicions that Mitchell might be more deeply involved in Emily's death than he was willing to admit. Mitchell's evasive answers and casual attitude towards these revelations led Detective Laura Adams and her team to press him further, suspecting that he might have had more to lose if Emily's pregnancy became public knowledge. The police began considering whether Mitchell's actions went beyond hidden relationships and payments, wondering if his desire to protect his career and perhaps his marriage was strong enough to lead him to drastic measures. The sheriff's wife and a well-known figure in Rayford's social scene was quickly called in for questioning. A housewife known for her sharp tongue and high standards, 42-year-old Karen had been an active force in her husband's life and career. However, as police delved into her background, they began to perceive a different side to Karen, one marked by resentment, suspicion, and bitterness over her marriage. During her interview, Karen didn't hold back, telling investigators she had suspected her husband's infidelities for years. She mentioned strange stains she had found on the bedsheets and rumors she had heard from townspeople, though she had chosen to ignore them. Karen explained that she had often set aside these suspicions, focusing on her duties as a Christian wife and convincing herself that Tom was committed to her and their family. Yet deep down she had always harbored doubts, especially when Tom's behavior changed dramatically in recent months. She noticed he worked late without explanation and became more secretive with his phone. The breaking point came when Karen, as she put it, accidentally stumbled upon a disturbing video on Tom's laptop. While cleaning his home office, she opened his computer to turn it off, but instead of his usual files, she found a sex video of Tom with a much younger woman whom she quickly recognized as Emily Grace Carter. She only watched a few seconds before realizing what she was seeing, the two of them engaging in sexual activity in the aisles of the local Dollar Tree late at night. Karen described feeling nauseated and devastated, unable to believe what she had seen. Karen claimed she had planned to confront Tom about the video, but before she could do so, she learned something even more shocking. Emily was pregnant. One of Karen's friends had seen Emily at a local pharmacy, buying prenatal vitamins, and casually mentioned it to Karen. Karen quickly connected the dots, realizing that the pregnancy was likely Tom's doing. This revelation left her feeling humiliated and filled with rage, betrayed in a way she could no longer ignore. Karen told the police she had never directly confronted Emily about the pregnancy, but investigators found evidence suggesting otherwise. They discovered messages on Karen's phone arranging a meeting with Emily at the local pool just days before her death. Witnesses confirmed seeing the two together, describing the exchange as tense and intense. Karen was reported to have lunged at Emily with a pair of garden shears, calling her a Ito, who just wanted to, demanding to know her intentions with Tom. This direct confrontation contradicted Karen's statements to the police, suggesting she was willing to go beyond a private confrontation. Under pressure from the detectives, Karen admitted she had been furious. She described feeling humiliated, as if her life had crumbled before her eyes. Her emotions were complex, mixing jealousy with anger towards Tom for disrespecting her, and fear of the impact this would have on her family's reputation in the community. Karen's statements painted a picture of a woman on the edge, one who had tolerated years of rumors about infidelity, but found Emily's pregnancy unbearable. The police left the interview with serious doubts about Karen's role in the case, as her emotions and actions in the days leading up to Emily's death positioned her as the prime suspect in what was rapidly becoming one of Rayford's most shocking investigations. While police reviewed the scene of Emily Grace Carter's murder, they stumbled upon a detail that redirected their investigation in a new direction. Among the scattered debris, they found drug paraphernalia, including used syringes and a small bag of white powder near where Emily's body was found. Tracing the objects led detectives to Emily's Jenny Carter, a quiet and reserved 15-year-old. Jenny's connection to drugs led investigators to consider several disturbing theories. One theory was that Jenny's drug use had led to a confrontation between the sisters. Detectives considered the possibility that Jenny resented Emily's interventions and that this family tension might have escalated into a fatal fight. This idea gained traction as police learned more about Jenny's drug problems, which were more severe than even her close family members knew. Another possibility police explored was that Jenny had debts with her drug suppliers. Emily, who only worked part-time at Dollar Tree, might have tried to help her sister financially to cover those debts, though such help would have strained her own resources. Investigators considered that debts or pressure from dealers could have led to Emily's death if she had become involved in dangerous territory on her sister's behalf. The police also speculated whether Jenny's addiction might have inadvertently attracted dangerous people into their lives, and whether Emily's knowledge of her sister's environment put her at risk, making her a target for those connected to Jenny's drug problem. As they dug into Jenny's recent activities, they found messages on her phone indicating that she was in contact with a small group of local drug users and dealers. These messages painted a picture of a young woman who was overwhelmed, trying to hide her addiction from her family while sinking deeper into a risky world. This discovery of Jenny's connection to drugs raised troubling questions about the hidden dynamics within the family and how they might have influenced Emily's death. Police now had multiple theories, each implicating Jenny's drug use as a potential catalyst for the tragic events that led to her sister's murder. Investigators needed to delve further into the Carter family's relationships and Jenny's secret life before reaching definitive conclusions. In a tense interview room, Jenny Carter finally opened up to investigators, revealing shocking details about her struggles and her connection to Sheriff Tom Mitchell. Jenny admitted she had been secretly addicted to drugs since shortly after her mother's death from cancer. At 15, Jenny said she felt lost and alone, turning to drugs as a way to numb the overwhelming pain. Her addiction had escalated quickly, but she managed to hide it from most people in her life until Sheriff Tom Mitchell found out. Jenny revealed that Sheriff Mitchell had caught her using drugs earlier that year, and instead of legally processing her, he began pressuring her, insinuating that she could avoid arrest if she agreed to have a sexual relationship with him. At that moment, Jenny felt she feared her addiction would become public and felt powerless against someone as respected and influential as the sheriff. But Emily intervened. Jenny told police that when Emily learned of her situation, she was horrified and protective. Emily, who had always taken on a maternal role since their mother's death, confronted Sheriff Mitchell and begged him to leave Jenny alone. According to Jenny, Emily even offered to have a relationship with the sheriff herself if he promised to protect Jenny and leave her in peace. This sacrifice marked the beginning of Emily's relationship with the sheriff, a dark arrangement Emily kept secret, even from her friends. Jenny's confession left investigators stunned. She described how this entire situation made her feel guilty and powerless. At first she felt relieved when Emily intervened, hoping it would end her troubles. But over time, Jenny began to understand the cost of her sister's sacrifice. She watched as Emily became increasingly distant and withdrawn. Emily's bright personality faded, replaced by anxiety and secrets. Jenny couldn't help but feel that her sister was carrying the weight of her situation. Police took note of Jenny's distress as she spoke, painting a heartbreaking picture of the emotional toll the situation had taken on her. By the end of the interview, investigators knew they needed to look more deeply into Sheriff Mitchell's past and the dynamics between the sisters. Jenny's emotional testimony revealed a complex web of relationships marked by manipulation, fear, and pain, highlighting the tragic consequences of their circumstances. As detectives pieced together Emily's final one name kept appearing, Karen Mitchell, the sheriff's wife. Evidence pointed to a devastating sequence of events that led to Emily's death. According to their findings, Karen had become increasingly disturbed and jealous after discovering Emily's pregnancy. In her mind, Emily wasn't just another affair of her husband's, but a threat. A young woman carrying her husband's child, and possibly the key to a scandal that could destroy Karen's carefully built world. On the night of the murder, Karen waited until she knew Emily would be home alone. Detectives believe she confronted Emily in the small patch of woods near her house where they wouldn't easily be seen. At first, Karen tried to stay calm, demanding that Emily end the pregnancy and disappear. But when Emily resisted, the argument escalated. Seeing that Emily wouldn't be intimidated by her threats, something inside Karen snapped. Driven by a mixture of anger, fear, and betrayal, she grabbed a heavy wooden club, an in-case weapon she'd brought, and began to beat Emily. In her fury, Karen barely noticed the blood or bruises she left on Emily's body. She just kept hitting, letting out all the emotions she had repressed in a burst of violence. When she finally stopped, she saw Emily's lifeless body, and the reality hit her. She had gone too far. After the murder, Karen tried to clean herself up, hid the club, and returned home, expecting to go on with life as usual. She assumed that as the sheriff's wife, no one would suspect her. But detectives found clues linking her to the crime. Investigators analyzed the club and found faint fingerprints belonging to Karen. They also identified fabric fibers on Emily's body. that matched clothing Karen often wore. On the morning of July 27, 2017, police went to arrest Karen Mitchell. Detectives arrived at her home early, knocking on her door just as dawn was breaking. Karen opened the door calmly, thinking it was another routine visit, but when they informed her of the murder charge, her demeanor changed. Karen turned pale and tried to deny any involvement, claiming she had been home all night, but under pressure her composure crumbled. She was handcuffed and led outside, looking down and avoiding the gazes of neighbors who had gathered outside. For the Carter family, Karen's arrest brought both relief and sadness. Though they would never get Emily back, they finally had some answers. Karen's actions not only destroyed her own life and her family's image, but also left the community shaken. In May 2018, Karen Mitchell's trial began, drawing a packed courtroom and local media interest. Her defense team, led by attorney Wallace Kay, took an unexpected approach to the betrayed wife defense. Karen claimed she had been pushed to the limit by her husband's years of infidelity, especially his relationship with Emily. Her lawyers argued that Karen's actions resulted from severe emotional trauma, aggravated by Tom's betrayal and the shock of learning of Emily's pregnancy. They painted Karen as a woman struggling with deep mental anguish, asserting that she never intended to kill Emily, but acted in a moment of uncontrollable anger. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Linda Chavez, strongly refuted this argument. Chavez presented evidence of Karen's calculated actions that night, including the club she had brought to the confrontation. She argued that Karen had premeditated the attack, with the intent to eliminate Emily as a threat to her marriage and social standing. Chavez maintained that Karen's motive was not temporary insanity, but a desire to protect her reputation and avoid any scandal that might impact her family. In her statements to the jury, Chavez portrayed Emily as an innocent victim, attacked solely because of her relationship with Tom. The emotional weight of the trial was evident, especially when Emily's friends testified, describing the loss and impact of her death. Friends and neighbors also spoke of Emily's gentle personality, a stark contrast to the violent end she faced. Throughout the trial, Karen's expression shifted between shame and defiance, though she occasionally shed tears when her lawyer highlighted her husband's betrayal. After 2 weeks of deliberations and powerful closing arguments, the jury found Karen Mitchell guilty of second-degree murder. The verdict seemed to affect her with a chilling finality. She kept her head down as the judge pronounced a 25-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole. Grasping the reality of her future, Emily's family expressed a mix of bitterness and closure. The sentence provided some relief amidst their grief. Community reactions were varied. Some sympathized with Karen's portrayal as a woman pushed to her breaking point, while others viewed the punishment as deserved justice. For Karen, her story would end behind bars, a stark contrast to the once respected life she had enjoyed. The trial left lasting scars on everyone involved. Karen Mitchell was sentenced to 25 years in prison for the second-degree murder of Emily Grace Carter. She was sent to Ohio's Women's Correctional Facility, where she would face the daily consequences of her actions. Over time, Karen often reflected on her life before the murder, family gatherings, community events. But now her life was shaped by prison routines and counseling sessions as part of her rehabilitation. Meanwhile, Sheriff Tom Mitchell faced a different form of reckoning. Following the trial, authorities initiated an investigation into his misuse of public funds, discovering that he had secretly paid several women, including Emily, to cover up his extramarital affairs. In May 2018, just weeks after Karen's sentencing, Tom was charged with multiple counts of embezzlement and misconduct in office. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison. The scandal rocked the small town of Winchester, leaving many residents shocked and disillusioned. They had once viewed Tom as a respected leader, but his actions shattered that trust. Jenny Carter's story took a different turn. After her tragic experience and the loss of her sister, she entered a rehabilitation program to confront her substance abuse issues. With the support of counselors and a recovery-focused community, Jenny worked hard to rebuild her life. By 2019, not only had she completed her rehab program, but she had also graduated from college with a degree in social work. Jenny wanted to help others facing similar struggles, using her experiences to inspire and support those in need. In the end, the lives of Karen, Tom, and Emily intertwined tragically, leaving a trail of pain. Karen's imprisonment forced her to face the consequences of her actions, while Tom's disgrace left him alone and shunned. Jenny, however, emerged as a survivor, learning to cope with her pain and loss and dedicating her life to helping others find their way to recovery. Their stories became a warning to the community, a reminder of the devastating effects of betrayal and violence. This case left an indelible mark on the small community of Rayford, forever altering the public's perception of those once respected figures and beloved members of the town. The story of Karen and Tom Mitchell, as well as the Carter sisters, became a cautionary tale, resonating as a reminder of how selfishness, betrayal, and abuse of power can lead to unimaginable tragedy. In the years that followed, the community often reflected on the tragic chain of events that led to Emily Grace Carter's death and the disgrace of the Mitchells. Town members frequently expressed sadness and mourning for Emily, a young woman who had a lifetime of dreams ahead of her and showed remarkable courage in trying to protect her sister. In memory of Emily, a group of community volunteers and friends established a scholarship in her who wished to pursue studies in nursing or social work, a tribute to her unfulfilled aspirations. Despite the wounds left by the case, Jenny Carter found the strength to move forward. With the community's support and her own determination, Jenny dedicated her life to honoring her sister's memory by helping others facing personal struggles and challenges. Through her work in social services, Jenny shared her story, using her pain and experiences to inspire others in difficult situations in an attempt to help prevent similar tragedies. On the other hand, the case prompted a review of how the local police handled internal cases and embezzlement, leading to stricter controls on public funds and officer conduct. Tom Mitchell's downfall served as a catalyst for these reforms, aiming to restore public trust in law. The tragedy of Emily Grace Carter, the suffering of her sister Jenny, and the downfall of Karen and Tom Mitchell remained a dark chapter in Rayford's history. This tragedy became an enduring warning of the devastating effects of betrayal, power abuse, and uncontrollable impulses. The lives of everyone involved were irreparably scarred, and the community, though devastated, committed to learning from these mistakes to build a more just and compassionate future. Stories 8. In the quiet suburb of Millbrook, nestled just outside the bustling city of Hartford, Connecticut, a heinous crime shattered the illusion of a peaceful suburban life. On a crisp autumn morning in September 2018, the body of 17-year-old Sarah Thompson was discovered in the woods behind her family's home. The gruesome scene sent shockwaves through the community, leaving residents locked behind their doors and whispering about the killer walking among them. A seasoned investigator with the Hartford Police Department was called in to lead the case. With his keen intuition and unwavering dedication, Carter delved into the intricate web of lies and deceit surrounding Sarah's murder. Little could he have imagined that this case would test his perceptions and force him to confront the darkest aspects of human nature. As the investigation unfolded, suspicion initially fell on Sarah's stepmother, Amanda Wilson. The troubled relationship between the two was no secret to their neighbors, and Amanda's jealousy of her stepdaughter seemed to provide a motive. However, beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward case lurked a twisted tale of betrayal, secrets, and fatal consequences. At the center of this tragedy was Robert Wilson, Sarah's stepfather, a respected businessman and pillar of the community. Robert appeared to be the grieving father figure, supporting his wife in their shared loss. But as Detective Carter would soon discover, Robert's carefully constructed facade concealed a web of lies that would ultimately lead to his undoing. This is the story of a murder that tore apart a family, tested a detective's instincts, and revealed the devastating consequences of unbridled desire and betrayal. It serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes the most dangerous predators hide in plain sight, wearing the mask of normalcy in our own neighborhoods. Sarah Thompson was a vibrant and promising young woman whose life was tragically cut short just weeks before her 18th birthday. Born to single mother, Amanda Thompson, in 2001, Sarah grew up as a bright and curious child, always eager to learn and explore the world around her. From an early age, Sarah showed a passion for art and literature. Her teachers often praised her creativity and insightful writing, singling her out as a student with great potential. Sarah's artwork adorned the walls of her high school, and she had recently begun to explore photography, capturing the beauty of nature in the forest behind her home, the same forest that would eventually become the site of her untimely death. Despite her academic and artistic achievements, Sarah's family life was far from perfect. At age 12, her mother married Robert Wilson, a prosperous local businessman. Although Sarah initially welcomed the stability Robert brought to their lives, The relationship between stepdaughter and stepfather became increasingly strained as Sarah entered her teens. Her friends and classmates described Sarah as caring but fiercely independent. She had a small, close-knit group of friends and was known for standing up against bullying. Her best friend, Emily Chun, recalled Sarah's dream of studying journalism at New York University, aspiring to become an investigative reporter and uncover truths hidden beneath the surface. Sarah's relationship with her mother, Amanda, had always been complex. As an only child, Sarah had been the center of Amanda's world for years. However, Robert's arrival in their lives created a shift in the dynamic. Sarah often felt that her mother prioritized her new marriage over their maternal filial bond, resulting in frequent arguments and emotional distancing. In the months leading up to her death, those close to Sarah noticed a change in her behavior. She became more withdrawn and spent more and more time alone in her room or wandering through the woods with her camera. Her art took on darker themes, and her normally meticulous schoolwork began to wane. Emily recalled that Sarah seemed distracted and preoccupied, but when pressed, she would brush off her worries with a forced smile and a change of subject. What no one knew at the time was that Sarah had stumbled upon a secret that would prove fatal. In her search for the truth, and driven by her natural curiosity, she had discovered something that someone was willing to kill to keep hidden. Sarah Thompson's young life, full of promise and potential, was snuffed out just as she stood on the threshold of adulthood, leaving behind a community of mourning and a mystery that would shake Millbrook to its foundation. Robert Wilson, 45 years old at the time of Sarah's murder, presented himself as the of suburban success. A charismatic and respected financial advisor, Robert had built a thriving firm in Hartford where he managed the wealth of some of the city's wealthiest residents. His polished looks and self-assured attitude made him a natural community leader. He was a member of the local Chamber of Commerce and coached youth soccer. Born and raised in a working-class Boston family, Robert had climbed the social ladder through a combination of charm, intelligence, and ruthless ambition. He met Amanda Thompson at a charity gala in 2012, and their whirlwind romance culminated in marriage just 8 months later. To the outside world, Robert appeared to be the perfect husband and stepfather, providing stability and financial security for Amanda and Sarah. However, beneath the veneer of success and respectability, Robert harbored dark secrets and unfulfilled desires. His marriage to Amanda had quickly lost its luster, and he was drawn to the excitement of an illicit affair. For the past year, Robert had been in a passionate relationship with Elena Gonzalez, the wife of his next-door neighbor and close friend David. Robert's relationship with Elena was more than just a physical attraction. He felt truly alive in her presence, experiencing a connection he thought he had never shared with Amanda. The two lovers saw each other in secret, stealing moments of passion while their wives were at work or running errands. Robert became adept at lying and manipulating those around him to maintain his double life. As Sarah entered adolescence, Robert became increasingly uncomfortable in her presence. His perceptive nature and keen eye for detail made him fearful that she would discover his infidelity. He began to avoid spending time alone with his stepdaughter, making excuses to miss dinners and family events. Friends and colleagues described Robert as charming and generous, always willing to play a joke or lend a hand. David Gonzalez, unaware of Robert's treachery, often praised him as the best neighbor and friend a man could ask for. Robert's clients trusted him implicitly, attracted by his sure guarantees and impressive track record. However, those who knew Robert best sensed an undercurrent of discontent. His assistant at the financial firm noticed his increasing irritability and distractibility in the months leading up to Sarah's death. Mark Stevens, his old college friend, observed that Robert seemed to live on edge, as if he was constantly looking over his shoulder. Did anyone suspect that behind Robert Wilson's neat image was a man capable of unspeakable acts, driven by desperation to protect his secrets and preserve his way of life at any cost? The grisly discovery occurred on the morning of September 15, 2018, by a jogger on his usual path through the woods behind the Wilson residence. Sarah Thompson's body lay partially hidden under a pile of leaves and branches, a crude attempt at concealment that did little to hide the horrific nature of the crime. Detective Michael Carter arrived on the scene within the hour. His experience I fixed on every detail. Sarah's body showed signs of a violent struggle. There were bruises on her arms and face and defensive wounds on her hands that indicated she had fought desperately for her life. The cause of death was immediately apparent. A jagged wound to the throat, probably inflicted with a saw blade. As the forensic team combed the area for evidence, Carter noticed several key details. Sarah's camera, which her friend said she always carried with her on her excursions into the woods, was missing. Drag marks and disturbed vegetation suggested that the body had been moved from the initial site of the attack, possibly in an attempt to conceal it to avoid immediate discovery. Most tellingly, there were no signs of sexual assault, leading Carter to suspect that the motive for the murder was personal rather than opportunistic. The brutality of the attack pointed to a crime of passion, someone who knew Sarah and had been driven by a moment of uncontrollable rage. As news of the murder spread, the once peaceful Millbrook community was plunged into a state of fear and suspicion. Neighbors who once left their doors unlocked now double-checked their security system. Once a playground became a no-go zone, cordoned off with yellow police tape. Detective Michael Carter, a 20-year veteran of the Hartford Police Department, took over the investigation with grim determination. Known for his meticulousness and uncanny ability to see connections that others overlooked, Carter had solved some of the department's toughest cases. Standing in the living room of the Wilson home, staring at the family photos on the mantel, he knew this case would test him as never before. The first 48 hours of the investigation were a whirlwind of activity. Carter and his team conducted initial interviews with family, friends, and neighbors. Sarah's school records were examined, her social media accounts were analyzed, and her movements in the days leading up to her death were painstakingly reconstructed. Robert Wilson, who appeared shocked, provided a detailed description of her whereabouts on the night of the murder. He claimed that he had been working late in his office, a fact corroborated by security footage and the testimony of his assistant. Amanda Wilson, still visibly distressed, struggled to maintain her composure during cross-examination. She admitted to arguing with Sarah the evening before her disappearance, but insisted it was typical mother-daughter friction. As Carter delved deeper, a picture began to emerge of a household plagued by tensions, with their voices often raised across the manicured lawn. Sarah's best friend, Emily Chun, revealed that Sarah had been increasingly unhappy at home, feeling trapped and misunderstood. The initial findings of the forensic team offered more questions than answers. Trace evidence found on Sarah's clothing did not match the samples taken from Robert or Amanda. The murder weapon, probably a hunting knife or similar serrated blade, was nowhere to be found, despite a thorough search of the Wilsons' property and surrounding areas. A breakthrough came when Carter interviewed Elena Gonzalez, the Wilsons' next-door neighbor. Elena, visibly nervous during the interview, mentioned that she had seen Sarah arguing with Amanda in her driveway the day before she disappeared. More intriguingly, Elena let slip that Amanda had always seemed jealous of her daughter's youth and beauty. This information, combined with the tumultuous family atmosphere and Amanda's unconvincing alibi for the night of the murder, led Carter to focus his attention on Sarah's mother. He theorized that years of resentment had eventually boiled over, resulting in a confrontation that proved deadly. As the investigation entered its second week, Carter felt confident that they were on the right track. He obtained a warrant to search Amanda's personal effects and communications, hoping to find the crucial evidence that would unlock the case. However, a nagging doubt haunted Carter's mind. Something about Robert Wilson's calm demeanor and perfect alibi seemed too clean, too convenient. Little did Carter know that his instincts were leading him toward a truth far more sinister than he could have imagined. As the investigation progressed, all signs seemed to point to Amanda Wilson as the prime suspect in her daughter's murder. Driven by the available evidence, Detective Carter began to build a case against a 42-year-old housewife with a troubled past. Carter's team uncovered a series of heated text message exchanges between Amanda and Sarah in the weeks leading up to the murder. In one particularly vicious argument, Amanda accused Sarah of trying to sabotage her marriage, while Sarah responded by calling her mother a pathetic, jealous old woman. These digital crumbs seemed to support the theory of a family dynamic that had reached a breaking point. Amanda's behavior after Sarah's death further fueled suspicions. Although initially distressed, she quickly became defensive and evasive during questioning. Her alibi for the night of the murder was weak. She said she was home alone watching television, with no one to corroborate her story. A search of the Wilsons' home turned up a diary hidden in Amanda's bedside table. The entries detailed her growing resentment towards Sarah, lamenting the girl's beauty and the attention she received from Robert. One haunting passage read, "Our lives would be so much better without her constant presence, her judging eyes." The case against Amanda seemed to be strengthened when a neighbor reported that he had seen her returning home in the wee hours of the morning on the day Sarah's body was discovered. Amanda had no explanation for this late-night excursion, claiming that she must have been sleepwalking, a condition she had never mentioned before. As the circumstantial evidence mounted, Carter came under increasing pressure from his superiors and the media to make an arrest. The community, gripped by fear, demanded justice for Sarah. Amanda Wilson, once a sympathetic figure, became the target of public hatred and suspicion. Carter, though increasingly certain of Amanda's guilt, could not shake a nagging doubt. Something about her desperation and fear during the interrogations did not fit the calculating killer he believed had committed the crime. However, with evidence in hand, she prepared to make an arrest. On a rainy Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after Sarah's body was found, Amanda Wilson was arrested. As she was led out of her home in handcuffs, she protested her innocence, and her cries echoed through the stunned neighborhood. Robert Wilson watched from the doorway. His face turned into an unreadable mask as his wife was shoved into the back of a patrol car. Little did Carter know that, in his zeal for justice, he had fallen for a brilliantly orchestrated hoax, leaving the real killer free to cover his tracks. The case against Amanda Wilson seemed irrefutable, but Detective Michael Carter couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was a small, easily overlooked detail that finally put him on the path to the truth. While reviewing security footage from businesses near the Wilsons' home, Carter noticed that Robert's car was leaving his office parking lot much earlier than he had claimed on the night of the murder. Intrigued by this discrepancy, Carter decided to dig deeper into Robert Wilson's life. He re-interviewed Robert's colleagues and clients, paying closer attention to the man's movements and relationships. It was during a conversation with Robert's assistant that Carter stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. Robert had been making frequent and unexplained trips to a cafeteria across town, always during his lunch hour. Surveillance of the cafeteria revealed a startling discovery. Robert was meeting regularly with Elena Gonzalez, his neighbor's wife. The two displayed an intimacy that went far beyond friendly interactions between neighbors. Carter had discovered Robert's secret affair. With this new information, Carter approached Elena for another interview. Faced with the evidence of the affair, Elena broke down, revealing the extent of her relationship with Robert. They had been involved for over a year, stealing moments together whenever they could. Admitted that she had lied in her earlier statement to protect Robert. The affair shed new light on Robert's alibi for the night of the murder. Elena confirmed that they had indeed seen each other that night, contradicting Robert's claim that he was working late. This revelation threw Robert's carefully constructed chronology into disarray. When Carter delved deeper into the relationship between Robert and Elena, he uncovered a web of lies and secret trysts. The bank records showed that Robert had recently inquired about transferring large sums of money overseas. Email exchanges hinted at plans for a new life together, away from their spouses and responsibilities. The detective was now faced with a disturbing question. Could Robert Wilson, the grieving stepfather, really be Sarah's killer? The reason was unclear, but the cracks in Robert's perfect facade were beginning to show. Carter realized that he had been so focused on Amanda that he had almost missed the real story unfolding before his eyes. The turning point in the investigation came from an unexpected source. Emily Chun, Sarah's best friend, approached Detective Carter with a small leather-bound book, Sarah's personal diary. Emily, racked with guilt, admitted that she had initially hidden the diary, fearing it might tarnish Sarah's memory. But when suspicion fell on Amanda, Emily realized that the truth was more important than protecting her friend's secrets. Carter spent a sleepless night studying Sarah's private thoughts. The diary showed a vivid picture of a young woman facing a terrible discovery. In entries several months old, Sarah wrote about her growing suspicion that her stepfather was having an affair. She described furtive text messages, hushed phone calls, and Robert's increasingly erratic behavior. The most damning entry came just 3 days before Sarah's murder. In shaky handwriting, it told of following Robert one night and seeing him embracing Elena Gonzalez. Sarah wrote of her disgust and betrayal, expressing her uncertainty about whether to confront Robert or tell her mother. This revelation provided the missing piece of the puzzle. Sarah had discovered Robert's affair, which provided a clear motive for murder. Robert, a man who had built his life, carefully keeping up appearances, faced the threat of losing everything: his marriage, his reputation, and his financial stability. Armed with this new information, Carter reviewed the forensic evidence. He ordered a more thorough examination of Sarah's clothing, looking specifically for traces that might have been missed. The results were revealing. Fibers found on Sarah's jacket matched those of a rare wool blend used in Robert's expensive suits. Showed a series of calls to Robert's office number on the day of her disappearance. The calls had been brief, suggesting that Sarah may have been trying to confront her stepfather or arrange a meeting. Carter also discovered that Robert had purchased a hunting knife from a local sporting goods store just a week before the murder. The knife, which had disappeared from the Wilson home, matched the type of weapon believed to have been used in the crime. As the pieces fell into place, Carter realized the extent of Robert's deception. Not only had he manipulated his family and the community, but he had also skillfully diverted the entire investigation to Amanda. The detective felt a mixture of admiration for Robert's cunning and disgust for his cold-blooded actions. With more and more evidence pointing to Robert Wilson as the killer, Carter knew he had to act quickly. The man who had once been considered a pillar of the community was now revealing himself to be a calculating killer, willing to sacrifice his stepdaughter to protect his secrets. Detective Carter decided to confront Robert Wilson in his office, away from the prying eyes of neighbors and the media who had camped out in front of the Wilson home. When Carter and her partner entered Robert's upscale financial advisory firm, they found him in the middle of a client meeting, the very picture of professional composure. In a voice barely above a whisper, Robert began to speak. He spoke of Sarah confronting him in the woods, threatening to reveal his affair to Amanda and Elena's husband. He described the panic that gripped him, the fear of losing everything he had worked for. With tears in his eyes, Robert recounted how he had lashed out in despair, silencing Sarah forever. The confession came pouring out, a torrent of guilt and self-loathing. Robert described how he had meticulously planned to frame Amanda, taking advantage of the known tensions between stepmother and stepdaughter. As Carter placed him under arrest, Robert's only words were a halting plea. "Don't tell Elena, please. Don't let her know what I've done." The once proud man was led out of his office in handcuffs, his world crumbling around him as the truth of his actions finally came to light. After 2 weeks of trial and just a few hours of deliberations, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts, including first-degree murder. The judge, citing the brutal nature of the crime and Robert's calculated attempts to deceive investigators, sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Justice had been served, but for those whose lives had been shattered by Robert's actions, the wounds would take much longer to heal. In the end, Robert Wilson's case is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable loss, to the relentless pursuit of justice, and to the enduring power of a young woman's voice, even a silenced one, to reveal the truth. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life, because there is only one life.